cocksucker residence.
God damn you, stop calling here.
Isn't this 4215 Pussy Way?
You bitch!
Now let me check the zip code. 212, fuck you!
If you don't want the dead coming back to life, why don't you just kill the living?
I think that only happens in the movies.
You can forget about Stephen King. Kane outsells them all.
Now it is time for you to come back.
Death, death, death.
Death, death, death. Forgive the Lord.
I would give you a brain. I have the gold coin, and there's no stopping me now.
Something is killing these people and sucking them dry of blood.
It was supposed to be us, the family.
Yes, y'all, it's going down right now. Episode 227 of the 22 Shots That Moves and Horror podcast is coming at you live and direct with the Fab Five. First up on the MIC, we got JP, also known as Double Shot J. Next up on the mic, we got Dave. Get the fuck off my lawn, cause I'm old and grumpy Parker, also known as Mr. Parker. Then we got Dave Z, also known as Joe Pesci on the MIC, followed by Carly, also known as May on the MIC. And I'll be your host, and forever, the toxic offender, Moods. Yeah. What's going on, guys? And ladies.
Hello. Yay.
Ladies. Who's the other? Jeremy's
Oh, I'm so used to pluralizing that shit. My bad. Yes, man, we finally made it. It is the top 10 of 1994. Thank the Lord. We are here. Yes. Oh my God.
I forget how to do this. What do we do next?
Yeah, I mean, are we going to give the order? Are we going to do themes of 19? How many we watched? Moods? What are we doing?
Well, I thought I do have it written down. I thought maybe someone would pipe in before that with these awkward little fucking breaks. That was really weird. I thought we'd all be stoked. It's 1994. No, let's start with without getting on too many tangents to start out. So we'll just like maybe our thoughts on 1994 as a whole, and then we'll get into like how many we watched, and then kind of break it into like themes and of 1994 and things like that. Why don't we start with Dave Z? What are your overall thoughts on 1994?
1994. Well, I'll tell you this. Looking at my top 10, and I didn't watch probably nearly as many as you guys did, and I didn't plan to because, you know, I kind of lived it. In 1994, I was kind of like, I was falling out of it. But with the list we got and the stuff we had to work with, I tried to stick with cream of the crop, as I do. And I will say this. It wasn't as bad a year as I thought it was. As a matter of fact, it wasn't bad. It was not a bad year for being 90s and for being 94. Granted, like I said, I tried to keep it cream of the crop style, and I didn't watch as many, but not a bad year. Honestly, though, I mean, if you take away like so many of these are Asian movies. Like if we just had no Asian movies, and it was just Asian movies that I personally didn't know existed. Mm-hmm. If we took these movies out of the equation and just looked at what we had, I guess it's kind of a weaker year, so they help a bit, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't a bad year.
So how many did you watch overall?
I watched 30.
Okay.
Respectable.
Cool.
Yeah, you know, there's one I wish I did. There was one or two more that I wish I would have gotten to. Mostly JP seemed to really like the one. I was looking at the Letterboxd, and I was like, how did this one get by me? I don't know. And then there was a couple other ones that were fringe, but everyone seemed to like. But I didn't. Again, it's that question. Are they going to consider it horror? They watched it, so I don't know. But it never hit my personal radar, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool. Carly, what are your thoughts on 94?
I agree with Mr. Z there. I didn't think it was too bad of a year. I didn't really know what to think going into it because I felt like I wasn't overly familiar with the year, but I wish I would have watched more because this is like the least amount that I've ever watched, I think, for one of these top 10 shows, but I just didn't really have the time and I was kind of cramming towards the end. But I found all the movies like pretty easily watchable, even if they weren't necessarily good films, it was still like really easy for me to kind of get through this year. So overall, it was interesting because I got to check out a lot of stuff I hadn't seen and probably would not have seen.
See, that's kind of
That's something else I should have said. That's something else. Carly, I agree. There was a lot of first-time watches. And some movies that I put off because I didn't know what they were going to be classified as, and just for different reasons, I put them off. So even my list, I think maybe one movie on my list is something I've seen more than twice. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
So Carly, how many did you end up watching?
I watched 40.
Oh. Good. That's good. Did you notice any themes, like, to the year?
There's a decent amount of shown on video films, and I did check those out. Anything else? I mean, a lot of stuff is kind of like thriller horror-esque in a way, which is very common in the 90s.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of it.
JP.
Yeah, I mean, I've done 2 other years in the 90s, 96 and 91. I definitely think 91 was stronger, but this is probably better than 96. There was a lot of also like first time watches for me here, a lot of which honestly didn't have a high potential to contend. There were a few there that did, but I think that overall I was like decently happy with the year, but I didn't think it was as fun as I had with like 91. But I also felt like I put in not as many numbers as I wanted to. I mean, I crammed the last like 2 days. I watched like 12 movies in the last 2 days or something. So I really padded my numbers there at the end.
Well, I definitely noticed the theme so far with everybody. They definitely didn't watch as much as they usually do.
Right, yeah. I didn't
plan to either.
Right.
Yeah, Dave. Yeah. Well, I don't. If you're a guest on here, I don't expect you to put in the work that like the hosts do. You know what I mean? Like that's insane to ask somebody to do that. But I think that like when you look at like the 94 as a whole, I think there's a lot of different range of cinema there. Like you guys mentioned some of the Asian stuff, some of which I actually didn't get to, some of which I did. I also think that a lot of the movies that are interesting are films that are hard to find now. Like maybe they had a DVD release in the early 2000s or something, but they're out of print. Like obviously with like us, we know how to see a lot more of this stuff, but some of it, like to a regular person, like they're not going to be able to find a lot of this stuff these days. But it gives you hope that like more stuff will get released. Like I know Vinegar Syndrome released a couple of that, or I guess Saturn's Core, one of the partner labels, released a bunch of stuff, which was I actually watched 2 of them and they were both fun. So my total watches, I ended up with 54, which I thought was pretty good, but it considering where I was at just like 2 weeks ago, I was at like 28, so I really like them. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. Theme wise, didn't really notice any like strong themes, I would say. Like I didn't feel like this year had like a certain type of movie, like where you get like 96, you're seeing a lot of the same type of things come out in the mainstream. I didn't really feel any like certain area that the cinema was focused on in 94. I think in 94 is 90s in general is just so weird for like what types of movies were coming out. Besides Full Moon, there was a lot of Full Moon this year. Yeah. So yeah, I think I watched like every Full Moon movie.
Very supernatural. That's the theme. A lot of supernatural if you look at all the movies.
Yeah, could be.
That's what I think.
I
don't know.
Parker, I think this is probably the longest you've never said anything on the show, and especially without arguing with somebody, man.
No.
Crazy.
I'm turning a new leaf since Brandon said last time it was my fault the show was 12 hours long. I'm not going to interrupt anybody.
It's so funny how I never catch blame for that.
My top 10. Unless it's during my top 10. Like if I say my number 10, I talk for 2 seconds, get interrupted, I'll be interrupting. But when somebody else goes through,
on that?
I mean, I'm not going to interrupt anybody. I'm going to try not to. I'll be better about it. So
it's
the show's 12 hours. It ain't me.
It's so funny how I never catch wreck on those the reason why the show gets long and shit like that. Especially remember when we did our top 50 directors. I got pretty hammered towards the end, and I was like talking about Fulci, and I think I said it took me about 7 minutes to get out maybe like 30 seconds of fucking dialogue.
Of nothing.
The best was in '85 when you were like drunk at the end, or you were tired, and you were like, "Dude, that," and then we cut you off, and you're like, "Hey." It's like, well, we thought you were done. Were you done? You're like, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I was done.
Yeah. Oh man.
No, I mean, I got quite a bit to say about '94, but you got something? Do you want to go first, Moods, or you want me to?
No, you can go. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I did an average. I'm only telling you what I watched in here to get the average. I did 120, but that includes 112 features, 6 shorts, and 2 miniseries, which together were over 10 hours. So the average rating of that.
Oh fuck! Yeah, that's right. You watched that. The Stand?
Kingdom and the Stand. I didn't watch Giorgio, which I wanted to, but it was another like 4.5, and I was like, this looks borderline horror. I bought the fucking thing, but I didn't watch it. So the average was 6.2978 or something like that, which is a little above average. So.
Wow.
That's actually pretty fucking good.
Dude, that's like really fucking
good. For 94, dude, 6.
I'm a generous reviewer, you know that. I'm pretty generous.
Well, yeah.
You're generous.
You were watching some shit too, though. So
I was. I had 2 1s. I had 2 1 out of 10s.
You are a generous reviewer on your channel, but on here, you're hard as fuck.
I still give the same ratings though. Like it only happens because like we start interacting and they're like, well, why didn't you like that? And we break it down, and then before long, I'm talking about the dude not having passion in his eyes and taking half a star off.
No, I think what it is. Yeah, right. I think honestly, when I watch you review films on your channel, the reason why I say you're just a lot easier on there is because you actually don't give the ratings. You don't give a star rating. You don't give a number rating or whatever. You just kind of the listener interprets if you like it or not just by what your dialogue is.
Yeah, so. My goal is to let people know if they want to see it, not if I like it. But on here, it's more interactive, and also I don't choose movies that I know I'm going to hate. Like, there's no way that I would want to talk about something really bad on here. Like what was that, Death Tunnel? There's no way I'm watching Death Tunnel on purpose. But you guys,
somebody asked us about that the other day. They're like, "You guys never reviewed Death Tunnel." I was like, "Oh yes, we did.
We fucking we watched that.
We definitely fucking did. It just hasn't posted yet."
No, actually, that
hasn't.
Well, the funny thing about that is actually that what we watched episode is going to be kind of interesting because it's going to have like reviews that are over like a year and a half old on there.
And Jeremy.
It'll have Jeremy on there. But that show will post after this one. I'm going to finish up my shit.
Are you sure? You've been saying that after a lot of episodes.
No. Well, no. I mean, no, I said I'm going to post it as the last show in the season. So
you're going to get a cease and desist fucking letter from Jeremy.
No,
I might have the most insane review on that whole fucking thing because I have to review Black Christmas remake and it's not very nice. It's really not nice.
Themes? I heard a lot of negative things about that second remake, and I'm one of the fans of the first remake because I don't give a fuck. Like, it's just gory, stupid shit, and I like it. But I have not rushed to see that new one, although I did buy it.
Bad. I did buy it too.
It
was in my last update.
Pretty much the reason why we don't do Patreon picks anymore is for shit like that. It's just not
25% of your fucking collection was in your last update, JP.
But no, get out of here.
I'm fucking with you. I'm excited.
But no, Moods, actually, that I feel like it's worth seeing to see sort of like what it is like and how like these type of
it's a product of its time. It's a product of its time.
Yeah, like I actually think it's worth seeing for that reason.
Yeah,
I'll watch it around Christmas. So
did you actually watch JP's update? Why did you break it in half?
Dude, because here's why. Because my camera will only record for like 40 some minutes straight and then it starts a new file and I'm just too lazy to edit them together.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise. Dude, bro, you can change the settings on that, I think.
I can't do that. I record on when I do my updates, I use my webcam. So it records obviously like straight through. So that's why my updates are always like 50 to like an hour 10.
Dude, mine would have been like 80 fucking minutes. Dude.
I know.
It was such a big update.
I started to watch your update, and then I got
Did you start getting fucking dry mouth?
Dude, no. Dude, literally in the second half, I'm like... Sorry,
Yeah,
guys, I can't talk.
Did-
Taking drinks and stuff.
Did you watch-
I'm literally coughing.
Did you watch my update, JP?
What was that?
What?
Did you watch my update,
Did he
JP?
drop out?
No.
Oh,
I didn't watch the whole thing because it's long, but I started it at work the other night.
Yeah, man. I'm officially up to, I got 192 of the 200 films from the Rue Morgue challenge.
Yeah, I saw all that part
Jeez.
where you start showing off those.
The 8 that I don't have, 4 of them are like extremely out of print, and then 4 of them don't have actual any releases. So I'm kind of getting there.
what are the 8? Let's hear them.
I know we're gonna need Arcane Sorcery, which is a '96 movie.
Okay.
Yeah, that one has no release, which is yeah.
Yeah, I tried to find it back when we did '96, and I couldn't find it.
The 4 that don't have releases are Full Circle, aka The Haunting of Julia, Arcane Enhancer.
That's streaming somewhere though.
Abby.
What was the second one?
Arcane Enhancer, or whatever. It's the Arcane whatever, and then Abby, and then the Werewolf
Arcane
Sorcerer, and the Werewolf.
The Werewolf with Cushing?
No, from 1956. Yeah, it's like a different one.
Oh, no, that got re-released. That's from the 50s. That's what's that producer who did the Zombies and Mortois? That's the same one, right?
I don't.
He also produced the Creatures with the Atom Brain. I think that did get a re-release recently on a box set. That might be
the
a different
Era
one.
set. I'm looking at it right now.
Is that the one?
The Atomic Age monster.
Who's the producer on that? That's a good set.
Oh, that's the same. That's the same. Oh, I thought it was a different movie.
It might be the same movie.
Oh fuck! See, I thought it was. So I have that movie, but I thought it was a different one. I didn't realize it was from.
There might be more than one werewolf movie from the 50s, but
I mean, it's called fucking Werewolf.
I know, but that's the problem. There is quite a few from that era that are actually like named that, which is kind of strange. But it could be because that box set, which I do have, are all those films from around the same era, like the exact same years. So
let me get into the themes real quick. I noticed in the 90s there was a weird mixture of really disturbing shit, but they added comedy elements into fucking everything, no matter what. Similar to like a Peter Jackson or that kind of tonal thing, or a lot of Hong Kong movies. Like you'd be like, I just watched a 20-minute rape scene, and now some detective's picking his nose. And then like you either like it or you don't. Mental illness, a lot of that going on in these movies. Reality blurred with fantasy was a huge one because almost everything had that, where you like the reality blurred with fantasy, from Wes Craven's New Nightmare to In the Mouth of Madness to Kill, all that shit. Brain Scan, it mixed it all. And then you kind of have delusions, lots of delusions. Think Phantasm 3, the whole theme. HIV popped up a few times, which LA AIDS Jabber, Fatal Encounter, stuff like that. And rape, lots of fucking rape. And that was the themes I noticed from 1994.
Speaking of which, LA AIDS Jabber is getting a release.
I know, which is bonkers that it got announced. I got AIDS! AIDS! The movie. No, I watched. There was a lot of rape movies. All the Asian movies. I was like, so yep, there would be like 25 minutes. You might go, I guess there's no. Oh, there's the rape scene.
Right. Yeah, my thoughts on 1994. 94 is a pretty fun year to watch, man. It's to me, it's kind of like, I don't know, in a sense, it's like a mixed bag of everything, man. Like the major themes I noticed, man, there's so many sequels. Like, okay, so I watched 71 movies from the year. 20 of those movies were sequels, which is such a crazy high percentage. I watched 10 full moon movies, 9 shot on video films. I only watched 10 foreign films, which is kind of crazy. So, you know, like half my movies basically were like sequels and full moon. Like it's fucking crazy when you really kind of break that down. But yeah, one of the major themes I noticed was which again, Dave just said, it was like the skewered reality type films and shit. That there's quite a few films from 94 that are like that. But you know, it's a real big mixed bag, and like I think that if you're not a big fan of sequels or shot on video films or even full moon, 94 probably isn't going to be the greatest year for you, to be honest. I didn't watch a lot of rape films, which is kind of weird because I generally like rape films. I know that sounds really bad, but I do like them. I just kind of stayed away from them this time. But you know, 94, it's fun. They're films that I can watch. A lot of movies were rewatches for myself. Some were
Some were first time watches. It's kind of a mixed bag on that one. But the funny thing is, man, the majority of like the really great films that I watched were films that I didn't classify as straight horror, so they didn't end up making the list.
Surviving the Game.
Right. So there is a handful of movies on here I think are some of the better movies of the year that are not included in the list. I'm not going to name them because I don't want to start, throwing out spoilers before we get there. Just in case other people kind of would consider them to be on lists and stuff, which I don't think so.
Dude, Surviving the Game is on my list.
Shut up.
Dude, that's ridiculous. And that's my point. That's exactly my point. So I didn't want to name the movie and then fucking...
It's the most dangerous game.
See, I didn't watch it.
Which is a horror
because
story.
I never even considered it.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's one film on here that nobody, either probably watched or wouldn't really consider to be horror, but that's The Last Seduction. It's a fantastic neo-noir film, obviously from 94, starring Linda Florentino. Did anybody watch it?
I saw you gave it a 10 out of 10, though.
It's fucking fantastic, man. It's a great... Have you ever seen it before, Dave?
No, I bought the Blu-ray, though. I have not watched it yet.
Yeah, Scorpion put it out years ago, and fucking... It was the first time I watched it. I think I watched it maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and fell in love with it. I loved it. I just wanted to rewatch it because I knew it's like a neo-noir thriller. It's got those elements, but it's fucking awesome. And I love Linda Florentino, man. She's fantastic, so... definitely a movie that I would highly recommend someone checks out, even though it doesn't really fall into the horror category. But yeah, 94, man, it was fun prep. I'm happy it's over, like I am with all the prep years, because I'm always super excited to find out what's next.
Get to the next one, yeah.
Right? When you get to that point when you watch 71 to 120 movies, apparently, you've had enough, and it's time to move on. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man. It's not really a whole lot to say about 94. If you want to talk about a bunch of fucking insanely bad sequels.
We didn't really have like a ton. I mean, we had Carpenter, Coscarelli, Craven.
Yeah, there is some major directors. I mean,
Michele Soave's there.
Yeah,
he's kind of a one.
I mean, Peter Jackson, I wouldn't count the film as a horror film.
Heavenly Creatures, yeah.
But like I said, that's another movie. It's obviously not a horror film, but it's like one of the better films of 1994. I mean, we've talked about it, but
yeah, it's a classic.
Who directed? Oh yeah, Neil Jordan directed Interview with the Vampire. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So Neil Jordan did that. So there is some big heavy hitter director names from the year, for sure. Actually, come to think of it, even Danny Boyle's career started in 1994 with Shallow Grave, which, is debatable. I mean, it's got elements.
I didn't watch that one.
Yeah. It was actually a first time watch for me watching Shallow Grave. I've always wanted to check it out. I know Criterion had put out the Blu-ray years ago, and I always intended on picking it up because I really like Danny Boyle. I think he does great films, and I wanted to see where his career was before, he made it famous with fucking 28 Days Later and shit like that. And it's a pretty cool film. It's, again, one of the better films of 1994, which, again, would be debatable if you're going to put it onto a horror list or not, which I would probably not suggest putting it on there if you're smart like me, but that's just the way it is. But then again, there's I feel like 1994 has a lot of kind of debatable films. Like The Crow is one that has always been a point of conversation with a lot of people. Is it horror? Is it not? Or is it horror? Or is it not horror? So, I mean, I think we classified it as being a horror film. It's just, I guess it comes down to taste if you like it or not. But I'm not.
I don't consider it a horror movie.
I just feel like if someone puts it on,
I don't either.
I think it's like a crime drama,
right? And but so many
superhero movie.
So many people. Yeah, that's what I classify it as, and I think that's what it was intended to be. Is like more of like a superhero. It
does have gothic elements though, but I mean, if somebody had it on their list, I'd be like, that's fine.
It's an anti-hero film. Yeah, it's an anti-hero.
It is a revenge story too, and it has supernatural elements. So it's more so than Batman, but to me, like Darkman is almost there too. Then and Darkman ain't a horror movie.
It's an anti-hero film. That's what it is. I mean, people are always like revenge movies are all anti-heroes. So,
and I'm not a huge fan of it anyway, so it wouldn't even make my list.
Yeah, I think we were pretty outspoken about the Crow not making some lists on here, but But
What about the
anyways,
Frankenstein director? Didn't he do something? I remember seeing his name come up and then looking it up. The Mary
Who?
Shelley's Frankenstein movie. The guy
Yeah,
that
there's
directed Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Didn't he
Kenneth
do some
Branagh.
stuff?
He's a big director.
oh, that guy does
Yeah.
like superhero movies now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's like a Hollywood boy.
Yeah,
He's done
didn't
a lot
he
of
that.
do
I mean,
one
that
of
was
the
a
Thor
big
movies?
movie.
Didn't he do one of the Thor movies recently?
I mean, I'm sure he did. I don't keep up who directs those movies, but I know he also was a big time actor and stuff. Pops
Yeah, let
up
me
in
click on
lots
this.
of movies.
Yeah, he did the Thor film from 2011. I think he. Okay, what? Oh yeah, he did Dead Again. That's actually the movie that I know him from.
No, is Dead Again the one with? Does that have Sam Neill? Who's in that? Billy Zane? I can't.
I think that's the one with Andy Garcia.
Okay, I don't
Rob
know that
Williams
movie
is in it too.
I don't
Yeah.
know it.
Fucking Newman.
I just remember looking him up because I was watching Frankenstein. Like I was like 15 minutes in. I'm like, man, this is pretty well made here because I never saw it before. So I just looked up the director. And I remember it saying things. I was like, oh, he did this and more mainstream stuff that I haven't seen, but stuff that I still know, that are regarded.
Oh, you'd never seen.
Don't even watch your best friend's movie, man.
Crazy.
Bobby De Niro.
Right.
I never wanted to watch it. I never
I'll tell you
wanted.
what.
It made no sense to me that he'd be Frankenstein.
He's
I
pretty
still
good
don't-
at it, though. I still don't like him.
I agree. I thought he was very good, actually. But that's
Third time watch, finally it was like, you know what? This is genuinely a great performance that I used to think sucked.
I just don't. I honestly don't like the movie.
I just read the book, and if there's one thing that I could say is like, after reading the book and going to that movie, you appreciate that movie like way more.
I agree. It's a great book, and it used to be a shit movie to me. I think it's a really good movie. I like it.
Yeah, I do too.
Nice.
Yeah, not for me. Rewatched it the other night, and it was like, I just
It's
find
almost
it
perfect. But
like I honestly think that his performance is pretty good. I actually read that he studied like stroke patients and shit for his performance of Frankenstein, or as the monster.
De
As the
Niro's
monster.
fucking man.
Yeah, so he apparently studies stroke patients for like 3 months, and I was like, wow, that's fucking dedication, man.
I mean, look at his performance in Cape Fear. Dude, that's such a weird performance that I don't know who. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's just so fucking weird.
Oh, his performance in Cape Fear is amazing.
Yeah, he filed down his teeth for that
It's
role.
so good, dude. It's like it's haunting. He's just so badass in that, man. He's so badass. I love that.
He's terrifying.
Yeah,
Like,
man. I need to upgrade
anyway,
that
but
shit,
no,
man. I need to upgrade
If you
that
add
shit.
20 minutes to that Frankenstein movie and like 20 minutes of just De Niro learning about stuff what he should have been from the book, which should be in there, you got yourself the best Frankenstein movie. But since it's missing, it doesn't feel right. There's something wrong. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel
they
complete.
touch on it. They just it comes off like
It's incomplete.
What?
I don't know, man. I always like the knockoff. I like Frankenstein movies. I don't know. I always find those super entertaining for some reason, man. There's like so many Frankenstein movies. To break it down to like the best ones, like the best and favorites will be completely different for myself.
Oh, yeah,
I
of
think
course.
there's obviously ones that are better made than Franco ones, but those ones, dude, they're fucking hilarious to me, man. Those are so
The
funny.
best is the original, the whale one, and then Bride, right?
Yeah, those ones are legitimately
Bride
great
is
movies.
better.
I really, really like the Hammer Frankenstein movies. Like, I can stand all of them, to be honest. There's some that are better than others, but all of them are entertaining, man. They're really
The
good.
Curse is great. Curse of Frankenstein's a classic.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Yeah. So
That's better with multiple viewings, too.
I just recently rewatched all of them, man. I love me some Hammer shit, but those Frankenstein movies are fun as fuck. I'll just put it that way. But you can never go wrong with Lee and all those cats.
Cushing, yeah.
Cushing and oh fuck, dude, the acting's superb and they're awesome. They're fun.
They're not as good as Blackenstein, though.
Blackenstein is legitimately
not really that
shit.
Yeah.
One of the worst movies ever.
Like,
It's so
Blackula,
shitty.
Great. Blackenstein.
Blackula, yeah.
Blackula's a good movie. Blackenstein is a
Blackula?
goddamn abomination.
I was just talking about
Blackenstein
this
is
the
not
other
good.
day in a Scream Factor video that, people seem to like. I've noticed over the years people don't watch Blackula and Scream much because they think that they're just going to be ridiculous comedies, But they're actually they're straightforward.
movies.
They're straightforward. They're not even comedies at all. And the lead actor who just recently passed away, I always forget his fucking name. I'm so bad with names. I know
William
Dave-
Marshall or is it
Yeah.
Marshall? William Marshall.
William
I
Marshall.
think.
He is so fucking good in those movies, man. He sells it so well. Like, I highly recommend those, man. I know we reviewed them back in the day, and I don't know if people even watched the video, but whatever.
I avoided it for years, like you said, Moods, just based on the name. I was like, I remember seeing it when I was a kid in the stores. I'm like, Blackula.
Well, you know what happened, Dave? You know what happened, Dave? You know what happened, Dave?
Borderline racist.
You know what happened, Dave? Everybody watched fucking Blackenstein before they fucking watched... and then they were like, fuck that, I'm not checking out Blackula. That it's going to be on the same level of ridiculousness, and it's stupid. But I highly recommend them, man. They're legit movies. And plus, Pam Grier's in the sequel, so you can't really go wrong with that either. So,
and Nicholas Worth.
And Nicholas Worth, that's right. That's
He's like
right.
in it for 3.5 seconds.
Right, he actually is in it. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely don't answer the phone performance, that's for sure.
No, it's definitely not that.
It's one of the best performances of all time, and I highly agree, man. When you guys were talking about that, I'm like, oh, I need to pop this in. I popped it in like right after you guys were talking about it. I'm like, I need to rewatch Nicholas Worth's performance.
He's been one of my favorite actors since I was 12 years old.
See, I've always classified it as like one of the funniest, but like I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. It's just he took the role so fucking serious, and his mannerisms and the way he does shit in that movie is just, it's fucking hilarious.
Unhinged.
It's so ridiculously over the top, but it works. It just works. It's not like bad, hilarious, you know? He does such a great job in that, and it's a great movie.
He makes the movie.
He really does. Without that performance, I don't really know if that movie would stand the test of time, kind of thing.
I agree.
Right, so... But anyways, tangents. 22 shots of tangents and horror, as usual. Do you guys have anything else on 1994? We talk themes, how many we watched, overall thoughts.
No, I think that's it.
I do not.
Okay, so...
I still don't like the way they look, and I hate to say a negative thing, but 90s movies all look to me, not all, the big budget ones, different, but most movies in the 90s look like made-for-TV movies. Like, there's no difference between the Stand and a regular movie, and that's always been my problem with 90s movies, the look of them. One of the problems.
I like the look of that.
I think it might be
late 90s and early 2000s. I have a problem with the look. Like 96 to like 2004, 5, 6.
Yeah.
I can't stand how they look.
That's the way. That's what I don't like
like
either.
2004 era, 2004, 5.
Oh yeah, that's heads down the worst.
No, I think like 96, 97 to like 2004, 2005 is like it had like that fucking that video, that digital video look. The DV look is because that's
even the best movies look like shit.
Yeah, because when the digital video cameras came out around that era, whatever, like everyone, that was the new technology. We got to shoot our films on that shit, and it really looks bad. I would rather just watch shot on video. I would rather watch shot on video films from 1991, 92, 94, 85 than watch the DV films from fucking 2000 because they look worse to me. It looks terrible. At least with these movies, like, you know what you're getting with video, but the digital video, it has a worse look to me. That's just my opinion. And yeah, the movies.
A bad movie on film is better than a bad movie on digital.
Right.
Any day.
68 millimeter, 1632. You're watching a shit low budget movie, man. It is what it is, man. It's going to be so much better. DV look is the worst. But, you know, you guys remember like when fucking like full like, you know, digital cameras came out, like the, you know, kind of, I guess, 720 to 1080, like the look of those films, that took a little bit to get used to too.
Yeah.
It was kind of odd, but now you see it so often, it's just like, it is what it is. But nothing will ever beat 16 to 32 millimeter, 35 millimeter films.
Yeah, they look much better.
I
so
agree
much
there.
better. There's just something about
movies
that,
nowadays. I don't like the look of movies nowadays. I said that before. They all look like like somebody put like a film over the camera lens. There's like something off about like modern films, and I can't
like
put my.
It's because they're shooting in like fucking 1080, you know, this 4K now and shit like that. It's kind of a shame that mainstream movies went that way. And I know there is the odd director out there that still shoots on film and stuff because they're old school.
Yeah.
You know,
actually, Tarantino talked about. I just listened to Tarantino talk about this, and like he was saying how like film is so important, and like the connection between it. A lot of it is like the fact is it's literally moving pictures. It's a bunch of still frames,
right?
Moved at a rapid pace, and it gives a different look.
But technology is also about convenience too, right? And when it comes to convenience in filmmaking, when you look at the way films were made back in the day, they used to have to do the dailies, right? They would go and shoot some shit, and then they would have to check it out later, which is very time consuming. And then be like, holy fuck, that's out of focus. We need to reshoot that. That didn't work. We have to reshoot that. Blah blah blah. When you shoot digitally, you can check it out right there. We'll just redo the shot. Blah blah blah. It's time. it saves a lot of time and money. And I get why people shoot digitally. I totally understand it from today's standpoint because time is fucking money. Let's face it, it really is. And I get that, but from the fan standpoint and just the standpoint of like history of film and stuff, now these movies are going to be, that's what they're going to be from here on out. They're going to look like that. I mean, I would rather take the time and do a film on film and the way I would want to see it than just to save money and, you know, do it for the, you know, for the masses and stuff. Like, that's just me personally. I don't know.
To sort of comment on that too, and this is why a lot of like older cinema, lower budget cinema was so great, is because when that camera starts rolling and it's like, that's money burning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you had to prep, make sure that you got the shot, take more time and care with each scene and scene that you're filming. Whereas now you could just do it over and over again because you have unlimited, there's no money in the camera. Right. You know what I mean? That's rolling through the camera. So you had to really make sure you had your effects lined up if you were doing practical effects. You know what I mean? Well, it just was a different time period, man.
Right, man. You're not spending a couple $100 on a fucking film reel, you know, and then you're going to use that shit up and and you're burning the time and shit. It's just, it makes complete sense. But, you know, from a visual standpoint, I'm like, nah, I would take anything that was shot on film over HD quality nowadays, for sure. And you're right though, man, like you can just keep redoing shit. And but like you can see the heart in these older films, like they rehearse and they take the time to perfect these effects and stuff, where again,
before you shoot, because you know what I mean.
But that was also the product of, you know, you're spending a lot of time and money not only on your film and stuff but on your effects and shit, where nowadays a lot of these movies aren't practical. That's another reason why they don't care about the film and stuff. Like, they're not going to waste their time on these practical effects and have to reshoot that if you're doing digital effects, right? So that's another thing too. So just downgrading film, in my opinion.
Yep.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess that's probably going to do it for the intro then. Should we move on to this list?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You guys down? All right, man. Let's do that shit. It might be one of the shortest intros we've had in a long time. It's good. All right, guys. So we are going to get into this top 10 list. We'll tell you what the order is when we get back with you. See you in a minute. Yo, who this?
Yo, Modes, it's your boy, the ill-mannered funky child, calling you to remind you that the featured reviews on this episode contain spoilers.
Aw, yeah, man, that's right, brother. Thanks for the heads up, playa. Now go back to being an unproductive asshole.
Fuck you. I tell your listeners to stop being so dumb, silly, sensitive.
Yeah.
And now, our feature presentation.
All right, so getting into the top 10 of 1994 here on episode 227. Yeah. All right, so we predetermined what the order is going to be before the show started, and the order is going to be Mr. Parker, a.k.a. the Grumpy Old Man, Dave Z, also known as Joe Pesci, me, the Toxic Offender, JP the Mexicant, and of course we got Carly, also known as May, anchoring the show. So, all right. Dave, let's get this shit started.
Okay, so I fumbled with the bottom of my list. I had a couple titles I wanted, and then I realized that I just had way too many cheats on my list already that are like a borderline horror. So I was like, at least gotta keep some of these horror movies.
Fucking cheaters.
So my number 10 is a Hong flick. I think it's the best rape flick of the year. There we go. And it's a very strange because in 1993 in Hong Kong, there was a series of rapes, violent rapes and murders that took place in a lot of hotel apartment complexes and stuff like that. And in 1994, there was at least 3 films that came out really fast in succession. There was The Rapist, A Portrait of a Rapist, that's 2 of them. And then the final one here, I don't know which order they came out in, but is Red to Kill, which made my list. It's a Cat 3 movie, infamous, directed by Billy Tang, who did a bunch of these kind of movies like Brother of Darkness from the same year. It stars Lily Chung, I think is her name. She had 4 movies from this year. She's a really good actress, very pretty. I think she was actually like a Miss Universe in Hong Kong or some shit. Anyways, the plot is absolutely absurd. It's exploitation as hell, and they open the very beginning with a quote, which is hilarious. They're like, "This is to make sure that we put a spotlight on the mental handicap of being blamed blamed for shit they didn't, yada yada. Essentially what it is about a group of mentally handicapped people that live in this disabled home, and a social worker is trying to help one. There is a rapist that goes around and rapes any women that he sees wearing red violently. And of course, our main character, this poor mentally handicapped girl, is raped, and it gets complicated, and there's like this ultra violence and exploitation, and it's really insane. And just some of the stuff they do involving mentally handicapped people is unheard of. I'm a fan of these kind of crazy Cat 3 movies. I think this is one of my favorites, probably. So Red to Kill, 8 out of 10.
Whoa, starting with 8s. How about that lead, the villain in that dude? That dude gives a fucking crazy performance.
Yeah.
That dude is fucking nuts. Like,
and
he's
what a
jacked too. Like his shoulders and shit. Like when the camera's behind him, it's like Jesus.
Yeah, and how he flipped from one thing to the other that way. I was like,
Intense.
wow, because he did good on as both performances. He was very believable.
It's a crazy movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good.
Okay. So,
all right,
Pesci.
Yeah, this is not going to be popular, but I'm always true to the game. Sometimes I watch movies and multiple times, and a lot of times, okay, not a lot of times, but it does happen where the more I watch a movie, the more I like it, the better it gets. It happens more often than this happens here. This particular movie, the more I've watched it, the less I've liked it. I've come down, and the first time I saw it, I loved it. This would have easily been in my top 5 if we did this 10 years ago. And yeah, I've come down, but not that far down. It's still number 10 on my list. But it's Cemetery Man.
I knew it. As soon as you started talking about that, I knew that's what it was.
Well, because I know how popular it is, and I enjoy the movie. I mean, life goes on, you know. There's a character named Mickey Knox in it, which I never picked up on before, which too bad he's not on this list anywhere. The real Mickey Knox. But
yeah, and he's an actor, though.
Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? He's an actor?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was a character. I didn't notice it till this time. I just have it in my notes. See? I'm useless without him. Even with my notes, I'm useless. So there you go. I mean,
fucking speechless,
Anna
man.
Falchi,
I'm fucking
the most
speechless.
beautiful living woman. You know what it is? I used to
Anna
love
Falchi,
the stuff.
Wow.
Anna Falchi. Oh my God, the most beautiful living woman indeed. And I would have to say, I would definitely kiss her like that when they go in that cave, whatever, that thing that all the stuff in it, and the mausoleum, whatever the hell it's called, and you know. I'm thinking, yeah, I would kiss her if she wanted to, even though she was all dirtied up that way. I like the blue floaters. I like the story to a degree. I just noticed that the more I watch it, the more I'm checking out. I'm noticing it's too much for me about the love story, and I just don't care about it that much. There's like good elements here. The more I've watched, this is like the 7th or 8th time I've seen it, and I just keep coming down like every time. It's the weirdest thing, but I still enjoy it. You know, the great cross kill is cool. I mean, then you have the other stuff with the guy riding out on the bike. That's ridiculous. That's just not my type of shit. When the motorcycle comes out and he's on a bike, it's just not for me. It's a little too goofy, but I do dig it. It's a bizarre film. It's filmed well. It's a cool story. Can I explain it? No, but I'm not holding it against it. But I've tried to figure it out a couple of times and say, no, this doesn't work because of this. But again, it's an Italian movie and it's dreamlike, and you're not going to figure it out. I enjoy it. I just
that's part of the explanation right there. That's part of the explanation right there.
What's that?
That it's dreamlike. There's one thing in the movie that I think a lot of people kind of miss is everything that's happening in the movie is actually happening inside the dude's head that's in the hospital, right? Because that's Rupert Everett's.
That's a guess.
I think it's true. I think that everything.
I don't deny it.
I think that the dude in the hospital bed, the guy that committed those fucking horrible crimes, who's in the coma. Everything that's happening that we see in the movie is happening inside his head. And I think it's all kind of explained when it comes to the end of the movie, when they go through the tunnel and they're heading to that cliff and shit, and like heading over the edge is literally pulling the plug. That's death, right? That's inside his head. And that's why everything in the movie it's all it's not set in a reality, like all the shit that's happening and stuff like that, because anything can happen inside your head. It's fantasy, right? So,
right. That's interesting. I never heard that theory.
There's a lot of things through the film that completely comply with that theory, and that's what I truly believe. So, especially when it comes to the ending and just how death is portrayed in the film, there's all these little nods to being in the coma and death and stuff. And yeah, Rupert Everett's character is the dude that's in the hospital bed. So, in my opinion.
Now I got to go watch it again. Okay, wow, that's cool, man. Wow. But yeah, I still enjoy it. I just think there's too much focus on the love story, which half of the time seems like it's a one-sided infatuation on both sides with both freaking lead males. Mm-hmm. But whatever, I still dig it. But I'm not over the moon as I once was. For me, it's a 7.
So, Dave, what do you think your theory is on it then?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not denying your theory. I'm just saying it is a theory. I mean, I don't necessarily have a theory, but what I love about that movie, it works with that theory or without that theory. I'll get into it later, I'm sure.
For sure. For sure. I mean?
No, like I'm not like, you can't argue that. Be like, that's not what's happening. It's like, okay, prove it. No, it's a good theory.
I just think there's too many nods.
I just think there's anything for sure.
I just think there's too many too many little anecdotes throughout the film that don't really support that idea. And I think it's actually really cool because of the way it plays out. Like if you have that in mind and then you go and watch the film, no pun intended, if you have that in your mind and you watch the film, I think it makes complete fucking sense. But I mean, you don't want to sell it on that either, but I think that's true. So
plus it got a banging fucking score.
Oh, the score is fucking amazing. And Rupert Everett, he's fucking amazing in the movie. And I mean, let's face it, man, the lead, oh my God, amazing.
Yeah, she's fantastic. Like Dave Z said, he'd kiss her when she was dead. It's like I'd kiss a Noggy to kiss her.
Man, the dude that plays Noggy in that film does such a good job too, man. That's a great performance. He's also fantastic. Very, very underrated in that movie. Yeah.
And bringing up Mickey Knox, who I believe probably Tarantino named Woody Harrelson after that actor, because that actor in that movie who plays the detective, who he actually used to help dub voices over in Italy. And in like Good, Bad, and Ugly and stuff, and he's the one who came up with that dubbing for the guy who says when the people are being worked over in Good, Bad, and Ugly and they're singing, and that guy says more feeling. That's the only word they could come up with. He tells this elaborate story, so I feel like Tarantino probably knows Mickey Knox very well, and that's probably why he named him Mickey Knox in Natural Born Killers.
Wow.
And that actor's also in Ghoulies too. He plays the guy who runs they walk on their belly like reptiles, with the cane.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but like the Mickey Knox thing though, dude, that's fucking incredible. That just like blew my shitter out. That just blew my shitter out.
He's also in Stage Fright. He's paired up with Michele Soave, the cop in there, and they make the joke about him looking like James Dean, and he's like, I look like Marlon Brando. He's just a character actor I've always enjoyed, so I paid attention to him.
You know, it's funny you bring up Stage Fright. I was actually thinking about this last night. That you know how Blue Underground is notorious for reissuing their stuff on Blu-ray and then 4K and stuff.
4K.
I want because I never upgraded my DVD to Blu-ray for Stage Fright, and I
might
was
as well wait now, right?
Well, exactly. I'm like, fuck it, man. That's one I would love to see on the 4K because I love Stage Fright, man. It's another great movie. Like,
Stage Fright's awesome, dude.
Great soundtrack, great setting, great performances. Like, it's fucking fun, man. It's a fun fucking movie. But yeah, anyways, that's just weird that you brought it up because I was totally thinking about that last night. Okay. So Cemetery, wow. I almost
hit him again.
I almost fuck that blew my shitter out. I'm not even joking.
Did anybody pick that for Dave's number one?
I did. I'm retarded.
I'm already out. Holy, that might be the first time someone's ever been out on a number 10 pick.
I'm not. I don't know.
Right? Like that's really very unusual to be out on someone's number 1 pick on a number 10. Wow, crazy. Okay. All right, so that is me. Yep. Yeah, I'm up.
Yes.
Okay, so coming at number 10, and yeah, I mean, I'm going to state it right now. People, well, I mean, when they do the polls in the group, it's just become a popularity contest anyway, so I don't really pay any attention to it, but people are going to hate my list.
That's why you always win it.
No, dude, that last
He didn't win on 2021, I'll tell you that.
I didn't even get a vote. I didn't even get a vote. And how many of the same movies did we have? It was like kind of ridiculous, but I think
me and you only had one.
Oh, that's right. That's that 20. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, the thing is, like Dave said, that people hate me, dude. We take a listener list, right?
Nobody
sometimes,
even voted for me.
and we take a listener list, and most of the time, the listener's list and my list match up. Yet I still never win.
Right? It is true. It is very, very true. It's pretty funny.
It's
Actually,
ridiculous. Like I have the popular list usually.
I got smashed in what was the year? I won in '85, but I lost in 1970.
Oh yeah, you know what, Dave? 85 was the one I was tripping balls on because we had pretty much the same list, and you totally destroyed me. I'm like, what the fuck is the difference here?
I had House and Silver Bullet, and you didn't. I don't think.
Oh yeah, Silver Bullet is a comfort.
I had a bunch of the same ones as you.
Silver Bullet is a comfort film for people apparently. So, anyways. Digress back into this. All right, so coming in number 10 for myself, and this is as honest as you can possibly be. I've always been a big fan of this director. I always thought this was such a strange sequel to just personally the way it was shot, because I from what I remember, the original film is not shot on video. So he did the sequel on video, and it's Wicked Games, which is Truth or Dare Part 2. From Tim Ritter, and nobody probably watched it except for me.
Oh, I did.
Nope.
I've always been a big fan of this. I've always been a big fan of this movie because I always laughed at Truth or Dare, and Truth or Dare is literally a straight up ripoff of Halloween. Like, the guy escapes a mental institution. His name is Mike. He goes on a killing spree at random, trying to get to this. Well, I think he's trying to kill his wife or whatever, but. It's essentially just a Halloween ripoff, verbatim. It's ridiculous, but
like Offerings,
like Offering, yeah, exactly like Offerings. It's pretty much the exact same thing, but it literally is. And no one ever talks about Truth or Dare as a fucking straight up ripoff of Halloween. It's kind of strange. But anyways, this movie takes a different approach, and it has so many twists and turns in the end of the film. It makes me laugh. It's so ridiculous. But as you guys know, I'm a huge shot on video fan. I think it's fucking hilarious. But it's well made. It honestly is well made. I mean, the acting for what it is decent for shot on video film. I like where it goes. The kills are fun. There's a really great sprinkler kill in this film. There's a really good where a guy rips a fucking can in half and he stabs it in this guy's throat and shit. And I think the effects are pretty decent for what they are. One of the funniest things in the film, though, is this scene where there's this dude in the fucking forest with this chick, and he's about to rape and kill her. Anyways. She kicks him in the nuts. He falls over onto his picnic blanket. And before he runs after her, he stops to take a bite of his sandwich and then puts it down and then fucking takes off after. I literally laugh every fucking time in this part, man. It is the funny. And then he just goes after all serious and shit. It's fucking hilarious. It's so funny, dude.
It's like that scene in Flesh Eater when he steals the candy bar.
Yeah, exactly like that. Dude, it's so funny, man. Oh, fuck. And I gotta say, man, one of our lead characters in the film, Gary, he's got one of the best mullets of all time. This thing is competing with Kevin Dillon's in The Blob. No! He's competing with Kevin Dillon's in The Blob, man, because this shit there's so much plumage here. It gets to you a little bit. It's amazing. It honestly is amazing. But for a shot on video film, I think Tim Ritter's based out of Florida, right? It's the regional. He did all his films all regional and stuff, right? So again, Florida for some odd reason has a mass amounts of great regional directors. I wouldn't say great, but I mean they make movies that at least me and Dave like. But I've always been a fan of Tim Ritter, and this one always kind of shocked me because, like I said, Truth or Dare was not shot on video, right, Dave? From what I remember,
it was 16. It was 16, but edited on tape, so a lot of people think it's SOV.
Right, yeah, but yeah, I remember it was. Yeah, okay, so it was shot on 60 millimeter. And so he did the sequel on video, which is years later. And I thought it was kind of strange that he kind of downgraded in video quality, but at the same time, the end of this movie is so crazy. You're just like, what the fuck is good? Because it's when you rewatch this movie, it's quite obvious that the killer isn't who the killer is. Right? Yeah. And right? Because you can just, it's obvious. Yeah. It's fucking obvious. But then there's more twists to that, and there's more twists on top of that, and you're just like, what the fuck? I think it's entertaining as hell. So yeah, Wicked Games. This is my shot on video scale, 8 out of 10. You guys know I have a different scale for that, but it doesn't really fucking matter. But I think it's a well done film. I've seen so many shot on video films that are just like, from like 2 out of 10, even on the shot on video scale.
Oh yeah, 1 out of 10s, man, all day.
Right? Even on that lower kind of base scale. And then you got Wicked Games. I think it's legitimately a decent film. He obviously liked the idea enough to make 5 of these. Which is kind of crazy. Made 5 fucking Truth or Dare movies, which is insane. I'm probably make another one after he puts out Catnado or whatever the fuck is coming out. But I don't know, man. I can't do these later films, man. They're just I just can't do it. Even the titles of them are putting me off. But anyways, Tim Ritter's Wicked Games. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that has that on a list, but that's not what I was going for. I just really like the film. I think it's fun.
Yeah. I'm a big fan too. Actually, I rated about the same. I love Tim Ritter's early stuff. I think he was from Kentucky or Tennessee originally, Kentucky, and then moved to Florida. Mm-hmm. But Joel D. Wynkoop steals a show in that movie, man.
Oh, you know what, man? I forgot to mention him. This guy has been in like at least a couple hundred movies. You always see him pop up in all these low budget movies. He was very prevalent with Tim Ritter and a few other directors and stuff. But he's great, man. He's a legitimately good actor. And that's what kind of sells this movie. And you're completely right. Dude. He really is, man. He's actually quite good. And that was the thing about. It's kind of the misconception of shot on video films because people go into them and they already see the video quality and like, oh, the acting sucks, blah blah blah. But if you watch this film with that attitude, you're gonna kind of miss Joel D. Wynkoop's performance because it's actually really good. So
have you ever seen the snuff edition moods of this, the snuff cut?
No, I have never seen that before. Was it only on Blu-ray?
I think it's when you get the Blu, I think you get both cuts, but the snuff cut is different. It ends in a more bizarre way. And it's like edited really weird and adds in more gore and stuff, like repeats the gore. I like this movie. I think the first 3 Truth and Dares are really good. In fact, I like the first 4. I don't remember 5 too much, but 3 is just as good almost. Screaming for Sanity.
Right.
They're pretty solid movies, man.
I have seen, I own all 5 of them. I have not watched the 5th one yet. So is the snuff cut done by the German filmmaker? I'm just curious because it says in the alternate. Okay, because it says there's an alternate version. German filmmaker Krupp Doom or whatever oversaw a new cut of the film using alternate takes and unused footage shot by the original director by Tim Ritter, and a new score by Toshikira Hirakawa or whatever.
I think he did some of the other stuff. I think he did the Descort Service score and stuff.
That's the guy that does those fucking 80 synth scores and shit like that, right?
I think so. I think he probably came from an older style of movies. I don't remember who he worked for. One of those guys, right?
Yeah, those scores that he does are fucking fantastic, man. He definitely takes the premise of 80s synth scores and incorporates that into new retro wave kind of shit, and they're fucking good, man. I would actually like to hear that with that soundtrack because knowing what he does, that would really kind of elevate it even more. Crazy.
Well, one part's fucking hilarious in Wicked Games is when they're having the dinner and the guy's wife, it's all the theme of Tim Ritter's movies, somebody's wife cheats on him and somebody goes crazy.
Right.
But the one guy's like, yeah, get a life. And then he just breaks the bottle. He's like, yeah,
that's when he goes to confront his wife about kind of working shit.
Yeah, at the restaurant.
They're fucking hilarious, man. It's so good. But I think legitimately the sprinkler kill is pretty funny, man, because this chick, she ends up falling on the sprinkler and it starts fucking shooting out her fucking chest, and it's awesome. It looks pretty cool.
You're watching the deaths in this and you're like, these don't make any sense, and then you see the ending and you're like, oh, well, I guess that does make sense.
Right. It totally does. Yeah. So that was fun. Wicked Games, 8 out of 10.
Fucking Mike Strauber.
Yeah, that's that's not Mike Myers, but that's Mike Strauber. Yeah, for sure.
Fucking Mike Strauber.
I think you told me not to watch this, Dave. I
said I don't think you'd like it.
Right.
Does it sound like you'd like it?
You said it's shot on video?
Yeah.
Right? For me, watching shot on video is like watching CFL football or something.
Dude, you know what,
man?
If
it's a great game,
you know what, man?
It's a great game, but I'll still feel like something's missing.
I'm not going to
watch an XFL.
I'm not going to get offended by that because I personally can't stand CFL football either. Because you know what's stupid about CFL? 3 fucking downs, huge ass fucking basketball football. Basically, it's this big fat short thing. The field is 110 yards before the end zone, and the end zones are 20 yards long. And
why change it?
But the stupidest thing about
isn't it less wide too? Like
no, it's more wide. It's way more wide. But the stupidest thing about CFL is this has to be the dumbest thing.
Two Rough Riders.
No, there isn't two Rough Riders anymore. The league's all stupid now. But anyways, the
stupidest 8 teams and 2 had the same name.
Yeah, that's the way it used to be.
8 teams and 2 had the same name.
Yeah, that used to
be. Imagine that if it was 8 NFL teams and 2 were called the Steelers. Imagine that.
No,
and it's not even a common name. It's not like the Pitbull. Like 3 MMA fighters named Pitbull.
No, so get this. The stupidest thing about the CFL is the uprights. In the NFL, they're at the back. Of the end zone, which makes sense, right? They're in the front. Hurt. So in the CFL, you see guys running into the fucking pole all the time because it's in the front of the end zone. And I'm shit you not. I've seen games. I've seen highlights where it's in the front. It's in the front. I've seen highlights where the quarterback is trying to throw the ball or whatever, and he hits the upright because it's in the front of the end zone.
Well, it used to be in the middle of the end zone in American football.
True.
That's even dumber. Like, that's just stupid. Like, how do you work dumb. But like, why would you have in the front? Like, some of the best volleys are these guys that are running for a ball and they're all of a sudden wham in the fucking pole, like right in the fucking. Oh, it's amazing.
Well, I'm glad you didn't get offended at the CFL.
Oh, dude, I can't stand CFL. It's a stupid sport. That's why I'm a huge NFL fan. That's why I have the NFL package. And like, I love NFL football. It's short. It's shorter field, narrower field, bigger hitting, more downs, more action, bigger athletes. Well, the CFL is just the minor leagues for the NFL.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what I feel about shot on video.
Shot on video. Shot on video is the minor.
There's guys like Warren Moon, who's in the CFL Hall of Fame, who's also in the NFL Hall of Fame. There's guys who have made the transition quite well, but overall,
remember the Rocket?
Yep, Richard, he was good.
Remember him?
Yeah,
dude, Ismail, he was fucking great in the CFL, and he was good as a kick returner in the NFL. But dude, he was a fucking superstar. Remember that shit, the Argos?
Dude, man, that guy had fucking wheels, man. Holy fuck!
Wow.
Fuck, he was good, man. That guy was a great football player, man. Yep,
he was.
Okay, so that is going to be who's next?
Me.
Yeah, JP.
So my number 10 is a film I have seen before, and I was like, hey, it could probably make my list. I rewatched it last night. It's the most offensive thing on the show since Jeremy left, and that is Red to Kill. Twinsies with Dave.
Nice. Good man.
Nice.
This movie's like insane. It's actually like, this is a movie where like it's definitely not for everyone. I could see people actually being offended at this movie because there is a lot of comedy in it too, and I feel like some of the performances are like almost like somebody trying to act like somebody with a mental disability and not somebody trying to actually be like that. Like some of them come off a little fugazi,
Mm-hmm.
Especially at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, the end is weird. I don't get that.
No, the very last scene in the movie. The very last scene.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I lost my train of thought.
Sorry,
no, it's all right. The whole thing with the whole movie is literally like a mental, handicapped people. And there's that thing that you mentioned at the beginning of the movie, the scroll, but it's still like at some points I'm still like, is this really like a positive thing? Like, I don't know, so I could see this movie being a little offensive to some people. Not to me. It nothing really bothers me. But yeah, I think this movie's nuts, dude. Like, it's just crazy. And the lead villain in it is like absolutely insane. One of the probably the craziest performance of '94, honestly. And I like the look of this film too, man. You guys were talking about like '90s not having a good look. Like this one does for in Hong Kong.
Asian movies are different. I don't include that.
I like how all my movies look on my list.
Yeah. And the it has like that almost like saxophone-y score that was like very popular in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that. It almost feels like
it's very popular
drama show or something, like a TV show.
It's very popular like in the real early, like 90, 91, 92. 94 was a little bit late for the sax, but like I always incorporate like the early 90s and shit always seemed very artsy to me, just in general. And like the sax always kind of fell into that. I think that's kind of where it came from. But yeah,
it always gave me like a chill, like temperature wise, like chill vibe. Like a lot of like thrillers and like, you know, stuff like that had that like saxy score in it. I've always liked it. I don't know, it works for me. But yeah, this movie, if you've never seen it, I'm hoping that maybe like Unearthed or somebody, or even
Air 444 is putting it out.
Who's that?
It's some weird new company that put out a couple movies.
Is that
in the US?
Is that American?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Well, I'll be damned.
Damn, I didn't know that. Fuck.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. But I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Starting out with 7.5s, JP.
Yes.
Carly.
Right.
Do you get offended when I call you May? By the way, I'm sorry if you're offended by that.
No, I'm the one who.
And I should clarify on that, even though it's a little late. I've already called you like 4 times. I'm not calling you May because of like, you know, your personality is just the eye condition.
It's because their eye disability.
Yeah, no, I mean
that might be worse.
Yeah,
I think that's worse.
No, but it's not offense. It's not offense. I'm not trying to be offensive because she's got this thing. I mean, you can't help what you if you have an eye disorder.
You can murder me anytime, Carly.
It would be definitely more offensive if I was. Oh yeah, Carly's exactly the same as May now. That's kind of offensive, man, because that's not cool. I wouldn't want to be friends with fucking May. She's freaky.
I'm the craziest
friends with you.
Like
the craziest person in here. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to chop someone up, though.
I don't know.
You never know.
Dave.
Me or Carly?
If there's one person in here that would chop someone up, it's definitely Dave Parker.
Yeah, Dave Parker.
No. I don't think you're going to chop someone up.
For real.
Yeah, he's just going to snap one day, and you're going to be like, I knew that guy.
Well, I guess we'll know. I guess we'll know when Dave stops doing reviews with Jeremy on his weekly review channel. All of a sudden, he's just like, there's no weekly review with Jeremy, and we're like, where's Jeremy, man? He doesn't answer.
He didn't like The Shining.
Okay, well, that's enough to chop someone up right there.
Rage of the Undead.
Oh, Jeremy should get together with JP there, man. They're not the biggest Shining fans. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
All
right. My number 10. My number 10 is Relative Fear.
I don't even know what that is.
I told you what it is. What do you mean, what the fuck?
Why are you getting mad at me?
Oh, red ass already.
It's like you should probably watch this move.
I'm completely lost on this one.
You told me to watch that?
Yeah.
Fucking Carly bringing it. Wow.
Yeah, you guys wanted me to bring the moves, and I brought
them. Word.
Did you guys not? Did you guys not see this move?
I did.
Okay. It's like a scary child is the child the killer type move. It's about
I love them.
Yeah, it's about basically a psychopath and a regular mother give birth on the same night, and then the babies clearly get switched at birth type of deal, and then the normal parents, you're following them, and their kid he doesn't really talk or anything, so obviously they just diagnose him with autism because that's what you do with kids that can't talk. And then people start coincidentally winding up dead, like at their household a lot. And then the police are like, I think your kid's killing all the people. And they're like, no way. Or Adam or whatever would never. And then, stuff kind of goes from there. And then it gets a little twisty at the end. But I liked it. I like killer kids, maybe killer kids, creepy kids. I like those types of movies. And I just, this was one of those random ones that I saw on the list that Mr. Parker concocted, and I was like, huh. And then I looked at it. I think I watched this off YouTube, honestly, and I didn't know what it was going to be about or anything. And I was like, oh, cool. It's a, scary kid movie. And I enjoyed it.
Wow. So. James Brolin's in this movie? How the fuck did I miss this one?
I didn't even realize
Crazy.
It was him.
And Emmett Walsh is in it too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Emmett Walsh, totally.
No,
I'm looking at the cast on this going, what the fuck? How did I miss it? Wow.
Yeah, how exactly? If I would have saw this like in the IMDb, I would have watched it. I didn't even know it even was there.
It's even labeled as a drama, horror, thriller. Fuck.
Yeah.
What'd you give that, Carly?
Well, I'm like JP. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10, starting with 7.5s. But I liked it.
I do enjoy the part where he like keeps turning on that
it.
the true crime television station.
Yeah,
like, stop doing that.
He's like watching people get killed and shit. Yeah.
And then he starts drawing people getting killed. It's a nice twist at the end too. Like you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, but yeah. So.
And James
Gotta
Brolin
watch
is
this.
handsome as fuck in that movie for an old guy. I was like, I hope I look as good as this guy when I'm that old.
You don't.
No, I won't. I look as
He
I look
already
worse-
doesn't. He said.
I look worse than him at 35 and he does like 46. And to be honest, every single one of you does too.
Oh.
What about me? I'm older than 46, but I still look as good as he does.
You don't
in this
look
movie.
as good as James Brolin in this movie. I'm sorry.
Do I look younger than him though?
Probably.
No.
All right. Thank you. No.
Because James Brolin looks kind of like my dad in this movie.
Yeah, I can't be anybody's.
Well,
dad.
I'm baffled. I wasn't expecting to like not see anything
You'd be my
on
dad.
people's list. That really took me back. Well, fuck me.
Yeah, I did it.
Fuck me. All right.
Yeah, fuck you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fuck me. All
I'm
right.
happy. I love when that happens.
Yeah. No, that's
Wow.
very interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Parker. Back to you.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is going to even like this movie. I watched this fucking thing 3 times for this show.
I
watched
watched
it
it
once.
today, didn't you?
Yeah, I watched it once and I was like, I love this. Watched it again, I was like, do I love this? Then I watched it today and I was like, I do
hate
love
this.
this. No, I loved it. It's such a weird
love
movie. It's
minus love equals love is what
Oh,
you're
it's not that,
Oh,
is it?
like seriously, like, didn't even say the title. JP's got to say the title wrong. Love
No,
My-
it was a
What's
joke
Infinity?
because you said you love. Man,
Oh, I didn't get your
catch
joke.
up. Catch
Over-
up.
That was a good joke. 3 times. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. So, what? Love minus love equals what?
Love this. That's
Hate,
what you did.
right?
You were like, I love this. and
Well, I was
then
talking. I couldn't hear the joke.
Or
Well,
zero.
yeah, love minus 0 equals infinity, which is a fucking bizarre title by a bizarre director. The director is Hisayasu Sato. He's directed about 63 movies. They're all relatively short. They're all relatively weird. I've seen about a dozen of them. They're all about voyeurism and
Are they all half porn? Sorry.
they're all pinky movies with sexual violence and weird shit. But I mean, look at the other movies he made: Lolita, Vibrator Torture, Naked Blood, Celluloid Tears, AK. Yeah. So like his movies are fucking bonkers, and this one just spoke to me. Like in the very beginning, the weird stylistic film style, like it's almost like Dogma, like it's handheld camera around the city, and it just follows this guy who's like wants to die. I can relate. He just kind of wanders around, and he's just like he claims himself to be a UFO. He identifies objects or some shit. So he just picks somebody and starts following them, and like you learn that this guy's life is just in shambles, and he focuses on this woman. And like this woman is somewhat of like, you don't know, it's kind of like implied that she's a vampire, but she's not necessarily a vampire. And it's this whole medical fucking story, and it's really weird and bizarre. And it has like this idea of passing on through other it's weird. Like, and by the end of it, you're like, I think there is a supernatural element, or at least somehow passing on through the blood. Yeah, and it does stop for a long time to have these sex scenes, but like I said, I love watching Asian movies with sex because 90% of the cast is attractive. So I like this
She
one quite a
was.
bit. Yeah, everybody in the movie looks good. Like, I'm not like watching
Yeah.
it, like, you know what I mean? Like, so 8 out of 10. And this kind of filmmaker is not for everybody. He's super weird. He's super perverse. His movies are so like perverted. Like even if they're not as sexual because they can't show pubes and stuff, like you watch it and you're just like, dirty, man. I don't know how to explain it. It looks grungy too. Like everything looks so desolate and depressing, but for some reason,
it was like it looked like it was filmed in a fucking junkyard.
It was at one point. There was a
right.
I love that.
But like
young
even
couple-
outside of the junkyard.
Yeah, the young couple. Like it's just the idea that he would do something like they're in the junkyard and they look through this trailer, and inside the trailer in the junkyard is a woman masturbating that they know, and it's just like this. They set it up like this weird perverse thing, and like. The idea that the young couple like to just kind of change blood in like a sexual way, like so they get drugged, like it gives them like a high. And like the one guy, like, don't you guys know anything about AIDS? And he's like mentions his worrying and taking care of himself and not like.
He basically says fuck AIDS, man.
He ends up with fucking AIDS, and the other one. I mean, I imagine that they probably end up with it too, but it's just a crazy ass fucking movie, weird, and like it. It's really not the easiest movie to follow. And what it's saying stuff.
I feel like I like this movie because I like these type of films too, and it was definitely worthy of a rewatch. But I think it would have benefited from a rewatch for myself because I had no idea what I was getting myself into with this one. And when I watched it, I was like, okay, I like that, but I would really like to rewatch. I just didn't get to it again. I rewatched like 8 films in the last 2 days, and this wasn't the one I did. I actually kind of forgot to. I actually should have rewatched it. I just didn't.
The score's awesome.
Yeah,
I love the score.
Yeah, I think the thing that I really liked it too, Dave. But it doesn't overstay its welcome. It's bite sized. It's only like an hour or something.
They're all hour long.
It runs like an hour, man.
Yeah, it's like for this type of movie that's all like weird like this and stuff. If you push it too long, it gets kind of annoying. You know what I mean? So
I agree.
Yeah.
Like it's perfect time. It's an hour. You can rub one off. You can question your life.
It's not even
and then you can fuck it.
It's not even the content or the narrative in these movies that overstays sometimes. It's just the look and feel of it too. Like it makes you kind of feel dirty and nasty and shit. Like if you're watching that shit for like 90 minutes to 100 versus like 60 to 65, it works a lot better in that because you can get to the shower quickly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Noisy Requiem is in a similar vein, and it's 2.5 hours long, and it's black and white, and it's one of the craziest.
See, that's what I'm talking about, man. You would have to take like 2 or 3 showers.
Different director though.
Watching that shit.
Sato would not make a movie 2.5 hours long.
Yeah.
Right. Did that guy make your director's list?
He made my top 20.
Yeah, I thought that name sounded familiar.
Damn.
He speaks to me, man.
What's he say?
He says, "Look in your neighbor's window."
Of course. All right, Mr. Z.
Okay, now this is the movie that of course I've seen before, but I've never been so high on it as I was this time. This one came up a little bit, enough to put it on the list. If this was a year ago, 2 years ago, last time I watched it, whatever, it would not have made the list. But I've actually been watching the original film of this franchise so much the last 2 years, and I'm just that movie is getting higher and higher, higher than I ever imagined it was going to be. And the funny thing about this movie is, it's the only movie that I can say, and I know this is going to sound ridiculous to some people, but hand to God, it's true. This is the only movie that I've ever unintentionally fallen asleep to. Like it was on the TV and I was on the couch and I passed out. I don't do that. It's never happened except during this movie. So it sounds like I would. Yeah. Sounds like I wouldn't.
I fall asleep like every movie.
I've never fallen asleep. I don't fall asleep. I have to go to sleep. I have to walk upstairs, lay in my bed, put in earplugs, and make myself go to sleep. I've
You're
been
like
this
a 90-year-old lady.
I've been this way since birth, and my daughter's. Well, I don't nap. And same thing with my daughter. But neither of us have napped since we've been 6 months old.
I don't nap either.
Out. No, never.
I don't understand the concept of a nap. I'm either sleeping or I'm not.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm never tired of that. I wake up, my mind won't settle down. That's the problem. That's the issue, dude. So it's like, I don't just sit there on the couch and fall asleep like an old man would. It's never happened. Hopefully it never does.
You're attacking me here, bro. Everybody calls me old man now.
Dave's in a lazy boy, just like watching fucking Rape Man 9. Just nodding off.
Snoring.
I watch Rape Man on the treadmill, bro.
So yeah,
motivation.
So this movie, in case you haven't figured it out, it's New Nightmare. Man,
I figured it out.
I really had a good time with it this time, more than ever. It's maybe
that was my number 2 for Dave Z.
Wow, I told you.
Dang, you're out on Dave Z.
I suck at Dave Z.
Oh, but like, I've been watching part 1 so often lately that I'm noticing every little thing that's happening here, how they're attributing the original. And when they're doing it here, this is 1994. Nowadays, everything is callbacks and member berries and every fucking thing you watch. You know, Scream and Halloween. Right. And I'm not knocking it, but I'm saying now it's a little bit played out to some people. This is 1994. This movie was ahead of its time to be doing things like this to a movie that was only 10 years old. And they're like, okay, let's do this for the fans. So I appreciate that. I like the fan. I like Heather and her husband and you know, and
you
their
hate
son.
the son, right?
No, I don't hate the son.
Oh, come on.
Oh, he
He's so
sucks.
He's fine.
He's okay. I mean, there's a few moments, but I mean, you know, he's fine. Little Gage. How funny is that?
Little Gage is awesome. This
Isn't
fucking
it funny,
kid
though?
is a different kid because he's annoying as shit. Gage was
no,
cute. This kid can fucking.
That's because
go
this
away.
kid's older now than Gage.
This kid can talk and stuff.
Yeah, he's
Gage can
when
talk.
Yeah.
But he's like a cute
No
little
fair.
2-year-old.
No fair.
I always credit this movie.
Aw.
I always credit this movie,
Gage.
man, for fucking Scream's success, man, because I always feel like this is the film that kind of set
Yeah,
the.
it's a precursor, man.
It's a total precursor to Scream, man.
It's Wes Craven testing the idea.
Right.
That's
No,
right.
it's cool. It's there's so many callbacks that are done well. It's like, you know, the funeral when they're when Chase dies, her husband. When they show the funeral, it looks just like the funeral with Rod in part 1. These are little things that I never picked up on before because I had it all fresh in my memory. There was like so many scenes that they were doing it, and I respect it because it wasn't as obvious as it is now. And like I said, it was still fresh. But I really think the story is cool. I like the family. I like what's going on here. Now, the third act, it kind of loses me. It always does. But I think I enjoyed the first 2 acts so much this time that it just didn't affect it as much. I was really into the pace of it and everything that was going on.
Is it the effects in the third act
you know,
that take you out of it? Because I've heard that from people that the third act, you know, the effects in it and stuff, and just the way Freddy looks and stuff kind of takes him out of it. Or is it actually like just the way the narrative goes? Because I think the core narrative of why he comes, I think it's actually quite cool of why.
But it happens like all of a sudden. Like all of a sudden the rules change and then like all of a sudden nobody's sleeping and the sitter gets killed. And I'm like, I guess you can really say, well, maybe it doesn't matter in this instance because it's not like you have to go to sleep to get it, but the setup with the other ones is that you do.
No, it doesn't.
But this is different, though. This is a demon is manifesting into reality.
Well, the reason why
maybe
the demon wasn't coming out in reality when the movies were going on is because it was the movies that was keeping it suppressed within that movie world.
It's not actually Freddy. It's an entity that's grabbing a hold of that thing because of what it created.
And the movies,
it's really actually kind of genius.
The movies were suppressing the idea, and I think it's really cool because the only reason why this movie is happening is because the original film series stopped and the demon was allowed to escape out of there, and it was working its way back into reality. I think that's a really, really cool premise, man.
It is cool, but the thing is this. Let me interject here. Basically, in that conversation, when Heather goes and sees Wes, he tells her that basically what you said, but once he enters our world, it's over with. Now he becomes a living, breathing thing in our world. So if that's the case, and he does reach in our world, which we do see it happening, why does she have to go to him in the fucking third act for that battle when he's already come here and made his presence? He's already broken through. So which is it? It can't be both. So there was just a couple little things there that got me.
Well, broken through in what way, Dave?
She said
he can attack people in the real world, so why does she have to go to the fake world to fight him?
Correct. Thank you.
Because he's not completely strong yet. Like he can
sure
just.
He is. You saw what he did to the babysitter.
Right. But but he's not fully manifested. It's a slow build. You know what I mean? Much like the Freddy character in general.
Well, that's not even what's happening. She has to show physically. She has to actually show that she has the will to go into his world to stop him, because that's what has to stop him. She has to gain the courage to stop him. She can't defend herself to stop him. She has to physically make that choice to stop Freddy Krueger, similar to how she did in the first movie. That's why she needs to follow her. She has to look inside herself, like Wes Craven tells her, to find Nancy.
She has to play Nancy, man.
That's why the reality is turning into the. That's why the reality is turning into the movie world at that point. That's why she has to go in there.
But how come John Saxon gets there before she does, and she's confused by it?
Because
they're in the movie world.
It's like mending together.
Yeah.
See, maybe I'm missing it, but to me, it seems like In the Mouth of Madness did such a good job of something similar, making it easy to follow, and this is a little bit too jumbled for me in the third act.
I don't disagree with you, Dave. I mean, Wes Craven's the best idea man of all time. It's just sometimes they don't come out 100% correct.
Just a couple little things, and they make a big deal.
I don't know.
She says they should have shown him. They should have shown us as the audience that the kid sleepwalked earlier in the movie instead of waiting for that one scene just so she could say he sleepwalks, you idiot.
He sleepwalks the whole fucking movie.
When does he sleepwalk?
He sleepwalks on the tower, doesn't he? The jungle gym.
Yeah, when he's watching the TV.
He's awake though. Isn't he awake during those?
That's what sleepwalking is, though. It's not like your eyes are closed walking around like people do stuff. Yeah, you're not coherent.
Like actually awake. I used to sleepwalk when I was real little, and it's like
you're awake, but
I
not.
remember.
I always thought
it,
sleepwalking
but,
is so bizarre.
Creepy.
Such a bizarre thing.
Interesting. Maybe it went over my head. So there you go, you guys. That does help my.
No, but it is a little sloppy, Dave. I mean, the idea is so insane that it's almost impossible to grasp. So there's going to be some blurriness, to be honest. Let's be honest, and that's probably his intent. Like the idea is great. Like it's a cool idea for sure.
I mean, I'm not knocking it. I never enjoyed it so much as I have this time. You know?
Yeah, I think she has to break into that dream world before he breaks into the reality world fully. I think that's you kind of have to even the mesh here.
She has to fight him on his domain because she has to show that she has the will to fight him, or she can't beat him if she doesn't have to show it.
Right, and the world around him is actually turning into that though too, right? Because remember when her dad shows up and all of a sudden he's not John Saxon?
Yeah, of course. Well,
right?
He calls her Nancy.
It's Nancy, and everything's kind of changing, and then she kind of realizes, oh shit, this is changing, so I have to go into this world and do the fucking deed and shit. So, I mean, to me, it makes perfect sense. I don't know. I mean,
yeah, I think that, and I've
also watched it like 100 times, to be honest.
Where I've never been a big fan of New Nightmare. It's always been like my least favorite.
Which
series.
I find so exceptionally.
I've always thought it was
besides fucking.
I almost find it hypocritical.
No, I like Freddy's Dead more.
Because you like 5 better than New Nightmare.
If Scream, I mean, you love Scream. You fucking love Scream, and this you agree it's like a predecessor to that shit. How could you not love this movie?
Because I didn't really get it 100%. I understood the basic concept, but I didn't really jive with it. I just felt like it felt too different from the rest of the series.
That's what I felt too. I agree with that.
But I felt now, as an adult, where I appreciate, I embrace the differences in different sequels. I like that now. Back when I was a kid, I wanted the same shit over and over again. You know what I mean? So, that's why this watch has definitely the most I ever liked the movie. And like Dave, I started noticing more, just being more mature and older. I haven't watched this one in probably 10 years. This is the only one that I didn't revisit recently. But even Craven commentating on Freddy and pop culture, I thought was so cool because it's his creation. And he's it's what he thinks of it and what he's seeing what it became, because he really didn't have much involvement in the franchise outside of the first and third film. So it was sort of cool, how they have Freddy on the talk show, MTV Freddy, you know what I mean? It was just neat to see that. And I didn't really appreciate that stuff back in the first handful of times I watched it.
Yeah, it's cool stuff. And speaking of Gage, I picked up this time, I'm like, they're doing the same thing again. They're having this kid walk across the freeway. Just the same way Gage got fucking blasted in the first one. We were worried about him getting blasted again in this movie in the street. It was I wonder if they did that on purpose, you know?
Did you ever see the trailer where it shows all those Freddys?
No, just cheap mask.
What's that?
Oh, the Fred heads?
I am not sure if they're in cheap masks.
I thought you were talking about the one Freddy's that run on the expressway.
Yeah, are they in cheap masks? It's been so long since I've seen it. But, that's not in the movie. You know what I mean? I always thought that was interesting. I just thought it was interesting that it was not in the movie.
That happens a lot. I was going to say, the only negative about the movie is in the last act of the movie, we have the kills. And, we already seen Wes Craven do the greatest kills in the franchise in the first movie, and he does kills in this, and they fucking suck in comparison.
They're neutered, man.
They suck. They fucking suck. They're shitty versions of the first movie.
About the movie, for me, is just there's not enough with the kills.
And they're not as good as the first movie. Why bother?
That's why
we don't even see those two dudes get
why are
killed.
you remaking good kills and doing them worse?
Why are you making your movie again, but worse?
That's because Wes Craven never focused on having, like, again, we talked about this before about, the kills in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise are very, very low compared to, Halloween and Friday the 13th and stuff. I think it's more about it's story. It's more story driven. It's more story driven. It's more character driven and stuff. He doesn't really try to focus on that. But I do get what you're saying, though, man. There is some missed opportunities in this film with having that element of upping the game with, if you're going to do some kills, do them to the level that you need to be at for this type of film.
Yeah. Do you think he didn't do it because in '94 the MPA would have fucking cut it out anyway?
Oh, I
probably.
think so. I've thought about that.
Because we're talking about Last House on the Left, Hills Have Eyes, Wes Craven here. I mean, he's no stranger to fucking fucked up shit.
Yeah, no, I think that just in general, like in the 90s, dude, like you just couldn't get away with any type of like overly violent shit in mainstream cinema, really.
I think so.
I do think that is probably the case. Fun fact, I know people hate when I tell stories, but it's not really a story. This is the first horror film I ever seen in the theater.
Wow. I think you've mentioned that before on the show.
Yes, have I?
A lot.
I think so. Yeah,
I forgot.
So thanks for the repeat there, buddy. I enjoyed that. That was good.
I wish we would have seen the other two dudes get killed, though. Chase's two partners and fucking... Because we just hear that they died. I'm like, well, what the fuck? It's a Nightmare on Elm Street movie. Since when do they not show the people getting killed? I thought that was a weird decision, But
bullshit.
But I digress. I enjoyed the movie more than I had before, and it's a 7 out of 10.
It's a good point that this came out like only 10 years after the original, because I always think like, oh, this movie is like a long time after, but it's like it'd be like doing this now and the movie came out in 2012 and like thinking about it that way is like weird.
It is so weird.
It is crazy. They did 7 films in 10 years.
The old franchise,
and then it was
the 80s.
Isn't it kind of fucked up? Like they did 7 films in 10 years. A remake comes out 15 years later, 16 years later.
Yeah. 2010, right?
2010. I think so. 15, 16 years later, and nothing since.
Nuts.
There hasn't been nothing in 12 years, and like it's just kind of fucked up how the franchise was so big for a decade, and then nothing.
They should just get somebody like Mike Flanagan to direct fucking Dream
or
Warriors.
The guy who did Friday. It, man. I'm telling you, the guy.
Either
who did
or,
It.
I don't care. Somebody good.
Like how the fuck do we have nothing else Freddy in this world, but we're getting nonstop fucking terrible Halloween sequels and reboots and fucking shitty ass, well, even more Scream films and shit. I'm not saying they're terrible films, but they're not really my cup of tea. But there's another one coming out, and there's probably going to be fucking 12 in the next, 5-6 years.
And Nightmare on Elm Street is limitless. The idea
That's what I was just going to say.
It's limitless.
You can literally do so much with
it. There's endless possibilities to a dream world.
Is that the problem?
No, the rights are up now. Somebody buy Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
Just do a bunch of them.
Why the fuck haven't they? How can you can make money? It's a guaranteed moneymaker. Guaranteed.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, seriously. When I was watching those 2 It films, I was like, dude, if they did this with Elm Street the right way, dude, it could fucking murder.
They kind of fucked up in It, too. That should have been Freddy Krueger in that fucking...
I said that 100 times.
They fucked up, dude. Why? Yeah. Why not? Well, we didn't want to... Who gives a fuck, dude? Do it. Quit being a bitch.
People would have lost their fucking mind, and then they would have been, like, hyped to see a new Freddy Krueger movie, too.
That was a bad call on them.
Yeah, 100% agree.
All they had to do was show the claw. They didn't even have to show Freddy.
I think people are scared I think people are scared to even touch the Nightmare idea right now because after the failure of the remake and basically
But it wasn't a failure though.
Well,
it made like a shit ton of money.
Yeah, commercially, you're right.
Okay. Our definition of failure and success is completely different. I mean, okay, commercially it made money, but I think with the fans it was not a hit. I mean, there's a lot of people that went to go see that shit that aren't necessarily horror fans. It is what it is.
Just keep Michael Bay away.
Just because something made a lot of money, just like albums. Sometimes somebody will sell 10 or 5 million records. Doesn't mean it's a great album. It means people fucking bought the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Studios, but when we look at money,
studios don't give a fuck what the fans think. They just care about the money.
But they obviously do give a fuck because if this movie was a financial success, why the fuck was there never a sequel? Because there was so much backlash to the shitty ass Haley Joel fucking Osment or whatever the fuck that guy's name is. I know it's not Haley Joel Osment. I'm just making a joke. But anyways, But anyways, the dude that played
Deadpool.
Freddy in that shit, man, there was a big backlash. And honestly, the movie sucked though. Like it was bad. They tried to repeat shit that just didn't work. How do you fucking fuck that up like 25 years later?
The worst parts of it. I liked the movie. I don't like that they did that because it was poor recreations. I liked the movie for what it was, but I will agree with you there. Every time they tried to recreate, it was poorly done.
But there's some cool stuff in the movie.
But at the end of the day, there's a reason why they never built off that remake. It made fucking money. And let's face it, in this world, when movies make money, there's a sequel always to be had. Why was there not a sequel to the remake?
Not always though, man. Because like
There
why
wasn't
wasn't
for
there
Friday.
another Friday?
Yeah, but that was a rights thing though, man.
No, it wasn't.
But
no,
not yet. It wasn't.
Didn't become
The
a rights thing till 10 years later.
Well, people knew that
Warner
shit.
Brothers
No,
owned it and had sequel rights for 10 years after that movie came out.
well,
I don't know
whatever.
why they didn't make one.
Maybe the creators of that saw that the fans weren't a big fan of the remake, and so they're like, "Fuck this, man. We'll just kind of hold off on this." But anyways, the point is, it was fucking Freddy. Apparently, it did well.
There was actually a Friday the 13th about to start shooting that was the plug was pulled when fucking The Rings came out and the digital copy shit didn't work.
Right.
And they're like, the franchises are dead, pull the plug.
Right.
And they literally
Rings
canceled.
and fucking Friday are the polar opposite.
I know. That's
But what I'm saying though, at the end of the day here is that the Nightmare on Elm Street series with the remake should have continued. Why didn't it continue?
Because sometimes studios are fucking dumb.
No, because I think they're listening to the fans. Because people did not
They
like
want someone to play Freddy.
Dude, if you fucking printed off turds and put a Freddy glove on them or a Jason Voorhees mask and sold them at Spencer's Gifts for $20, people would buy them.
Spencer's Gifts.
I swear to God, if you print
if you go to Hot Topic,
in a fucking box with the Jason Voorhees mask, fucking Christian has 3 of them in his house.
Yeah, but it's half the films.
Oh my God,
You
that's
could sell
fucking hilarious.
Funkos. You could sell fucking anything.
But it's
You could sell shit smeared Funkos and people would buy them.
It's literally a mystery
Actual
to me
shit
though.
from Artie Lehman on your toy.
It's a mystery to me, man. We've gotten so many terrible Halloween movies, and we can't get another fucking Nightmare on Elm Street movie.
Or Friday. Like, come on.
It's
not-
or Friday, and I agree because I'd watch either one of
Friday's
those
legal.
before any of these shitty Halloween movies.
Friday became legal.
My favorite thing about Halloween Ends that's coming out is the fact that it's fucking ending.
It ain't
It's
over,
not-
Moose.
it
You
ain't-
forgot about the
I hope it
sequel.
doesn't end.
Halloween money sign.
Right, right.
Do another 3. I don't care. Do it
Yeah, I'll
differently
keep
without
seeing
Jamie
them.
Lee.
You know what's going to happen,
Yeah.
man?
Why?
You know what's going
I
to happen?
enjoy him.
Move away from
They're
the
not even going to
I want
continue with
Zombie
this trilogy.
Loomis.
They're not going to continue with this trilogy, and then Rob Zombie's going to make
Zombie
his
Loomis,
third
no
movie.
plus.
He's going to make his third movie. And then
Dude, I
fucking-
would kill for a third Rob Zombie one.
right? It'll be so
Why
fucking-
not?
Oh, I would love to see the fan backlash on that, man. There's a lot of fans of this new trilogy, man. and
We better
it
not
kinda
talk about Rob Zombie anymore.
It kind of sickens me, actually, because they're pretty bad fucking movies. In fact, Halloween
I want
Kills
Rob
was
Zombie to
atrocious. It's bad.
Direct
I
what?
want
Dixie?
Rob Zombie to direct Nightmare on Elm Street, and fucking Kevin Bacon is the lead.
Kevin Bacon's like
Kevin
63.
Bacon would exactly. But Freddy was supposed to be old one.
Wouldn't that be
like,
funny
originally.
that Kevin
Bacon's a great actor. He
started
can do it.
Nightmare on Elm Street?
Yeah,
Why not?
I think so.
That would be
I
I
think
think
amazing.
he
old,
would
though.
be good.
With him and Heather, you should bring back Langenkamp, man. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, no,
They may
I
as
love
well.
Lang.
They should do it. They should skip everything that came after part 1 and then do a fucking a Nightmare on Elm Street now with fucking with Heather Langenkamp
You know,
playing fucking
since-
the same girl.
Since everybody hates Johnny
Johnny
Depp
Depp.
now, since everybody
Playing
hates
Nancy
Johnny
Depp.
Depp now, he would be perfect.
No,
to
everybody
come-
loves Johnny Depp now.
Well, I thought that he was all like,
Yeah, well, they hate Amber Heard.
oh, yeah, they hate
Yeah,
him.
Heard he
now
could take a shit in
now
his bed.
everybody hates Amber Heard.
Yeah.
And
So
everybody loves
Yeah.
Johnny Depp again.
that would be
Yeah, I
amazing.
know
You
the
could get,
times,
you could
bro.
probably get him to come back and do a Freddy movie, man. That'd be awesome. That'd be pretty cool.
Dude,
I would
Johnny
just
They
like
Depp.
should do it.
I just want to remake a Dream Warriors. That's all I want. I don't want a fucking 20 years later fucking actress who hasn't been acting for 30 years to be like, I hate you now, Fred Krueger. I fucking like, we get like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's like, you don't know me.
Yeah, but you know the problem is, the problem is with
Dream
1 and
Warriors
3,
would be pretty dope.
we got no John Saxon anymore. We have the
I
movie.
want Dream Warriors.
We have no John Saxon anymore, so that just
Well, his
sucks.
son,
we-
Jim Saxon.
No, John Saxon's irreplaceable.
Totally,
I want a
100%.
continuation
I
of
love John
Nightmare.
Saxon.
Have Nightmare come back, right? Like we said earlier with fucking Heather Langenkamp coming back, and Johnny Depp can die the same death in a bed, except this time Freddy Krueger comes in and takes a shit on his bed.
No, that's how he dies. He chokes on the shit in the bed.
We're doing the Dream Warriors, but now he's attacking senior citizens, and he only goes into old folks' home because society doesn't want him anymore. So he's like, he's just killing old people. I'm falling asleep all the time. I can't even watch Matlock without falling asleep. And then Freddy Krueger pops up in Matlock and he starts hacking people up.
I can't even get through 20 minutes of Murder, She Wrote.
Freddy just killed Perry Mason.
Oh, Perry Mason was good. Perry Mason was actually good too.
What did you rate that, Dave?
Oh, I said a 7 like 20 minutes ago.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, this is why the first like 4 or 5 in these lists always take fucking forever. But okay, so
new to us.
New number, new nightmare, number 9. All right, so coming back to me, I feel like this might be another movie that's on my list and no one else's. I don't know. I really don't fucking know. I'm really bad at this game, so I probably got everyone's shit wrong. From 1994. Oh, bad Brandon joke. Aswang.
I like that move.
I saw it. Yeah.
I love the reaction. Every time I say something, everyone's like, that's a bad choice.
That could have made my list.
Okay, so I have praised this movie for years and years. I've talked about this, like, kind of one of the hidden gems of the 90s, in my opinion. I always liked this movie. It's not perfect. It's not perfect by any means. I think the beginning of the movie is a little bit sloppy, the way the narrative is kind of told and stuff. It's kind of unbelievable, to be honest. Basically, where this girl kind of gets dropped off by her boyfriend, and he doesn't want her to make this decision to kind of sell her baby off and stuff. But then it kind of jumps from like her taking a basically a check to be like a surrogate mother, because instead of giving up the baby or get an abortion, she's going to have this baby for this couple. She kind of like poses as a wife to this guy because he claims that, his wife, or that his mom needs him to be married to inherit, the property and the money and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. But there's quite obviously a different motive here. If you're unfamiliar what an Aswang is, or Aswang, however you want to, how do you pronounce it? Is it Aswang?
Nobody knows.
Aswang? I don't think it's Wang. I think it's Aswang. I think it's Aswang.
Filipino monster, I believe.
I think it is. So it's a Filipino monster. The mythology behind an Aswang is basically a vampire type creature that can live in human form, but can shapeshift. And the thing is with the Aswangs, they actually live and they feed off of fetuses. That's what keeps them alive. So hence the pregnant girl that comes into this life, she's there for that type of reason. I think it's actually a pretty well done film, to be honest. I think, like I said, the beginning is a little bit sloppy and stuff. I think there's a pretty good gore in this film. There's some very awkward moments because there's a lot of tongues and crotches and eating out. And there's this great scene in the film where so the guy that's posing to be the husband and stuff kind of eats out his pregnant girlfriend. Next morning at the breakfast table, he says to his mom, "It's a girl." And it's very subtle, but it's awesome because it's kind of gross.
It's very
right. Yeah, it's pretty fucking nasty. It's a gritty looking movie. Unfortunately, I think that Mondo Macabro needs to release this Blu-ray if they still have the rights to it. I think it would benefit from a great transfer completely. Did you watch this, right, Dave?
Yeah, I like the atmosphere. I like the location. I like the story. And the most of all, it made me want to track down other movies about this creature, because there's a handful of them. Mm-hmm. I think one in maybe the 70s, and there's another one. There's like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
And they all look fucking bonkers. And this one is weird, too. I don't know how to explain this. This feels kind of like one of those, like in the early 90s, they had like kind of some really weird, kind of extreme, kind of 90s horror films. This one kind of is in that vein. Like,
right.
I don't know how to go about it. It's a nasty one.
I agree with you, man. It has this like premise, and it's got pretty decent atmosphere, and it's got a pretty interesting story, and the mythology behind the Aswang is very cool and shit, and like it's it's gritty looking. I think the look of this film really kind of sells it for me.
16, right?
It's gotta be, right? 16. It's gotta be, man. It's so fucking gritty, but I really like the effects that they use with the tongue growing out of the mouths and stuff. It looks pretty damn cool. and the whole idea of feeding.
He's on the rooftop, and is it the mom or the son who goes to the roof?
It's the mom. Ugh. Yeah, she gets all fucked up and stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of scenes where there's, like I said, there's tongues and crotches. It's like an uncomfortable film because the way they feed off the fetus. And the cool thing in the mythology is that if the fetus survives like this, this feeding frenzy before it's born, then the fetus actually turns into an Aswang themselves. So I think that's actually kind of a cool mythology into it. Or it obviously dies. It fucking dies and shit like that. But I don't know, man. The whole movie is gritty, and it's just an interesting premise that hasn't really been done a whole lot. Like you said, there's other movies. I haven't seen any other movies with the Aswang mythology, but very interesting. Very interesting. Talked about this one many times.
The only one in English.
Probably.
This might be the only one in English.
Probably.
I think it is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man. I mean, I could see this mythology being done so differently. And I don't know, man. There's just something really interesting about this idea. I think it could be totally grown upon, but I really like this movie. I think it's good, man. The lead actress in this film reminds me of what's her name, man? From what's her name? Oh, dude, it's driving me nuts. Oh, okay, never mind. I'm totally having a fucking brain fart right there. Hint. Jennifer Jason Leigh. That's who it reminds me of. Yeah, so I was having a brain fart day. She totally reminds me of her. Even though I love Jennifer Jason Leigh, man, she's a great actress. But this chick just totally reminds me of her. But so you watch it, and nobody else watched this movie besides Carly?
I watched it.
Oh, you did?
I saw it.
So what do you think of it?
Go ahead, Carly.
I mean, I liked it. It was one of those ones that I just kind of randomly looked up. I watched it off YouTube once again, and
it's on YouTube?
I thought it wasn't. Yeah, someone uploaded it to YouTube. That's where I find a lot of these movies.
You'd be surprised how much shit is actually on YouTube.
Yeah, I just type in the movies.
There's two different cuts. There's also two different cuts of this movie, too. Mondo Macabro, they released one. I think if you get the Black Case one, that's actually the director's cut. And apparently, I've never seen the other cut, which is actually like a cut R-rated version. So I'm not sure which version you watch, but like, did you see a lot of the gore and like the time? I'm assuming that's the stuff that would be cut out of the movie. I have no idea. I have no idea what to do.
I watched this one kind of early on. I don't really remember a whole lot, but I just remember I was surprised by how much I did like it, because I thought, well, first I thought it was going to be a foreign film. I didn't know what a Aswang was or anything. I just thought that was like, I don't know, an Asian word or something.
Yeah, me too.
But this is in English?
It is.
Yeah,
well,
the only one in English.
I did not know that.
The narrative of this movie is this family that, they grew up in the Philippines, but they live in like Wisconsin now. Right? So it's an American film. Yeah.
The quality I watched it on wasn't that, like, this would benefit if I could see it like on Blu-ray or something, I think.
Yeah.
I would probably have liked it more, but I gave it like a 7 out of 10. I enjoyed it.
This is a Vinegar Syndrome or On Earth release if I ever seen one.
Right.
Or even Severin.
I'm assuming that Mondo still has the rights to their because no one's ever re-released this, but who knows with Mondo, man. Like I said, they've always been an interesting company to me, man. They have so many movies that haven't really been released out of their vault. You know what I'm saying? There's so many things that are out of print that have never been released, but they're starting to come out now.
Another 94 move, Mahakal, was a Mondo Macabre.
That's right. And that's actually one of the ones I'm referring to. And they've re-released a couple on Blu-ray that they've done in the past, but they're just kind of like releasing Blu-rays that they've never done before, which is interesting too. So, but their back catalog, man, I would love to see all those.
Massacre got the rights to that, or if there's even fucking rights in the US, might just be fucking releasing it. Who knows?
Nah, there's
definitely. Do you like this movie, Dave?
There's rights involved.
Yeah. I must have saw. Well, yeah, I know the version I saw must have come from you. It was so I saw the kills. The kills were good. I liked the story. Just for whatever reason, it's just one of those movies. It ran out of steam for me in the third act.
Oh, see, the third act I think is the best act. I think the third act is the best act, man. It goes like fucking ape shit, man. This is ridiculous, and it's quite.
I don't
long
know what
too.
happened.
It's like 40 minutes of like tongue action in the pussy. You know, it's like it's kind of disgusting when you really think it. When you think about it, man, it's crazy. I think my favorite part in the film, like I said, though, is the dude when he eats her out and then he's eating breakfast. She leaves the table and he says to her mom, "Is like, it's a girl." And I'm like, I know exactly who he's referring to because he ate the pussy.
No, I didn't realize that was. I just thought that was happenstance. That they found out some other way. But that makes it all
it's because he's a fucking. I don't want to ruin the whole thing, but Jesus Christ, man! Right. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, don't ruin it because we're gonna have to watch it eventually anyway.
Why?
It's in the thing or the fucking Rue Morgue challenge.
Oh, so you didn't watch this, JP?
No, because I saw it was in the Rue Morgue challenge, and I was like, I'm not watching anything else that I haven't seen. It's in that challenge because I was like annoyed because I like my luck we'll get it like next week or something. I had to watch it again.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so yeah, we'll get to more of that.
No, I like
crotch action.
I give it a 6.5, so I like it. You know what I mean? I dug it. Hey, Moods, did you notice the kid had the Bills coat on in the beginning?
You know what? I was actually just going to get that. And I was going to say the main reason why I give this one an 8 out of 10 is the opening scene in the film when the boyfriend drops the girlfriend off at the whatever place you want to call it. He's wearing a Bills jacket. I'm like, okay, plus, I love this movie. Amazing.
Yeah, that was cool.
And it's funny because he's close, man. It takes place in Wisconsin, so he's very, very close to Buffalo. I guess it's closer. I guess, but
well, it was 94. It was cool to like the Bills at that time.
Right. Yeah, it was just after
that run.
It was just after their 4-year run. Yeah. Right. But so Oswong, I give 8 out of 10. I've seen the movie many times, so if you guys are just kind of on the fence about it and stuff, definitely give it a shot. I think I talked about this when I was doing that 90s series. I think I did, or I was going to talk about this one. I don't know. I might have talked about it. But anyways, I digress. It is definitely a movie that you should check out. It's it's definitely different. The mythology is definitely different. So very cool.
All right. Coming in at number 9 for myself is a movie that probably like one of the bigger surprises of the year. I almost didn't even watch this one because it never showed up on horror lists when I would search like 94 horror movies. And that is John Waters' Serial Mom. Anybody see this?
I did not.
Of course.
I did see it. Dave, you know what? Dave talked me into seeing it, so I saw it.
Yeah, me too. But I kept forgetting about it, and then I finally remembered it. I think this movie definitely qualifies as a horror comedy. You know what I mean? It's a serial killer mom in like suburbia. This movie is like hilarious, and it also just I love the like the feel of it, like this like happy-go-lucky like town and area, and like it feels very John Waters-y too. But the when you first like hear her like prank calling like that other mom in the area or woman in the area, and she's saying all this fucking grotesque like fucking shit, dude. It's so I was like at work, like I was like actually folding laundry to help out with the people when I was watching it. It was overnight. I had my laptop in the room where I was folding laundry. She starts cussing and going crazy. I'm like, shit, like I turned this down. It was a nuts ass movie, dude. And Matthew Lillard's in it. I didn't even know he was in that. Ricky Lake is in it, another John Waters chick. But yeah, it's good performances. It gets a little nuts at the end there. It's like it's super silly, but I had a blast with it. It's honestly one of the funner movies of the year. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
Nobody has anything to say about that?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of it myself.
Yeah, I liked it. I'm glad. You know, I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about it because here's the odd thing. I've always wanted to see it. I have seen one scene in my life from it. I was flipping channels, and I was around the time this came out. It was on HBO or something. I was probably high at the time. It was the 90s after all. So I'm flipping channels, and I'm coming across that one scene. And the woman is singing, "The sun will come out tomorrow," and then when she comes up behind her, and that kill, I fucking died. And ever since then, I always wanted to revisit this movie, and I just never got around to it. And I didn't consider it to be horror just based on what I knew and just the title and everything. It'd be goofy. So I never, but when Dave was talking about it and he was saying this, and this, and I was like, well, it's 94. How many years later is it? Now's as good a chance as any. Why not watch it for this? So I watched it, and I did enjoy it. I'm with you.
I like how she like throws that fucking like ceramic glass or whatever on the ground and then blames the other girl, the other woman.
Oh, was that Fabergé egg?
Yeah,
broke the egg, right?
Or whatever the fuck it is. It's just like,
dude, like the kills in the movie too. Like people are like, that's not a horror movie. It's like those kills are more elaborate and ridiculous. Like any slasher I've seen from this time frame. Like she beats somebody to death with a fucking leg of lamb. It feels honestly like in terms like some of the Child's Play murders are less brutal and like than these, and these are stupid. It's like a parody of slasher movies on top of it. It's very funny. Leave It to Beaver, fucking mom with cleaver shit. You know.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Kathleen Turner is the fucking bomb, man. I love her.
She's excellent at this.
I just love her in
just
everything,
think like
man.
10 years before this. But 10 years before this, she was such a sex symbol. She was hugely a sex symbol.
Doing shit with
and
Michael
this is only
Douglas,
10 years later.
Jewel of the Nile,
Dude,
and
have
fucking...
you ever seen The Man with Two Brains, that Steve Martin comedy?
Yep.
Dude, she is absolutely stunning in that movie.
Yeah.
Just like incredible. Just amazing. And the way that she's still very attractive. It's not that much further into the future. This is 8
Romancing the Stone, dude.
But,
she's awesome in that, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, Jewel of the Nile, that stuff. But I mean, what they do with her hair and everything else, they make her look the part, and it works. And she is great. She just has an incredible.
You know what movie another film with her and Michael Douglas and fucking the man Danny DeVito is one of my all-time favorites. Is War of the Roses, man. That movie has the greatest cast, it's just insane. The only way to describe the movie is just insane. And then she, like some of her later stuff, like V.I. Warshawski, I love that film too. I actually showed it in my latest update. I just grabbed the DVD of it, but I love that film too. I'm a big Kathleen Turner
I've
fan.
never seen that. I never even saw.
It's fun.
Wow.
It's fun. Actually, Kino released a Blu-ray, so they always got the shit. But good stuff.
The thing about
Serial Mom Jessica Rabbit. Isn't she Jessica Rabbit too?
I think she is.
If I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
The voice? Yep. Yeah, she is.
Yep. Yeah. Her voice is super memorable. But what cracks me up is pettiness. Like that's why I love Seinfeld so much. Yeah. And Kathleen Turner's pettiness is what causes her to kill. And it's so fucking funny. The end with the Labor Day shit. You're just like, oh my God. And all the characters are funny. They have great dialogue. The small town feel is perfect. And it's just set up. And John Waters is the king of something like, he says you have to have no good taste to do bad taste well. And he's 100% right. Like, that's the source material he's parodying very well.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, it's good shit, man. Fucking Ricky Lake.
Oh, Meat Stoll's great in it too. Just drives
I love the kids are Ricky Lake and Matthew Lillard. Like it's funny because most people look at Matthew Lillard as like the dude from Scream. To me,
SLC Punk.
He's the voice of fucking Shaggy, man. In the Scooby Doo movies, he's been this voice of Shaggy for I think since 2008 or actually the original actor left and then he took over, so he's been like 14 15 years kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
he
like
embraces it a lot.
And I love all that Scooby-Doo stuff. I buy all of that stuff, so like I watch all those movies and it's like Lillard to me. He's so good at it. He's so fucking good.
So let me ask you, I never saw the movies, like when they went live action. He is Shaggy in the live action movie, and he continued on doing the voices for the modern day that stuff.
I can't remember if the first live action movie came out before he took over in the animated series, but he's done every animated movie since like 2008 or 9. Like he's done a ton of them.
He's done
like 20 of them.
Just the live action.
No,
he embraces that role like a ton.
Yeah, no, he did the live action.
Why not?
But I think he might have been the voice of Shaggy in the animated movies before he did the live action. I think that's how it works. I'd have to check.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
But he's done like every animated movie since, and he was the guy. He took over for the original dude, which is crazy because the guy had voiced it for like 30 years. So
Casey Kasem.
Yeah,
he was fucking old by
and
then.
Lillard is good because when you see the transaction, like in voice, you're like, fuck, man, it's pretty close. It's amazing. So I always think of Lillard because I'm a huge Scooby-Doo freak. I'm a fucking big dork when it comes to Scooby Doo. So
nice
stuff. Yeah. Oh, it's back to me.
No, it's Carly.
No, it's Carly. She's
Dude, you're like way off.
I'm bringing up the rear.
I thought that was Dave's pick. Oh shit! Where the fuck am I here? Never mind.
Brandon's up next.
No, I isn't Derek up next? Oh,
you got Carly, Dave, and Dave.
Yeah,
sorry, man. I thought we were talking about Dave because it's the way I had my computer screen right now is because I write down everyone's list and I was like, wait a minute, I had it on Dave and never mind. Fuck. All right, Carly.
All right, number 9. I have The Paper Boy.
Nice.
I knew
like
that
this
was a
movie.
Carly movie. I knew that.
Yeah.
I like it too, but I knew you'd like it. That's funny.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I just like how they get there and like immediately the kid's like, you know, coming on too strong. It's not even like a slow progression. He's just kind of instantly like over the top annoying and kind of in their business and like being too much, and just his little flip outs are like they play off as funny and everything. But yeah, again, I'm a sucker for these types of movies too, where like there's someone who's like being overly invasive in your life, and especially neighbors, because I think it's like very relatable to real life, because I've had my share of very annoying neighbors, and it makes it all the worse if they're psychotic. So, but yeah, I had a fun time with this movie and thought it was pretty entertaining. And it's a first time watch for me, much like Relative Fear was. So that was cool too. This is another one of those ones that JP told me I should watch it, actually, to give him credit.
And Dave told me I should watch it.
All right, so
it's a JP movie.
Yeah, nobody fucking told me to watch it.
That's because you're not in
watch
the, you fucking left the chat. It's your own fault.
Yes.
No, I knew I wanted to watch it. I hadn't, seen that shit in fucking forever. Actually, I don't know if I'd ever seen The Paperboy. I couldn't remember if I'd seen this movie or not.
You gotta watch it.
No, I watched it for this, but I couldn't remember if it was a rewatch or not because I remember seeing the VHS in the rental place forever. It's just that artwork always.
I feel like I had watched it too.
Yeah,
I couldn't remember.
But I might have been thinking because I watched Mikey so many times.
I was
around
gonna
this
say
time.
Mikey. Holy shit!
Yeah, and then it was very similar artwork and like the Paperboy, and like I couldn't remember if I watched it or not. Yeah, like '94, I would have been 14. So, I mean, I was rental. I was a dork. If I wasn't listening to music in my head, like I would be renting movies with my headphones on. It's all music and movies. But yeah, The Paperboy.
It's very Canadian. It's very Canadian, and you know why? You know what really put it over the edge for me when I'm watching it? I'm like, oh yeah, this is very Canadian. At one point, the kid said that he was going to phone him.
Oh, dude, that is such bullshit, dude.
Don't start this again.
Honestly, dude,
I wrote it down. It cracked me up.
It's funny because I swear you guys don't notice this, but it's in every single American movie too that they say phone. Like it's constant. It's fucking constant in those movies. But actually, it makes complete sense.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for the phone.
But it is though. Like I swear, you guys are like old people where you're just ignorant to music. When you fucking like, remember when parents back in the day would be like blah 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 in the music. All I hear was fuck, shit, cunt, ass, whole motherfucker, and I'm like, no, there was more words to the song. There really was more words to the song. It's like fuck.
That's for sure.
Man, I've taken so many clips of movies. And I just didn't send them off. I'm like, watch this, guys.
You sent a lot of them, and I ignored all of them.
Exactly. Well, but I could do it hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times since. I could have done it.
Well, I'm curious. I want to see that shit because I'm being legit. Like moods. When I watched the movie and someone said they were going to phone somebody, that's when I stopped it and went on to IMDb and said this has to be Canadian, and it was. I'm being legit. But
the guy was fucking. He was wearing a Canadian tuxedo, eating a bowl of poutine too. So. He's like, I'll phone you down there at the call over on the.
See that's the fucked up thing, man. Is that like it's oh my god, it's all in American movies too. It's fucking crazy.
I've never seen anyone eat poutine in a movie. I've never seen one person eat poutine in a movie.
No, we don't have poutine.
But period. Any movie.
Yeah,
you think that they would have it in the movie.
I've actually eaten poutine in the States before.
No, but I've never. It's
I've never seen that in a movie.
Oh, in a movie? Maybe not.
Probably not.
But
We gotta have poutine in a movie.
I've never seen bagged milk in a movie. Have you?
No, I've never seen bagged milk. I don't know what the fuck that is.
With the crystal plumage.
See, Erin, my wife, always, she's like, what the it's like, apparently they even got it in Alberta too. And I'm like, I have never seen bagged milk. I have no fucking clue what that is. Like,
would you use it if there was bagged milk in your area? Would you consider using it or no?
Fuck no. What the hell? What's the point?
Regular milk.
No, because you have to put the bag into a fucking specific jug, cut the fucking corner off to pour. Like, no,
right?
Just buy a fucking
why
jug.
Why are you trying to waste all my time?
Just buy a fucking jug. Like, what the fuck? I never understood it, man.
I already spilled milk everywhere anyways without it fucking being in a bag.
I never understood bagged milk, man. It's like the
and then you
weirdest thing.
say that and you're like, no, it's really easy to pour, I swear. It's like, dude, I know how bags work. Okay, I know that it's possible, but I know that it's not as convenient as a jug too.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't, man. I actually had to look it up, and I'm like, that shit doesn't look cool. That's not cool.
Charlie, do you have anything else to say about this movie?
I like how he's like blunt, like that part where the girl falls off the ladder and he's like, oh yeah, she fell off the ladder. She's gonna be in a wheelchair the rest of her life, and like walks away. Like I like lines like that. Yeah, he's just like a horrible, horrible person. But yeah, it was enjoyable. I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Yeah, I like that one as well.
All right,
me too. And literally, you said it too, Carly, and that's what it says in my notes. Literally, this is my second note into the movie. I'm a sucker for these. I'm the same thing. Yeah, dude, I love these fucking. And Alexandra Paul, I like her. I've always been a fan of hers. And then she went on Baywatch and she cut her hair real short, and I wasn't into that haircut. But
I love how Dave is like. I love how Parker's like fucking just hates Canadian shit so much. He's like he had to move this long. He's like, Carly, you got anything to say? And in his head, he's like.
Well, no, people are just talking about fucking Canadian products and at this point. Like, remember John Candy? He's Canadian.
So he gets offended about the one tangent about Canada, where we tangent off on every single fucking movie, but the one tangent he gets all offended about.
I was in on the CFL. I was in on the CFL. I loved it, but I don't bag milk.
Nobody likes CFL. Nobody likes CFL. That's garbage. That's
like talking about it though. It made me laugh.
Yeah,
maybe it's because it was Canada.
All right. Anyways,
how about the kid Paperboy when he fucking gets real mad and he puts on this real high pitched angry voice?
That's my favorite.
He's like,
it's so awkward.
That was a good impersonation.
I just had to get it out because I don't think it's going to come up again. So I wanted to, because
I don't think so either.
We might talk about this one later.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm not sure Carly's hope so far is TV movies.
Okay. Well, I think the best thing about that movie is that Frances Bay was in it. So,
yeah, she was.
Oh yeah, that was the other one she was in.
Yeah,
she's actually. You guys mentioned so many actors. I never.
She's actually in one of the best movies of the year, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I like her. She's cool.
Yeah, Frances Bay.
What are you saying, Moods?
Well, she's in one of the better movies of the year.
Gilmore's grandma, dude.
In one of the better movies of the 90s?
Of 1994. In the Mouth of Madness.
Is he in it? She's in.
Yeah. She's
in she is in that. Yeah. She's the hotel clerk. Yeah.
She's
also in Blue Velvet, of course.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh yeah.
I've seen her around.
All right, Mr. Parker, back to you.
Okay. This is the first on the list, and I doubt it will be the last time. This was one of. Well, I don't want to spoil that, but it was a first time watch for me. It's the only animated movie that's going to make my list, and this is a cat giallo. If it fucking makes any sense. Philadad. It's a German film. It's very bizarre, and it caught me by off guard. Like, it starts off where this cat moves into an. It sounds so silly. A cat moves into a new. Cat moves into a new neighborhood, and the adults, like the humans in the movie, they're kind of like Doug characters, or not Doug, Charlie Brown characters, where you barely see them. But like he starts to follow this investigative thuggish cat, starting to look around the neighborhood because cats are ending up like missing, and they're all found like disemboweled and stuff. And he uncovers this crazy, really weird fucking giallo style theme, and it's about madness and medical experiments and cults. And there's one point in this movie where he meets a character and then they die, and I literally was heartbroken. Like, I was like, oh.
I did not expect that to happen at all. I was like, now they're going to team up and there's going to be a thing going on. Like, I was like, what?
Like, this is a dark movie, man. It's really cool and different, and nothing quite like it on any of the movies '94. So I gave this an 8 out of 10. It's a great movie.
It made me feel like my cats don't respect me.
Yeah,
they don't. They think I'm a can opener.
I really want to pick this. I want to pick this film up, man. I hope it gets like a really good release. But I like these kind of these fallout stories from World War II. You know, about experiments and the Nazis and the Jews and shit like that. What's that?
I did not see it going to the experiment way. Like that's what won me over. I was like, this might not be horror enough, and then it went to that, and I was like, oh, this is straight up like a crazy ass bonkers like giallo with like a crazy mental or a medical science thing, and I didn't see that coming.
It makes sense though. Right? The animation with live action actors, you wouldn't probably debate if it was a giallo or a horror film.
You're right.
Yeah, because it is a German film, right?
Yeah,
it's German. So I mean, there's a bunch of these movies where they're kind of like, I call them like fallout movies from like, you know, World War II with dealing with the Nazis and the Nazi regime and the experiments and stuff. And it's kind of cool how they did this animated wise, because it's definitely not a kids movie at all. I mean, kids would probably never really understand the core narrative of what's going on, but there's still the on-screen violence and stuff, which you do feel bad for some of the cats that get killed and shit. It's like, what the fuck, man? But it's effective in what it does, though, because it makes you kind of think, if you know where this is coming from, it kind of makes you like, fuck, it's super sad. It's super sad.
Yeah, and as long as you didn't like put, because the cover of it on Letterboxd looks like a straight like kids movie, and if you started off by like a new cat moves into a neighborhood,
I was like halfway through it, I was like, I don't think this approach is working.
Right.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
What'd you rate that shit?
Good pick.
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah, good pick.
I feel like somebody else is going to have it on their list, I think, right?
I don't know.
We might be hearing about this one later on tonight.
Yeah, it's honestly a really good movie.
It is.
Really enjoy that. All right, Mr. Z.
Okay, I don't think anyone else is going to have this
James Bond villain.
Mr. Z. Yeah, Mr. Z. Based on a conversation we had earlier, which I don't even think was pre-gaming, if I'm not mistaken. But the first time I saw this movie was for Summer Series, because I had to. I never wanted to see this movie, although that's kind of a lie. I did kind of see a little bit of it with the girl I was dating, because she wanted to watch it at one point. But this was at a time where we were just hanging out in the couch. It could have been any put on. I had one thing on my mind, so I wasn't really paying attention to the movie, but whatever. So I did kind of see it, I guess you could say, but I don't remember. But I watched this movie because it came up as a horror movie on the Summer Series, and at that time, it really impressed me. I was like, wow, not only is it a horror movie, to me, I really like this movie. And this would be the second time I watched it for this show because of the year, of course. And that movie is The Crow. Dude, yeah, I really like The Crow. It's very dark all around. It's got that gothic feeling. There's a lot of good. The dialogue is really good, stuff that's lasted too. Like, victims aren't we all, he says, and nothing is trivial. It can't rain all the time. These are like pop. I don't know if they're pop culture, but they're things that I see coming up a lot. And to me, it's sad. It has heart. It's just a sad story about freaking someone that gets killed and comes back from the grave to get revenge, and I enjoy the kills. To me, I don't know. I never, again, until I watched the movie, I never thought it would be consider it horror. But I've watched it twice now. To me, it feels like a horror movie to me. So I got to go along with it. But it's a great look, and this movie, he looks great. The movie just took a life on its own when it came out, and I can understand how people are going to be a little trepidatious with it, because a lot of teenage girls happen to glom onto it, and I get it. That's fine. So that kind of turns, like, grown males off, I suppose. Like, oh, well, I'm not going to watch The Crow. I mean, that's kind of how I felt even. So, but when I sat down and watched it for a podcast, I was like, well, shit, this is pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I like that actress Bai Ling. I like her in the few things that I've seen her in. Her death is really cool. I think it's got a really cool climax, and the final kill is great. I just really enjoy the film. I don't know how many more times I'm going to watch it, but I will watch it again, and it impressed me. So, The Crow, 7.5 out of 10.
John Polito's the shit in it. Love him in it. John Polito's great.
Oh, he's always great, isn't he?
Yeah. Michael Wincott's great. There's a lot of good actors in it,
Ernie Hudson. Is that his name?
Ernie Hudson, Tony Todd.
I like him.
Ghostbusters.
The kid actor's terrible. He's dog shit.
Who is it?
There's a kid actor.
There's a girl, you mean? There's a female.
Terrible. There's a young kid in that movie that I remember. I was like, oh my god.
I just remember the girl that they were friends with.
There was a little kid. I can't remember, and I
There's-
just remember laughing at the fucking acting by her.
I just like the atmosphere. It's fucking always dark, and it's just like I said. It does have. You guys are right. It does have that comic book type feel, but to me, it's just darker and more horrific. We see the guy come out of the grave and come fucking, and kill people. I mean,
man,
that's enough for horror.
I think I would rather see a kind of like a pseudo documentary type style film about Brandon Lee dying in The Crow and coming back to life and reality and killing off the people that actually fucking caused his death in the making of The Crow. Like that movie would be fucking amazing to me, man. I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest.
He just kills Alec Baldwin just for the hell of it.
He just kills non-related, but
Oh, no. Awesome.
Oh, no.
But
it was too good.
The premise would be fucking amazing, though, man. I don't know.
I'm not even getting into who's at fault with that, but I mean, if you're gonna make a movie about
I never
Brandon
said
Lee
any
back,
specific
to kill the
names.
people in The Crow, it would be you have to end it with him killing other people who had that kind of shit happen.
Actually, that's a pretty interesting premise.
Alec Baldwin.
Killing people that may have been responsible for other deaths on the set and stuff. It's just fucking Brandon Lee, just going around fucking taking out motherfuckers.
Everybody's laughing. It's
the
kills Christopher
anti-hero.
Walken for
The
fucking-
anti-hero.
What about John Landis?
Oh, he's good.
Well, that's
kill him.
That's a great example, man. That's a great example. That's a great example.
Wasn't he in a movie from this year? I remember seeing him on my screen the other day? Did he make a guest appearance in a '94 movie?
I'm sure he did. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, what the hell was it? Was it Mosquito? No, it wasn't Mosquito. What the hell
Let me
was
look at
it?
the top
It
list.
might have been that. I was.
No,
mad
it
at
wasn't.
that when
I saw
he was
Mosquito in a
not
hotel
Mosquito.
room. No, it wasn't Mosquito.
No, he's
It was
not
something-
Mosquito. He's
I
not
saw it on my
Mosquito.
TV.
What, Dave? You saw a mosquito in your hotel
Stand?
room?
Was it The Stand?
He is in the stand.
It was
He's one of the
The Stand.
goons. He's one of the goons.
So was Joe Bob.
Everybody's in the
Yes.
stand.
Joe Bob.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Everybody's
sure I'm
Joe
in the
Bob.
stand.
So I have a question. So I'm going to meet Joe Bob this summer. What movie should I get signed? I'm thinking that I'm going to get fucking The Sleeper signed.
Who? You broke up.
Texas Chainsaw 2.
No.
meeting?
No,
Who are you meeting?
I made... Really? You guys can't fucking hear me?
You broke up.
out.
Broke up right
cut out.
there. Yeah.
You're cutting out like every other second, to be honest.
Oh, he is not every other second.
It's not every other second. But
I just didn't hear the answer.
Is he talking right now?
No, I'm not talking. I'm just waiting for everyone to shut the fuck up. Can you hear me?
Hear who you're trying to get the argument? Who you trying to get signed?
Joe Bob Briggs.
That's what I said. Texas Chainsaw 2.
Casino.
And I made that joke about TCM2. I'd be like, wouldn't that be funny to get him signed to sign that film, even though his scenes got cut?
Be awesome.
No, it'd be.
I would go
but I was thinking, man, The Sleeper.
Oh, is he in the Sleeper?
Yeah, he's the cop.
Yeah, he's in The Sleeper. Yeah, so.
Well, but
Oh, I thought it was a movie.
He's got the best line in Casino. It's a casino, so people got to win sometimes.
Right. But I said that shit would be super comedy though, man. Like to bring him TCM2 and get him to sign. Like I want to see what he would say to me.
Where are you meeting Joe Bob at?
HorrorCon, Calgary, couple months. Actually, next month. Was it May, June? Yeah, next month.
I bought a poster from him.
And Darcy's going to be there too, but I don't
last-
really give a fuck about Darcy. I just want to meet Joe Bob. But
Darcy's cool as shit, dude.
Well, what the fuck? What am I going to do? Get a picture with her? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, she's part of the show, dude.
I cock-blocked JP because she took a picture of me with Joe Bob and JP, and JP was like, man, I wanted a picture with Darcy and Joe Bob, but instead she ended up taking the pic.
I want to hear his reaction. Well, your scenes got cut, so can you sign this? I just want to hear what he would say to me, because I'm sure it would be a great response.
Well, to be fair, it got cut because of the MPAA, not because of...
No, but him to sign them.
No,
like,
that's not why.
I would just like to have the conversation. Like, you're going to
What do you
sign
mean
this
that's
for me?
not why?
It's fucking hilarious.
It was a pacing issue. Didn't you see the documentary about?
They released that movie, man.
For pacing.
That movie got released unrated.
Then what about all the kills in the fucking basement? In
I'm
the
just
fucking
saying
garage.
the story I heard was
never
that
made it
that
in there.
scene was cut for pacing, not for
Was
gore.
it?
That's all.
I can't remember.
What was it supposed to be? Like, what was he supposed to be in it?
It didn't make sense, yeah, because it just kind of comes out of nowhere in the middle of it. It was like
I
to
have
throw
no idea.
some chainsaw kills or yeah. It was just.
Are you
It
telling
was
me
after
Toby
the chill- it
Hooper
was
made
supposed to
something
be
that
after
didn't make
the
any
chili
sense? I don't think you know Toby Hooper very well. Have you seen Life Force? That makes all the sense in the world.
It's fucking boring as hell, man.
I love Life Force.
I know. I gotta
So
fucking watch it in the
fucking
in
boring.
the drive-in next.
No, buddy, we could take a
I
visit.
like it. It's good.
Oh, it's gonna be so long at the drive-in.
Yeah,
I've never seen it.
Which cut are they going to show? One of the 17 cuts
Hopefully
of the
the
movie?
shortest fucking one. I hope.
There's like a million
Didn't
cuts.
JP watch like 8 cuts? And
That
and-
movie,
I watched
that
movie.
That
Oh.
movie might have the world record for the most cuts, and all of them suck. It's crazy.
It's a great movie.
I don't know how
Great
a movie with a girl
It's
walking
Toby
around naked
Hooper's
the
worst
entire
movie.
time could fucking suck. Like, that's insane.
You said it's Toby Hooper's worst movie?
Worst one.
Bro,
I've
you're on drugs.
Well, I've never said that.
seen. That
Hooper's made
movie's
movies
boring. Kids. It's
Dude, his
so
worst
boring.
movie is that fucking Masters of Horror, Dance of the Dead or whatever. That's unwatchable.
I'd rather watch that because it's short.
Yeah,
Life
Dance
Force.
of the Dead, that movie does suck.
It's
And
awful.
it's 58
It's
minutes
But
long.
wait,
It's 58
right
minutes.
now, though, I give you two options. Would you rather watch 2.5 hour Life Force or 30-minute Dance of the Dead? Pick.
No, you're fucking
It's 58
exaggerating.
minutes,
Why
by
doesn't
the
he
way.
watch the theatrical cut at $1.40 and watch the fucking hour Dance of the Dead?
58 minutes.
Because you
$1.04.
knew he was going to pick Dance of the Dead. That's why you had to change the narrative.
Yeah, because you completely lies. Alternative facts, JP over here. He's like, here, listen to my argument. I'm going to tell you all incorrect information and see if you side with me.
You should be
That's
a
JP's
politician.
argument.
That's what politicians do.
Word. Run for fucking Congress.
Well, you're not going to be able to run for president because they got unlimited dirt from you on this show.
And he's Mexican. You can't have a
That
Mexican
doesn't
president.
matter. Haven't
You can't have a Mexican president. You're canceled, Dave. This ain't exploding heads. You can't just say what you want.
I know,
This
you're
goes out
right.
to the public.
We
This
have
goes
more
out to the
after-
public.
My bad.
Jesus.
Oh, shit.
Where are we even at?
Moods.
Yeah, apparently we're just bad people and we kick off hosts for no reason. So you don't want to be saying some bad shit. So
I love Mexicans. My wife speaks fluent
You
Spanish.
sound like Donald Trump right now. I love Mexican.
I love
He
Mexicans.
eats a taco
My
salad and
house
he's like,
is Mexican.
I'm not racist.
This
I love
lady that
China.
cleans my toilets is Mexican. She's awesome.
I love my Mexican too. He's a great guy.
Oh man.
All right, my
We
go.
won't see an Italian president either. So what?
Sure, we have.
yeah, because
Well,
Como
we
fucked
have-
that up.
I'm Italian. Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm not a
Right.
pervert. I'm Italian. Are you serious? He's groping people. I'm not a pervert. I'm Italian.
What? Amazing. All right, sorry, Moots.
All right, so coming in at number 8, 7. Fuck, we're only on 7. God damn it. All right.
No, we're at 8.
No,
We're
on,
actually 8.
we're on 8, bro.
We're only on 8.
We're only on 8, dog.
Oh, fuck, we are on fucking number 8. Oh my god, that's ridiculous. Okay, so coming in number 8 is a film that's been repeated a couple times. And that is Red to Kill.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah,
Repeat.
so I kind of figured this might be making a few lists and stuff. There's really nothing else to say about it. I can see why people get a little bit offended by, I would say performances. I can't even tell if some of the actors that were involved in the background were actually like handicapped people, or if
bet that none of them are.
I would say maybe one.
Yeah, some definitely.
well, there's definitely one. I think there's one in there that definitely was probably challenged, but I don't know. Some of the performances seem pretty legit though. Like they're kind of spot on and stuff. But I mean, I can see why people would get offended by this content nowadays. I mean, back in '94 when people didn't really give a fuck about PC bullshit and stuff. I mean, it is what it is. It's a movie. Kind of take it for what it is. But But it's an effective movie because, dude, the third act is batshit insane. And I think the highlight for me, man, is the rapist. How he goes from, he plays the dual roles so well. He plays this fucking, this straight edge type guy. And then he's just, the third act.
He goes from like Clark Kent to Rape Man.
It really is. It's like really night and day. It is, honestly, that's a great comparison, man.
It is a genius.
But he goes from Clark Kent to Rape Man. Oh, fuck, that's the quote of the show.
Rape Man's a superhero, by the way. This dude is not a superhero.
No, man, but it's just not. And the rape scenes are just so, like, in depth, too. Like, how he forces those legs up in a V, and he's just, like, pulls them apart, and he's just like, he's thrusting this. Like, holy fuck, bro. It's like, it's intense to watch, man. I can see why people probably wouldn't enjoy this, but I love the way it looks. That's one of my favorite things about the movie. The way it's shot. It has this kind of low-lit, kind of, like... Maybe
there's some like blue hues in there.
Yeah, the blue hues. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like, it has this like blue hue to it, which is like kind of reminiscent of like Mad Men kind of thing, and it just has a great look to it. But the performances are good. I didn't know the lead actress was like a what did you say? She was a Miss
Universe, I think. Like, to be honest, like, she's like perfect looking, but that's why it's so. And then like
when you say lead actress, are you talking about I'm talking
psychiatrist, about the handicapped girl. There's like three. There's three major.
Well, I mean, the main handicapped Asian girl, obviously Asian girl, but like the one that loses her family and stuff, and then right. So
yeah, very pretty.
But yeah, no, I didn't know because like honestly, man, her performance is pretty good. It's actually not bad. Like, I mean, I just wouldn't correlate, model to that. It just doesn't really translate too well in America, in Northern, but.
Yeah, you really feel bad for her.
It's the most mean-spirited movie of the year.
It is honestly super mean-spirited, but it's like, I don't know, man. Like, dude, the third act, like, it's just so bonkers that it falls into that category 3 category, like so perfect. It slides in. No pun intended there, but. I don't know.
Enough sweat for anything to slide in this movie.
No, man, it's just fuck. I really enjoy this, man. It's about the performances for me and pretty much the subject matter. I mean, when you're dealing with handicaps, you're kind of treading a thin line there. I think there's a lot of room for people to hate your fucking film. I think if you take it for what it is, you might really enjoy this. But overall, it's pretty enjoyable. So, Red to Kill, 8 out of 10.
Nice.
Hear me out here. Mm-hmm. So, this is a story I'm making up on the spot. Like, they're sitting here, they're casting, and they're like, we need like 4 or 5 people to play mentally handicapped. We got like actual 4 legitimate mentally handicapped people. We need 1 more. And they're looking around, and they're like, why don't we just fill it in with a crew member? And they look over, and they're like, you're going to play one. And he's just like, what? And then they just make one guy, fake being mentally handicapped amongst the others. And you got to pick which one you think it is. Can you imagine that? Like, that's the kind of shit they would do. No, I do think like 3 or 4 of those people aren't mentally handicapped. Like, I can't see it.
I feel like a lot of them aren't.
No, like I said, there's only like 6.
I don't know, man. I feel like there's definitely a few, unless they're just pulling off the performances so well. But like, I can't tell. I honestly can't tell.
It's hard,
and that's what it kind of makes me interested. I mean, I feel like they probably, with the disclaimer at the front of the movie. I feel like they definitely used handicapped people in it to kind of like
know how like
accentuate
legally,
the point.
Like, I feel like that would probably be like a lot. Like, people wouldn't want to do that. You know what I mean? Because like there's probably all sort of like legality stuff. Like,
this is Hong Kong, bro.
Well, I find it so interesting because you have this this prologue. This is kind of disclaimer. I think if you use handicapped people in the film, you're kind of in depth in your point. But if you don't, it seems even more exploitive that you're just using actors that are just kind of, I mean, the film itself is very exploitive in general. Like, the core narrative is very exploitive. But like, I feel like you need to use some handicapped people when you're going to have a disclaimer at the front of your film.
But this is 1994, man. Like in the Rain Man, like they didn't hire fucking Dustin Hoffman. He wasn't, or I Am Sam, Sean Penn. Like they didn't give a fuck about that kind of stuff, man. Or what about fucking Frankenbeans? Fucking what's that actor's name?
I mean, you could use this point of view. You can use this point of view from.
Really think of any like handicapped people that they've cast in movies.
Red Christmas. Red Christmas is one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
the son, and he dies a horrible death too.
I like it.
He gets killed.
I like it. I think it's quite good. I think people got mad because they thought they were telling people that they were anti-abortion, and I don't think the movie was at all.
Red Christmas is one of my most watched movies in the last. It's one of my most watched movies in the last few years. If you look at my Letterboxd, man, I've watched it like 4 or 5 times. It's crazy.
When I was done, I gave it.
Slashers.
I gave it like 9 out of 10. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, "Why did I like this?"
I love Dee Wallace in that movie. It's definitely misinterpreted for sure.
I listened to the commentary even on that one to hear the director, and he's like, "I'm not pro or anti anything. I'm not trying to say anything."
I mean, they explain away in the narrative what's going on here, why she had the fucking abortion, and well, kind of abortion, I guess. But
back to what you said though, with the disclaimer and everything else.
Yeah,
I think that I understand how some people can see it as insensitive, but I also think. Well, I think it's a fact that the message is what it's all about. That these people are being accused of possibly being the killer just because they're handicapped, and they're being treated wrongly. It's prejudice against them, and then we come to find out that, of course, that's not the case.
Right,
and they're actually the victims.
Right, and correct. Right,
and they saved the day one time.
Good. What's that?
I also feel like
they saved the day at one point too.
Right. I also feel like, you're probably right about the actors all being kind of not handicapped, because it goes back to something my buddy said years ago. It just kind of dawned on me right now. He's like, we were kind of sitting around one time and we were talking, whatever, and it just, I don't remember the conversation, but he mentioned something about it. Like, he's like, you ever notice something weird about how you never see that many handicapped Asian people? And where we live around millions of Asian people, right? And I was like, bro, you're right. I never see handicapped Asian people. It's like the weirdest shit. So maybe there just isn't that many, right? I don't mean to laugh about it, but I'm just saying maybe they actually had to use straight actors. I shouldn't say straight actors. I don't know how to put it without being offensive.
I don't know, Moose, if that's correct. No.
It probably isn't. But I'm just saying you don't see
bring them out in public. I have no idea. You're right. But there's not many Asians in my area. But I can't think of if I've ever. This is the stupidest thing. I don't know if I've ever seen a mentally handicapped Asian person in person.
Well, that's what I'm saying, dude. And like when you live in an area,
I don't have like any fucking Asian people around me. So
when you live in an area where white people are minorities in Vancouver. We live around Asia. I've never seen a handicapped Asian person before. I've never seen a handicapped Asian. I've never seen.
Moot has like a no Return of the Living Dead. I think there's a skeleton farm over in India.
No. I'm talking. I'm talking population wise. There's more Asian people than there is white people in the Vancouver area. I'm just saying that's a fact. That's not me talking. That's an actual fact.
Oh, I know, but it's just a weird thing that only you would have noticed because we have no idea.
No. It's not that I just noticed. Anybody that lives over here notices.
Toronto too.
No, not in Toronto. No, not in Toronto at all.
I'm not saying.
Live in my area.
But anyways, it doesn't matter. My point is that it came from a conversation where when you live with, a diversity of people and stuff, you kind of notice things like, I've never seen a handicapped Asian person before. And I'm like, fuck, bro, I've never seen one either. Like, it never dawned on me. But now talking about this movie and talking about the actors and stuff and not really knowing if they're handicapped or just normal, it's like, fuck, man. Maybe they just...
I think they got a secret vaccine, Moods. They're not letting us in on it. They're letting us be over here all
they're
stupid
just fucking
and
healthier.
They got the special sauce.
They're fucking healthier people, man. It's all that fish and shit. I'm telling you.
All right.
It's all that fucking McDonald's making us stupid.
But anyways, the point is that it's exploitive, but it works very, very, very well. And well, anyways, 8 out of 10. Red to Kill. It's good shit. It's good shit. Rape scenes they're nasty. I think they're nasty, especially the openings. You know what I never understood about this movie though? So, dude rapes. The film opens up with this horrific rape scene and murder. That's the last we hear of it.
Yeah, but she was wearing red. I mean, can you blame him?
But like, there's no like. It's just it's kind of put there, and then the film starts.
Trigger of all time, right? Like, what is he? A goddamn bull?
Yeah, red's a pretty fucking common color, dude.
Yeah,
Right,
I know.
dude. But my point is in the narrative, like that
I
murder.
imagine she died. That's why they're talking about it. That's why they're so worried about it happening later when they blame the mentally handicapped.
No, it's funny
for it.
that's never really investigated because you think at this point that you'd have a little bit investigative, but it's more in dialogue.
Or you'd have some cops around, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying, right? It's never.
There's no cops in the movie.
No, none. It's pretty crazy. Anyways,
I don't think they got cops in China and Hong Kong. That's my theory. I didn't see any. There must not be any.
But it's.
I'm just
it's
kidding.
all the
I'm making
people.
a joke.
No, they definitely do. It's not like in the UK where they don't carry guns.
They do.
Well, they carry guns now, I
know.
think. But
I was gonna have a joke, but I lost it. I was gonna say they do have cops, but they're mentally handicapped.
Fucking stop it!
Could you imagine?
That's where they are.
He comes on a 22 shot
on the show because y'all are gonna get kicked off too.
How am I
don't know if
getting
that's
kicked off?
offensive. I don't think this is offensive. Moose just noticed something, and then I said that they're better than white people. What does that make?
It's not even that I noticed. It's just a reality.
Better than white people.
It's not even a bad thing. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you got to remember. You got to remember where BC is, man. We're just across the pond from Asia, right? So that's why there's so many Asians.
Geographic of Canada.
I have another theory though.
Yeah, because American fucking school systems are stupid as fuck.
Hey, I know where BC.
Hey.
You guys should know Canada's geography is so simple.
Maybe
I know you're not
everybody in,
Do you know
maybe
where California
everybody
is?
in Canada is actually mentally handicapped, so they don't notice.
Right, but do you know where California is? Just kind of look north.
I know where fucking British Columbia is, bro.
Yeah, you don't. You don't.
Come on.
You don't.
Okay, so my turn.
Right.
Okay, number fucking 8. She sneezes once, she sneezes twice. She'll be bride when she sneezes thrice. Yes. I know somebody else has to have this on their list, right? Leprechaun 2. Warwick Davis classic. Love it. I'm actually surprised that it's only number 8. That there were 7 stronger movies, how much I like this movie. Because, dude, I don't give a fuck. I've loved these movies ever since I was a kid. I watched them more than, like, most movies.
Because you identify with the shortness, dude.
Probably. I used to I used to be so fucking scared of the leprechaun when I was a kid. The only 2 things that ever scared me growing up was the leprechaun.
I couldn't imagine being short. Such a weird
leprechaun.
thing.
Shut the fuck up. It's not weird. It's actually better.
I can't imagine being short.
Yeah, but did they actually cast a real Irishman as a leprechaun here?
Yeah, this movie. He sounds pretty Irish.
Okay, that's a joke.
Who was it trying to be?
Okay, but this movie, like Leprechaun scared me, Blair Witch scared me, and fucking Zelda from Pet Sematary. Those are like the only things that ever scared me. And the Leprechaun used to scare the shit out of me, but I loved it. I would always want to watch it. And I didn't realize they were funny until like much later. I was very stupid growing up. I really was. Like,
apparently, you're not done growing up then.
Right. I didn't like I never knew Return of the Living Dead was a comedy either. I talked about that when we did that on that show, like till like way later.
Yeah,
and
but
I was like, oh, this is supposed to be all funny.
You have a terrible sense of humor, man. How could you not find that even remotely comical?
I don't know, because it was scary to me. It was just like a horror movie. You know?
Dog wasn't funny to you? When
that was scary as shit.
I mean, the thing about Return of the Living Dead is it's funny because, but the way they react to it is realistic. But it's just because realism is funny sometimes. Like, yeah, it is.
It's a very different kind of comedy.
I'd be like, what the fuck is that thing doing? And if you're outside of it, it's funny. But if you're into it, if you're there, it's not funny.
It's also like, situational dialogue, though, too.
Like, that shit's fucking funny, but it's like that is something you'd probably say in that moment, you know?
Like, watching somebody else freak out is hilarious, but when you're doing it, it ain't fucking funny.
No. But one thing I love about Leprechaun 2, specifically is the Morty character. He's just such a fucking con sleazebag that I just love him. I'm like, just this guy is fucking just a shyster all around. You know, he's always the entire movie he's trying to gain an edge, gain a buck. It's just funny to me because I know people like that. My cousin's like that, and I don't know. It's just like, and his death is actually quite brutal. And he's actually the best actor in the movie besides Warwick Davis because the acting.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I said I'm sorry about your cousin.
Oh no, he's a good dude. He's just like always trying to make.
His cousin's Mr. Krabs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought you said. Forget it.
What?
His cousin died.
I thought you said my cousin something, and he died like that. I thought you said.
No, he's trying to make a buck, bro.
Okay.
Leprechaun got my cousin, bro.
He was so sincere. Like, oh.
Yeah, he's like, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, that sucks.
But yeah, the acting is rough in this one. Specifically by Bridget, the girlfriend. Man, she's awful. She's awful. But yeah, changed some Leprechaun. You know, the whole 1,000 years. You know, he gets to marry his bride or whatever and shit like that. He uses spells on her. I don't know, man. It's just always worked for me. I could literally watch 1, 2, 3, Back to the Hood like anytime. Just love those movies so much. And 4 and In the Hood has grown on me too. And then Returns was awesome as well.
Postmaster P.
So yeah. He's such a hypocrite, that fucking dude. But no, like, don't even get me started on him. He's such a hypocrite. But yeah, Leprechaun 2, I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
Nice.
It's funny, Michael McDonald's in this movie.
So is Clint Howard.
And so is Clint Howard. Did you say Clint Howard? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's only in it for half a second. He's the best performance in the movie.
And I think his girlfriend is like a voice actor because her voice, like, I feel like she's somewhat like.
But she's really hot in the movie, though, isn't she? Like, from what I remember.
Clint Howard's girlfriend?
No, the main blonde chick.
No, Clint Howard. Real hot in the movie.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I'm more of a Ron fan myself, to be honest. But
I'm more of a Rance fan myself.
All right.
All right, Carly's ready to go, I think.
All right, Carly.
Yes. Right, number 8 is also a ridiculous movie, much like J. Pigs, but it is not Leprechaun 2. It is Tammy and the T-Rex.
Yo, I didn't think this would make anybody's list.
Yeah, I just, I didn't think, I mean, you and I, like, we watched this for the first time for one of our Halloween extravaganzas, like, a year or two ago, and I didn't really think I was going to like a movie like this because it's very ridiculous and over the top, but I have a lot of fun with it, and I liked it even more this time around than that first time watching it. It's just, a ridiculous movie. I like how it's like over the top violent, and the dinosaur effects are just really funny to me. The kills are funny, just the characters are all a lot of fun, and I have a really good time with it. It's got rewatchability to me, surprisingly, and like I said, it's not a movie that I would have probably gravitated to ever in my life. But J. Pig thrusted it upon me, and then upon rewatch, I ended up liking it just as much, if not a little bit more. So
sometimes I thrust things upon you.
No.
Yeah, that greasy mullet.
Yeah.
Dude, it is a little greasy today. Not gonna lie.
Get it, dude. We have a wedding to go to next.
I don't
week.
care.
Can you dance like John Lovitz from Wedding Singer in it with that wedding? Sophisticated
No.
$10.
Man, I think honestly, man, Tammy and T-Rex is a fucking fun ass movie. But I think one of the funniest things about the film is actually like the quick trivia. I read this like months ago, and it made me laugh because the whole idea about the movie came from the fact that the director had access to this like T-Rex, this animatronic T-Rex. Yeah. And they literally created a storyline from this giant fucking T-Rex they had. It's kind of
just
funny
because they had a prop.
Because they had the
really
prop.
Supposed to be
and they said they didn't even have the full script when they started shooting, and they were like asking people for like input on what they should do for the film and stuff. And I'm like, that's fucking hilarious, man. But it honestly is a pretty damn fun movie. It's stupid, ridiculous, but I mean, it's kind of a throwback to like, 50s, like, brain transplant shit. And like, we've seen these type of things before, but it's fun. It's got a dinosaur.
I love it.
How can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? How can you go wrong?
And also, it was released
Like,
as a kid.
is that true? Because like I can't even.
Yeah,
picture
it was
any of
released
this.
as a kids movie. Like this version just came out.
Yeah,
I know, but I
it
don't
was
even
always
know if
cut.
It should have been released.
It was
like,
always cut. Yeah, it was always cut. Yeah.
Nobody watched. Everybody was like, "What the fuck is this?" when it came out. Like it was stupid. Like everybody's confused, and I still don't know.
Yeah, I'd never seen Tammy and the T-Rex until the Vinegar Syndrome Blu-ray came out. I'd heard of the movie, never checked it, because it was like considered to me as like a kids movie kind of thing, right? So I was like, whatever. But
what do you give it, Carly?
I give this one a 7.5 as well. Actually,
it almost made my list. I thought about it.
Wait, really? Damn.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I rewatched it, and if you watch one movie high, it was definitely Taming the T-Rex, man. Buck Flower and fucking Ken Carpenter and Buck Flower in that movie had me almost in tears. He's like, when he gets on the radio and he's like, "You're fat, your son stole," and he almost slips because they keep saying all that shit. Buck Flower's great at it, man. He's just
and
playing.
John Franklin's in there too.
No, everybody's
you got George Buck Flower, you got fucking Paul Walker, who's in it for like 5 minutes, like physically.
Yeah, everybody's in it, man.
Yeah.
Good move.
I'm glad you picked it. It had to make somebody's list. It's genuinely one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
Oh, hands down.
Yeah,
hands
it
down.
is fun.
Hands down. All right, so back to the top. Mr. Parker.
All right, guys. Now, I'm going to set the stage for you. Like 8-year-old Dave going through the video store aisles. He's excited. He rents something that's immediately dated 5 years later and absolutely loves it. This is directed by John Flynn. John fucking Flynn, who did Rolling Thunder, of all things.
Yeah, great movie.
And this is Brain Scan. This is a childhood favorite movie of mine. I've always loved it, and I have a soft spot for it. But rewatching it, like, I always expect it to be bad, and I always like it, even just as much as I did as a kid, man. Edward Furlong's still kind of in his prime. He's still really good in this. And Frank Langella plays a detective, and he's so good in this. Just his demeanor, the way he interacts with Edward Furlong, because the plot's pretty wacky. It's basically Edward Furlong's a big gamer into horror movies. They send him this crazy game, and he gets sucked into it, and he has to commit these so-called real murders, and he can't tell reality and fantasy and all this shit. But Frank Langella is this detective who gets on his trail, and when he interacts with Edward Furlong, he doesn't really suspect him at first, but Edward Furlong's paranoid because he knows he's doing these murders. And he's like, "I'm sorry, I crossed the line." He's like, "Don't be sorry. Just get the hell out of here. Go home. Do your homework." He's just fucking so good in it. And the score is the best part of the film. It rips, man. The fucking guitar comes in. It's like, not like that. That was Phantom of the Opera. I don't remember the fucking score. I just know I love it.
He's like, not that one.
That's the Halloween theme.
Anyways, it's a great movie. It's dated in its effects. The trickster's fucking awesome character. The school teacher's great. It's just one of these movies that always connected with me. I loved it. I was actually told to watch it in 4th grade when I was like 10. I was asking everybody what their favorite horror movies was, and somebody told me their favorite was Dr. Giggles and Brain Scan. And I was like, I've seen Dr. Giggles, and then I went and hunted Brain Scan down. Always loved it. I watched this a couple of times in the last 3 years, and I knew right away. It was one of those movies. In fact, every movie on this list from now on, I knew was going to be on my list. No surprises after this. 8.5 on Brain Scan.
Almost, me too. Almost.
I'll admit, man, like, oh man, there were some movies that I thought were making my list hands down when I started this. Upon rewatch, I was like, bro, no, not happening.
There's a couple I thought would, and they didn't. But the ones that are now on this list, I knew would make it.
Right.
Yeah, dude, I the first time watch for me on Brain Scan. Carly, did we watch that together?
Yeah, when you were at the Hoot.
Yeah. I really liked it, dude. It was super fun.
Yeah, I always thought the cover looked really stupid, and I never wanted to watch it. And then I was like, oh, this is nothing like what I don't know. The cover looked like a space move or something.
Oh, man, I never read it either.
Right.
I had to have somebody twist my arm to read it. I just passed it up all the time.
I remember reading in the trivia on that movie, man, about the director and Edward Furlong not getting along. Well, actually, it wasn't that they didn't get along. The director fucking hated Edward Furlong. He thought that he was fucking horrible as a person. He was late every fucking day. And he even goes so far as to say that he fucking sucked in the movie. He said he was a terrible actor. He was fucking horrible to work with.
Dude, you're making fucking brain scan. Relax.
I know, but I think it's the fact that, like, you know, he came off of fucking Terminator 2 and he's like, oh, he thought he was this big fucking star and he kept showing up late. I mean, as a director, I think the last thing in the world you want is your actors to show up late for fucking scenes and stuff, and he was not giving a fuck and stuff, ridiculous. Right? So, and then he's like, well, he would show up late and then he'd be all like fucking not into it and he'd just kind of do his shit and he's like, fuck this guy. So
dude, I think he did a good job though.
I like Edward Furlong. I wish he didn't fuck everything up in his
Edward Furlong in his prime. I like one of my favorite kid actors, dude.
Yeah, he was good.
Like
from right from my era too, because Edward Furlong is like the exact same age as me, pretty much. Oh yeah, Detroit Rock City.
American History X.
American fucking History X, dude. Awesome. He fucking murders American History X.
And Little Odessa is a solid movie he's in too.
Yeah, with Tim Roth. Yeah, that one's really good.
That's a good flick.
Yeah,
Russian mobster movie. The only downside on Braid Scan is they show the first kill in graphic detail and it's awesome, and then they don't show any of the other fucking kills.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, they honey dick you.
I agree.
But the rest is it doesn't bother me because I like the rest of the movie so much.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was a first time watch for me, and it's funny
really?
Because I thought I thought the cat was going to be the one survivor they left, and they're going to make him go back and either kill the cat or the cat was going to be part of the fucking thing. Remember when he kills the first person? There's a cat there.
Yeah.
And then like, that guy says, "You left a witness." I thought it was going to be the cat, but anyway, my heart's always with fucking cats. So. But it was cool. I liked that they played Primus because I fucking love Primus, man. And the guy was getting down to it, Trickster. And you know, but this is what sums it up for me.
Why known as Big Brown Beaver.
Yeah, I fucking love Primus, man.
Primus is a fun band.
I love them. This is how I can sum up this flick. This is what it felt like. 90s version of Trick or Treat mixed with Nightmare 2.
Perfect.
Yeah, that was like... That's in two movies that that are fun, and the ending it almost happened. If the ending would have gone a certain way, it just would have almost made it list worthy for me. I thought it was going to go in this one direction towards the end, and it didn't. But I still enjoyed it. All the horror tie-ins were cool too in the beginning. I'm looking at all the Fangorias he was reading and everything else, and every time there's a horror kid, it makes the movie better. And I could see being young and coming up on this movie and totally fucking having nostalgia and gravitating towards it. So
yeah, and
so I
also I love the scene where Frank Langella's like, "Who's gonna tell his wife when the one guy gets killed?" Because that's the worst punishment. Who's telling the wife that you fucking killed this guy? Like, fuck. And also, the teacher who hates John Edward Furlong. Can anybody tell me who he voiced in what cartoon?
I can't remember.
I can't remember the movie.
No,
Magneto. He voiced Magneto in the X-Men cartoon. You can tell by his voice.
You know what? I didn't really watch the X-Men cartoon that much, man, to be honest.
It's
I mean, you were a little older.
Great.
You were a little
fucking
older.
Pretty great.
My brother loved it though, and he's your age.
I was a little.
No, I remember it being around. I just didn't watch that one. Like, I'm a cartoon fucking freak, dude. But I just didn't watch that one.
Dude, that opening is fucking epic, dude. Yeah, good shit.
Other shows.
X-Men opening. Huh?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dude, do you know they're sequelizing that shit?
Can we get a Juggernaut show?
No, they're doing X-Men the 90s animated series. It's like a follow-up. They're making it right now. Nobody cares.
Anyways, Mr. Z. Speaking of superheroes.
Okay. Yeah. This one was brought up. I think maybe I trust his pronunciation more than my own. So, but this movie
Don't do that.
Don't do it? Don't trust it? Okay.
I would.
Well, I'm going to pronounce it. Okay, then I won't. Then I'll pronounce it as it's written down. I'm going to call it Fella Day. I don't know. It's the fucking
that
animated.
Sounds better to me.
Okay. It's the animated cat movie. And wow. Yeah, am I. See, there's always a gem that comes up every time we do this. And this for me.
That's why it's so fucking fun to do these things.
Word, I agree. You usually get at least one gem. It's like, okay, yeah, for fucking sure. But I mean, the animation looks great. The nightmare stuff in the beginning is fucking pretty horrific. The if anyone knows, I have fucking 4 cats in this house, so I think felines are fascinating
Trust us,
fucking
we
animals.
all know.
Yeah, I know. but here's the funny thing: 4 years ago, I wouldn't have given a cat a second look. So
I'm the same way. Same boat. You got 4 cats in the house.
I'm a fucking dog person through and through. I got 3 dogs, man, and I've always had dogs.
I love animals.
Yeah, I do too. But I've become a real fucking, a lover of cats, and they got the movements of cats down really, really well in the animation here. Like the way they do shit and the way they move it. It looks really good. It's just, so I'm already invested. It's about cats, and it's adults. They're talking fucking, they're talking dirty. They're talking like adults talk, but they're cats, and there's good comedy. There's a good mystery going on. The thing with Felicity and the fucking beheading was fucking heartbreaking. I was like,
shocking,
what the
too.
Fuck yeah, dude. Yes.
Well, that's World War II for you, man.
Oh yeah, right. And there's blood and guts in it, and it's animated, but it's done well. It's a mystery. It's like, I guess, what Dave said before. You could be considered a giallo with fucking, that not supernatural, but the way you described it before. For me, it got a little bit too fucking over my head a little bit as it went on, and I'm not knocking it. I really enjoyed the film. I guess if I would have completely understood everything that was going on with the testing and this and that, and who Faraday was and who the other thing was, it got real. I didn't expect it to go that deep. It just seemed in the beginning that
the cult is just the Nazis, right? That's what it is. It's just a contrast to the Nazis.
It's fucking crazy. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
makes perfect sense to me. I just
the cats and being murdered and shit. It's just it's the testing on the Jews. That's what it is. Wow. It's a great Fallout film from the World War II shit, man. And it's made by the Germans, and it's made by people that are obviously against all the shit that went on and stuff. And then just kind of put it into animated form. It's effective though. It's very, very effective.
But it also shows that
it's heartbreaking.
People who were experimenting on monsters themselves because of what happened to them.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it definitely expands on that.
I can't wait to watch this. I gotta watch it again. I mean, this was the first time watch, obviously. So I really can't wait to sit down and watch it again with that knowledge, what Moods was saying, what Dave was saying. I'm like, man, I gotta really, because it kind of, like I said, it started off normal, like not normal, but like cats are getting killed. Let's get to the bottom of it. And I was following along just fine. And then I don't know, maybe just that day I wasn't ready for something so heady when I was just watching an animated thing about cats, So it took off. But man, I really enjoyed it. So it's 7.5 for me.
Nice. Good pick. Good pick. All right, so coming in at number 7. Fuck, number 7s, man. All right. Is a film that guaranteed is on no one's list. Guaranteed. I shouldn't say that, but maybe. I don't know. It just recently got a great Blu-ray release, man, from Saturn's Core. And it's Sinister. Oh, I love this movie.
Fuck. That was my number 2 for you.
I love this movie, man. I was so happy to see this thing actually. Like, I actually have this like on an old, I think SRS DVD. You probably have it too, Dave. I think it's a double
it was
feature.
SRS.
Yeah, SRS and a double feature, whatever. And I was like, holy fuck, man! They put this shit on Blu-ray. I mean, it's not really changing it a whole lot. It's a fucking shot on video film. But this one, it was very confusing. This was very confusing to put on the list because when we started this journey for 1994, this movie was originally 1994 on IMDb, and then it got switched to 96, and then I know it got recut in 97 for a different version. There's so many issues with this, but we said, fuck it, it's 94. We started with 94, it's going to be 94.
You'd be fucked, because you already did 96, and you didn't cover it for that because it wasn't there. So, right. I mean, like, what are you going to do?
Right, and that's the thing, and it was 1994 on IMDb, so whatever, it is what it is. And most reviews even call it 1994, so, I mean, it is what it is. So, basically, it's about... These guys that robbed this, it's not even a bank. Is it a bank they rob? I can't even remember if it's actually a bank. I think
it might be like a little shop or something.
It's like a little shop or whatever. Anyways, they rob this shit, and anyways, on their escape out, they end up at this like abandoned place and stuff like that. And it's technically not really abandoned. You know, it turns into kind of a supernatural thing. I don't want to give too much away because I feel like most people haven't really seen this, but it's definitely worth your time to watch. Again, if you're scared of shot on video films, you might be straight away from not watching this shit, but this is actually really fucking good, man. There's some really damn good effects in this film. The performances are really good. It's creepy. It's fucking legit creepy. It's shot so well for a shot on video film. And I don't want to keep saying that shit, man, but it's very atmospheric. It holds that ground the whole movie, and it does such a good job. It's one of those films that when you watch as a shot on video film lover, you're like, yep, this is why we watch these movies, because it's legitimate. You can see the heart in this shit, man. It's fantastic. And this director really didn't do a whole lot, did he, Dave? Like Ronnie?
I don't know him very well. This is the first time watch for me, and I was very impressed with it. Yeah, so he did he did Ravage and another one in like 2006 or whatever. Ravage came out in 1997. So not much. I haven't seen that one.
It's kind of a shame because you can see that there's definitely talent here. And man, I was very, very impressed with this, man. Like I had watched it, you know, and didn't really remember it. Upon rewatching this one, it might even have been a different cut. That's what I'm saying. It might have been a different cut of it, but
well, yeah, I'll get at that later on.
Yeah, I think that it might have been a different cut, and I'm just like, fuck, man. This shit, like, totally floored me. I was like, this is, like, honestly one of the best shot-on-video films I've ever seen. It's legitimate. It's great. The fucking supernatural being in this does a great performance. There's some great fucking gore in here. Really good gore. And it's fun all around. It holds your attention for, the 60 or 75 minutes it is? Something like that. Again, doesn't overstay its welcome, does a good job, and you know, this is what I live for. I love shot on video movies that are good. Like it's up there with video violence for me, to be honest. I love Sinister. This has got to be in your watch list if you're a fan of these type of films you've never seen before. So again, I don't want to give too much away because I know people probably haven't seen this one. But yeah, Sinister. Did anybody else here watch it? I know Dave did. Anybody else watch it?
No, I watched the two other Saturn Core ones. I didn't pick that one up, actually. I couldn't remember the other name. I couldn't remember what the other one was that I wanted to grab, but it was that.
Yeah, the shootout in this movie is fucking amazing. That's what took me back. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like, this shootout is violent, boy. And the squibs and there's a great head effect.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like, when they get to the house, though, there's a lot of great moments, man. It's creepy, it's dark, it's very atmospheric, and you're kind of like, what the fuck is going on? It's cool, man. It's cool, and I think it ends very well, too. I think it's kind of cool how it ends. Like, there's a narrative to this. It's not just, like, some bullshit fucking, it is what it is, what's happening kind of thing, you know? But it does a good job of keeping your interest, and it's satisfying by the end, in my opinion. So really kind of taken back by this. I was like, fucking Saturn Score is killing it for me. They're like literally killing it for me. Releasing so much good stuff. One of the best sub-labels out there. I shouldn't say sub-labels. They're just through Vinegar Syndrome kind of thing. But yeah, again, 8 out of 10 for myself. Good film. Good film.
Four great SOVs from 1994, and 3 of them got Saturn Score releases.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I said, I watched Shattered Dead and Savage Harvest, and I thought both of them are really good.
Shattered Dead, man. Shattered Dead and Sinister are the other two that he's referring to most definitely. Shattered Dead is the most depressing.
Savage Harvest and Shattered Dead, yeah.
Yeah, and Shattered Dead is definitely probably the most depressing movie the whole fucking year.
I don't know. Could have been referring to Sorority House Massacre or Psycho Sisters.
Right? Yeah. I don't know, man. Shattered Dead is super depressing. It's good, but it's, oh my God, dude. It's depressing. But
all right. So my number, did you rate that, Moods?
You gave it 8, right?
8 out of 10, yeah.
All right, just making sure. My number 7 is, I don't know if this will make anybody else's list. I feel like it would have popped up already. But I love this movie. When Synapse announced this Blu-ray, I was so fucking stoked, dude. And that is Mosquito, the giant mosquito film. this movie to me, whenever I was growing up, and like Dave, I believe you said recently somewhere that, like, you know, if you were homesick or something, you'd watch like the Sci-Fi Channel and shit.
When it was good in the 90s.
Good, when it was good, yeah, right. And that was me, you know, and this movie would air on there all the fucking time. And I just loved it, man. I remember watching it the first time, like late at night one night, and I was just like, this is so cool. And I like killer animal, bug, like insect type things, especially back then, because they mostly did practicals, and they tried to make a serious movie, even though like it's ridiculous and the acting's kind of shit a lot of times. And I think there's even some ADR, like bad ADR in the movie as well. But I think the mosquitoes look super cool. Gunnar Hansen's fun in there. It's you don't really see him in many movies, period. So it's kind of cool to see that. And then of course the nod to Chainsaw when he picks up the chainsaw. He says, I haven't held one of these in 30 years or whatever it was, 20 years. Yeah, it turns into Night of the Living Dead with mosquitoes. You know what I mean? It's a siege movie. And yeah, I dig it. It's a lot of fun. I give it a 7.5 out of 10.
I love Mosquito. It was so close to making the list. I'm
Nice.
sorry. I know I'm spoiling, but it would have been number 11. It's just such good Mexican charm, man. I mean, I'm Mexican. You just Michigan charm. Thanks a lot, Dave Z.
That was amazing.
Fucking, me and you are on the same boat now.
Boat,
dude. I love the
Michigan
effects
charm there, man. And it's a Josh Becker movie, right? Who did Thou Shalt Not Kill and Running Empty or whatever, Running on Time. Underrated director.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
I like
the
why
effects
the
in them.
mosquitoes are giant too. Mosquito and ticks. Those two I used to watch, like just perfect double feature.
Yeah, they
What were
were
you saying,
giant. I didn't
What, that
understand
the
it.
mosquitoes
They
just
didn't
ate it?
acknowledge how big the bug was.
They just feasted on
What'd you say,
aliens that
Dave?
crashed, man. They just feasted on aliens that crashed.
Yeah, they sucked the blood of an alien's arm that crashed out in the swamp or something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfect, right? Like it's
you know,
who the fuck knows what kind of diseases those fuckers have.
Mosquito to me is like, I know, again, I'm fucking crazy with all my fucking weirdness, but I look at Mosquito and it's like, all I see is Night of the Living Dead. It's
Night of the Living Dead.
it's zombies, or I mean, it's giant mosquitoes instead of zombies.
Yeah.
End result is the same shit. You know, it's like,
And when they realize like the fucking house they're chilling in is the fucking nesting grounds, you're like, fuck.
right? Yeah, it's fun, man. I love the effects,
Dude,
man. I love the effects of the eye
The park
popping up.
ranger is fucking. The park ranger is so fucking funny too.
Yeah, he mentioned the whole
He's
movie.
like 2 shells. Give me 2.
Honestly,
shells.
if you replace the lead actor with Bruce Campbell, you got yourself a fucking classic.
Yeah, right.
That lead actor was okay, but he needed a Bruce Campbell level actor in that role.
100%. Yeah, yep.
Even Jeffrey Combs or somebody in the movie would have helped, even though
Like
he doesn't
as the
have the
boyfriend,
same action hero.
as the boyfriend to the ginger.
Yeah, they needed a Bruce Campbell in there, to be honest.
Right.
But no, the effects are really ambitious too, and that fucking chase scene with the van, that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's an awesome movie.
I
I'm
just
glad
feel
other
like the
people like it, but
meteorologist,
yeah.
if it had been like Tony Todd or something like that, would have been amazing.
But I like him.
He wasn't bad though. This guy wasn't bad.
Tony Todd would have upped it, but I like him.
You know,
I feel bad because this director always makes my top 25 of a year, but he's never going to make my top 10. Like Thou Shalt Not Kill well, I don't even know if I made my top 25, but I love that movie. It's just like, it should be. I love it, but he always gets hit out just at the very bottom of the list.
Oh, that guy did that movie too. Oh man, I like that one. It's good.
Yeah, you can tell it's the Raimi guys.
Right. You know what the worst scene in Mosquito is though, man? Is the fucking scene where the two guys are fishing. Like the dialogue and just the way everything is happening in that scene is just like so ridiculous, man. It's like horrible. It's horrible. It takes me out of the movie.
There is some crumb dumb acting.
But that scene is so bad through, like, from the start to the end. It's just terrible. And like, there's this weird fucking
third actor better.
There's the weirdest fucking part in Mosquito is in that scene where the dude like he's like, fishy, 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 fishy. And all of a sudden, like, fucking the fish from, like, that Fessenden film that came out a few years ago pops up and tries to eat his... Yeah, beneath. And I'm like, where the fuck does that shit come from? Like where are they fishing? Like, that shit should not be in a lake. Just put it that way.
You sure it wasn't Creatures from the Abyss?
Right. Exactly. It's fucking... Yeah, oh my God. That shit's horrible.
If that ain't on anybody's top 10, I'm off the show permanently.
That shit is horrible. It's so bad. It's so bad.
But so good and so bad.
Yeah. It really is. Oh, man. Yeah, I knew Mosquito would be somewhere on JP's list, man. That's a JP movie. For show. For show. All right, Carly.
All right. Well, I will not say much about my number 7, as it is actually Mosquito.
Oh,
nice. Twinsies, bro.
Yeah,
Did I thrust Mosquito upon you?
Yeah, you made
I'm
me
sure
watch
you
this
thrusted
double feature
something,
with...
but I'm sure it wasn't. Well, actually, mosquito-sized penis.
It was mosquito-sized.
We were both on the same joke there.
Amazing.
It's funny because they're saying he's got a small dick, everybody.
Yeah.
I do.
He does.
I don't know what the consensus is with Mexican penises. Oh
Anyway,
my God, that was so good.
But yeah, it was... This and Ticks were thrust upon me, buddy, when we used to watch movies at Matt's house.
Yeah, I did. It was my turn to do the double feature, and I picked Mosquito and Ticks because, I mean, come on.
These sexual innuendos right now are driving me nuts. Like thrust upon and double feature. I'm just thinking double penetration, and oh my God, like it's just there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
You got to jerk off before the show like I do, Moods.
I got to get it all out. Got to get all the sexual shit out,
Get
man.
the demons out.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
Yeah, Mosquito's fun. Okay, I guess that's kind of a theme of this year. There's a lot of like fun movies that are like lighthearted because I feel like half of my list is kind of like that at this point. But yeah, Mosquito is a lot of fun. I remember the first time that giant mosquito comes out of that like shed thing, I busted out laughing because it's just the effects of the mosquitoes are just hilarious to me. Like laugh out loud, funny the way they look sometimes. And this is the one, like I forgot how the mosquitoes got their pow hairs, but like this is where at the beginning you have that bad like space effect, right? Where like the aliens like landing on the Earth. Correct? Is that right? Is this that move? JP? Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure I'm on the right move. But yeah, and it's a lot of fun. It is, so like it's like you said, it's trying to be a serious movie, but it is goofy, unlike sci-fi movies today that are purposely goofy and they're not entertaining or funny at all because they're trying too hard. This one's just a good time, and I did not grow up on it or anything like that, but I was looking forward to rewatching this when I saw it was on the 94 lists because I hadn't seen it since we watched that double feature, which I would like to check out Ticks again too one day. Isn't that like 93, like the year before or after?
Yeah, 93, yeah. Ticks
that's a
is
good one.
probably better, actually.
It's a better made movie for sure.
Well, it's got Carlton in it. Of course it is.
Yeah,
No,
you just don't fucking Carlton
it's-
without a budget, man.
It's Panic because he never does.
Oh yeah, that guy. That's a movie with that guy. But yeah, I just this is a lot of fun. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Nice, higher than me.
Yeah, and it's probably like these other movies are probably like arguably better than it, but I would give it an 8 for the enjoyability factor.
I mean, who gives a shit? It's your list.
Yeah, this is mine.
Exactly, man. It's your favorites, man. Who gives a shit, man?
I'm liking your guys' list so far. It's a good variety. Picking up stuff that I like that I didn't get to put on my list too.
Nice.
Yeah, they've been actually a little bit diverse here. It's kind of crazy.
We'll start getting into some repeats here.
Yeah,
I would assume so. Yeah. All right, so back to the top.
Back. All right, this is the first time it's on the list. This is my top 2-3 favorite SOV movies ever made. I think this movie is just genuinely concept alone is a masterpiece.
I already know what it is.
This is Shattered Dead, man.
Yeah, I know. I knew what it was.
Fucking awesome. So essentially, what happens is an angel has sex with a mortal woman, and the dead stop dying. they can still think, but it turns into like a third world country chaos. And there's essentially a woman trying to go through this wasteland of people that will not die. And society has crumbled. There's a group of people that are going around who are dead, who are killing everyone who's alive because they believe like there's some religious group led by this crazy preacher. So this woman's trying to make it back, and she has run-ins with all these weird people. There's a majorly iconic scene, which was the VHS cover of somebody fucking, I don't want to spoil it, but basically somebody gets their head blown through a door, and she comes and looks through it from the other side, and it's just gore around the door and her fucking eyes looking around. The lead actress has a very strange performance. Some people say it's really bad, but it's like, it's just kind of like she looks very tired and just drained, and it's a strange performance. And the director said he basically told her to act like Rambo, so I understand where it's coming from, and I like the performance, but I can understand somebody being like, I don't like this at all.
Whoa.
Graphic sex scene.
There's
a graphic sex scene.
She was told to act like Rambo, and her performance came out like that.
Yeah, weird performance. Kind of like act very serious and tough and stuff. But
I see what you're saying.
There is a fucking awesome transgressive sex scene in this movie, which I live for. I'm a pervert, man. I love the fucking nasty, weird shit when they cross the line. Like, if you're making an SOV, you're making an independent movie, and you make a fucking shitty version of a fucking movie I've seen 100 times, go fuck yourself, man. If you're trying to get in Redbox,
Tim Ritter.
I have no interest. I love Tim Ritter, man. Tim Ritter's movies were a little bit crazier than people think. No, but there's a grenade in a mouth in Truth or Dare. That shit don't happen in regular movies. But I'm just saying, like, fucking, I don't give a shit about your fucking cheap version of a great movie. Like, and back in the day when fucking a filmmaker made something like an SOV, they're like, hey man, this is fucking insane. The dead are not gonna, and it's just fucking transgressive and weird and depressing. And it opens up in the very beginning. She's walking down the street, and she, like, these zombies are trying to get money because they're like falling apart. There's a sign with one that says sold body parts for fucking money.
Arm for a fucking science experiment or something.
That's got it. That one dude is like, he's like, I tested myself as a crash test dummy to feed my family. Now I'm too fucking ugly to go home. That's got to be worth something. And she gives him the quarter, and he's like, God bless you. God bless her. And
dude, such a high concept for fucking shot on video, man.
If any movie should have been remade with a budget by the same director, it's Shattered Dead.
But I kind of resent that, JP. Like, you can always have a great concept and still shoot it on video.
No, but I'm saying usually if you're shooting on video, you don't have any money.
Yeah, but you can still have a great concept, though. Right, you can still have a great concept. It just doesn't turn out like,
but
more
usually
of a budget.
People don't go high concept because they can't afford it.
Well, you should, because that's all you have. The thing is, like,
but that's what makes Shattered Dead so good, though.
People that shoot on their cell phone or they shoot on SOV, they laugh at them. And then, like, I always wanted to do those stupid comic strips, but I can't draw, like, the jokes, because here's what they do. They pay a $20 million camera. They have this giant crew, and all they're doing is filming a turd, because they started off with a turd on their piece of fucking paper. Now, Shattered Dead started off as a fucking piece of gold and was shot with a turd and still ended up pretty damn good. Now, I'd rather film with the turd and film a piece of gold with the turd than film a fucking turd with a piece of gold. You know what I'm saying? So, Shattered Dead,
that's some
8.5.
Mark Twain shit right there.
And then Shattered Dead, the thing
but
about
this
it is
true. Like,
and he re-edits this movie, like, because when SOVs are made, you have to, like, dub it and redub it every time you cut it. So that's why you have these long lines, this stale dialogue that doesn't overlap at all like it should. But now I know this is kind of cheating because this isn't the version that came out in '94. But he came in and made this Blu-ray, cut out all the dead air that was supposed to be how he properly wanted to edit it. But it's very hard at the time to edit it on tape. So I honestly love this movie. I probably should go higher because I think there's 3 SOV movies, 4 I love like no end: Shattered Dead, Burning Moon, Redneck Zombies, and Bloodletting. And all the other Tempe stuff I love too. I
pretty much like all those ones you mentioned. I didn't see the.
I love those movies too, and none of it's funny because, like, my favorite is probably Video Violence, but yeah.
I like Video Violence a lot too.
It'd be in my people hit shit. I mean, I understand if you don't like it because it's an acquired taste. And I grew up with Shattered Dead, man. I saw this movie when I was 12, 13 years old, and I've always loved it, man. Mm-hmm. I had a VHS and it had a naked chick on the cover, and I printed off a fake cover to put over that because I did not want my mom seeing 13-year-old Dave with some naked girl pointing a gun at you.
Right.
But yeah, I love it. 8.5. Sorry, I went on about that a lot because I'm
happy to see that.
No,
list.
You know what that is, man? That's pure passion. That's pure passion, and, like, I should probably throw that into these shot on video films that I'm trying to promote too, because, you know, most likely people aren't going to check them out because, like, shot on video.
No, I'm so happy you had Wicked Games and Sinister on your list. There's only one that I don't know if it's going to come up, but I really hope it does because I didn't put it on my list and I felt bad about it and I love it. Hopefully it's on your list.
I knew going into this that Shattered Dead would be on because we've talked about it and like how much. And I think Shattered Dead is an amazing movie, but when it comes down to making a top 10 list, like it's really, really fucking depressing to me. And like I'm one of those people. Like I like fun. I like depressing shit to me is like
poison.
I've had a lot of it in my life. And I've prevailed through a lot of depression. Like I've never been a depressed person myself in my life, but
I understand what you're saying.
I've lived through a lot of bullshit that I've honestly should be a worse person off than I am. But so when I watch it, like I'm like, oh my God, dude, like that is just. I love this movie, but it's just I don't know if I could multiple watch this shit.
It's so interesting you say that because I'm like the opposite.
Too. I am too.
I like depressing shit, even though I had like so much horrible shit happen to me that it's like I don't know, it's like an outlet or something. But it's just how
people deal with it differently, right? We just deal with it differently.
Yeah.
I like how movies affect me. If they have power on me, then it's a winner, even if the movie could be morally questionable.
I honestly have always said that's the most important thing when I love a movie is like if it has some sort of emotional effect on me. Like that
actually, come to think of it,
if a movie can make you feel something, then that's pretty powerful.
Come to think of it, man. Talking about Wicked Games, man. Like the core narrative of Wicked Games, man, is basically about a dude that's like, super pissed off that his wife is cheating on him, blah blah blah. I remember watching Wicked Games back in the 90s. And, it was fun. I enjoyed it, but it means a lot more to me because I've actually had this happen to me. Is for the people that don't know, like I've been married for 15 years. I was previously engaged before my wife now, and she cheated on me. So so Wicked Games actually means a lot more to me now. I understand the aggression. I understand what's going on. Like I get the fury. I understand why people would want to just like, oh, motherfucker. And it's not even so much like I want to kill the dude. I want to kill her, kind of thing. Like I understand where people come from in that. So Wicked Games is always
just got canceled with me and Dave Z.
Why?
I'm going to be the last one alive.
You just say you want to kill women.
Oh, yeah.
I feel you. I just I would
attitude.
Too. I understand.
Like, no one ever wants to kill the one who's cheating. They always want to kill, like, the dude they cheat on with.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
You gotta kill your wife, or your soon-to-be wife.
Like, you should just kill both of them, Moods.
Well, the thing is, I didn't even... The dude that she cheated on me with, I didn't even know him. I never even knew him, so I'm like, fuck, I'm like, well, she's responsible for this, so I'm like, fuck that. So I got out of that situation.
That dude's not in a relationship.
Yeah.
Dude, you should have broke a bottle over his head.
Never even knew him. Never even met him. It was the most fucked up thing.
There's no reason really to.
No, it was just worse, I think.
Yeah.
But the fucked up thing is he was in a relationship too, apparently. Right? So they were like cheaters on cheaters. It was fucked up.
He deserves to be dead, though.
That's how I found out. That's how I found out. His girlfriend called me one day when I was getting ready for work. By the way, your bitch is fucking my man. I'm like, motherfucker, what? Yeah, it turned into a shit show. But anyways, enough of that bullshit.
Oh. It's Dave Z?
It's Mr. Z.
Okay. Here we go. All right. Now, this movie came up earlier. This was a first-time watch for me. I didn't want to show my hand earlier, so I tried not to say too much. But what the hell? I said stuff before. I'm going to say stuff again. I loved this movie. Dave, thank you for making me watch it or talking it up, so I gave it a shot. But this is a Dave Z movie. Holy shit. Serial mom. Man.
Wait, really?
Oh, right on my alley. This is my type of humor. This is my type of shit. With a character like this, does the things she does and the kills that are kind of funny, but at the same time, she's actually genuinely angry, and she's not really cracking one-liners to make people laugh. She's quirky and she does her thing, and she's a fun character. These are the types of movies that I gravitate to. Like, I think if I watch it again and again...
Oh my God, I would have never guessed this was even on your list. Like, I don't know why, I just never thought that this movie would ever make your list.
So you agree it's a horror movie then?
Yeah, I do. It felt horror to me. She's going off killing people, freaking slasher style. Why not? I mean,
crazy.
The one thing that threw me off was I didn't think that she was going to be a suspect. I thought it was going to be there's murders happening.
It's the best thing about the narrative.
And then it ends up being really great. But it just, at first, it threw me for a loop because usually it's just not the way it usually goes. Usually that there's murders going around and this and that, and someone's committing them, and then then in the third act, things add up, and they say, and then I didn't know where it was going to go. So I didn't expect her to be a suspect right away, but it was a lot of fun. And then you have the kids, her one son and the girlfriend, who are all that horror movie talk is going on in it, and it's great. And it's what's his name? We spoke about him before, Matthew Lillard.
Matthew Lillard.
Yeah, it's
Shaggy.
really cool. It's another Shaggy. Yeah, there you go.
Stu.
Indeed.
Oh, fuck Stu.
But that's
Shaggy.
what I'm saying. He was a fan, and it was a lot of fun. It was just, and that fucking that Daybreak song. Oh my god! Here's the thing. I sing that song every morning in the shower, and there's a reason for it. My wife watches this show. She watches the news on her phone, right? And it's local news. And the name of the fucking show is Daybreak. And she goes in the shower first, and then I go in the shower second, and she's in the bathroom doing her stuff and whatever. And I hear her listening to the show every day, and they're talking, 6:15 at Daybreak. And every time they say Daybreak, I fucking start singing it in the shower, because it's Daybreak, just for fun, because my mind's fucked that way. So I've been singing this Daybreak song for a year every morning. And then she starts doing this Daybreak shit. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, I haven't thought about this song in fucking 30 years. And this past year I've been singing it like every work day. And then this girl's singing it. And it's, again, that's just a type of humor. When somebody is just, if you give me a killer that rationalizes their killing and they have charisma, which she has, I enjoy it. And it's not, I don't consider it goofy. I consider it fun, but it's just my type of humor and my type of movie. I know I'm gonna watch it more a year from now, 2 years from now. I could love it even more. And they have a Ghost Dad reference. Gotta love that. And the air conditioner thing was really cool. And the Annie thing, which I talked about before, is just fucking an amazing scene. I just love everything about that Annie scene with that old woman getting all excited to watch Annie, and then she gets fucking clubbed. Oh, I love it. That's my humor.
That's humor that makes me laugh. I was almost crying watching this, rewatching it. I had almost tears in my eyes.
It's awesome. It's so much fun. And then you get that L7 stuff at the end, which is great. I love fucking L7. Again, it's another tie-in.
Natural-born killers. Shit.
You know what I love about the L7 stuff is that, like, I was a huge L7 fan when this movie came out, and I still am, actually. I have, like, fucking all their albums. And I was like that hip-hop kid that would walk around wearing an L7 shirt. Isn't that fucking bizarre?
You're an L7 weenie.
I love L7, man. One of the greatest female bands ever. But I love the fact that, like, fucking John Waters contacted them and like, yo, he wanted them in the film, and the characters that they almost play characters because they play like, they have those weird fucking like big bulges in their vaginas and shit, whatever the band's called. It's like the funniest shit ever, dude. I love it.
Yeah.
That fucking L7 song stuck in my head now. You made my shit.
Oh.
God, we got to do a show about that movie.
Shit
That movie would be...
My God, we could break. Oh my God, I love L7.
Another 10 out of 10 if we counted it as horror. I fucking love that movie.
Oh, it is a 10. It's the best fucking movie ever. I could sit here and talk for an hour straight about it, and I know you can too, and you're like one of the few. Fucking, but don't even get me started on that.
Which one? Which one?
Outgrew it, and I'm just like, I still love it. I don't get it.
It's a damn masterpiece. I've loved it since day one.
Which movie?
Man.
Natural Born Killers.
Oh,
from
yeah.
From 94.
Yep.
Never seen
God,
it.
You never seen it?
I'm joking. Fuck. Many times.
I was about to have a camera over here.
Oh my God, I've seen Natural Born Killers so many times. Oh my God, my girlfriend back in the day, she was obsessed with that movie, man. It was fucking ridiculous. We used to watch it all the time.
Like
so,
me.
yeah.
Yeah. You know, that took 9 fucking months to edit it? 9 months to edit a fucking movie.
I just could not believe watching Natural Born Killers watching Woody Harrelson in that film because I only knew him from Cheers. I swear.
Which is great. And White Men Can't Jump. Yeah.
And right. And it was like fucking crazy to see that. Yeah, White Man Can't Jump was crazy. That movie always blew me away because there was so much swearing in it. I was like, that movie has so much swearing.
Indeed. God,
yeah, it's crazy.
But yeah, Serial Mom. Man, looking at my score now, I'm not going to go higher because there's a certain way, I do my list. But I almost could looking at it right now. It's a 7.5 now, but honestly, it could be an 8. And this is the kind of movie, like, I can't wait to watch this with my wife and daughter because I know they're going to fucking, my daughter is going to absolutely love it. She has that sense of humor that I do. So I'll be watching this a lot. So yeah.
Did Scream Factory put that out?
Yeah.
I got to get my hands
You don't
on
watch my videos, do you, motherfucker? Just talk to put it in a fucking video. Come on.
I watch your videos, but I can't remember everything.
No, I mean, that was in the very first one. That was in the collector's edition bullshit, whatever the fuck. Fucking Scream Factory. Yeah. But anyways, so where are we at? Number 6. Yes, number 6. Oh, man. I struggled with placing this one in the list. I didn't really know. Whatever. Fuck the theatrics and dramatics here. Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
Yo.
Nice. I thought maybe this might be the appropriate time to finally put a fucking Nightmare film in one of my top 10 lists, considering it is my favorite franchise of all time. And this is the third year with a Nightmare film that was eligible for a list.
Yeah.
Finally made one. So, I mean, JP gave me shit in 85 when I didn't put part 2. 91 was obviously Freddy's Dead. Bullshit. That's never going to make the list. That movie's goddamn fucking beyond garbage. Never going to make the fucking list. But I actually legitimately like this movie. And I always credit this film for being basically the predecessor for Scream. There's a lot of good things about this film. It's not perfect. It definitely is not perfect. I think the third act is a little bit kind of wish-washy and stuff, but I really like the narrative. I love the narrative in this movie. I think it's very clever. The fact that this, the only reason why this entity was not coming out in the real world before is because it was stuck in this kind of movie realm. When they stopped making movies, that's when it was able to kind of escape and kind of come out. I think that's such a cool premise. One of my favorite scenes in the movie actually is Wes Craven actually taught like his that scene where he's talking about the script and stuff like that, and very cool, man. He was kind of a natural. I think it's kind of underrated. No one ever talks about Wes Craven in that film, which is kind of a shame. But I think the biggest downfall to the movie is the kills. I 100% agree with what was said before. I think that, I don't know if it was known this was going to be the last movie, but they probably should have upped the game, maybe kind of upped the kill count, kind of did something a little bit different and stuff. It never really happened, but I do like this movie as a whole. I think it's okay. I don't think Gage is that bad. I'm going to call him Gage.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with him either.
I really don't think he is. I think Langenkamp is awesome in this. Saxon's awesome. I think there's a lot of great performances. I think there's definitely miss with wouldn't have been fucking cool to have Johnny. I think the rumor is
he said I believe Craven said
he's afraid to ask him.
He ran into Johnny Depp.
He was afraid to ask him,
and he was like, "Why didn't you ask me to be in the move?" And he's like, "I would have did it." And like, man,
he was afraid to ask him, right?
But you figure Johnny Depp was so big at that time too. You know what I mean?
But that's kind of like, it's a credit to Wes Craven not realizing how huge he was. It's very humble of Wes Craven.
Respected.
Because Wes Craven was fucking massive. Like he was a big time director, and I think he underestimated his power to get somebody like Johnny Depp back into a film, given what the narrative was. And I think Johnny Depp would have been like, fuck yeah, man. That seems pretty damn cool. Let's do that type of shit. It seems very cool. it's a missed opportunity.
I agree.
But it's kind of unfortunate. But I think New Nightmare is it's better than people kind of perceive it as to be. I think it's kind of underrated in the sense of when it came out being the last film and stuff. People kind of I know people kind of rated in the franchise as being one of maybe the better ones and stuff. But I think it's legitimately good. I think the idea is very cool, and it works. It works. But I like to see better kills. That's always been my downfall for it. 8 out of 10 for myself. Still worth your time.
Awesome. Glad to see some free love from you on a list finally. My number, we're 6, right? Yeah. My number 6 is The Cat Move.
Fella
Oh, nice.
Yeah, fella line. Fella dick.
Federline? What'd you call it?
Fella line.
Fella dick. There's even a song at the beginning that's like Fella Day.
I actually watched the dub.
Oh, I didn't. I watched American.
I mentioned this in the chat.
I didn't know there was an option.
When it, on Dave's Plex.
Oh, as it was, and it was just in English. I was like, okay.
I figure it's a cartoon, so I didn't really care either way. I figured it would still,
I've heard the dialogue is actually different in that because when I watched this film in English too, but that was the only version that I came across, and it was a really fantastic widescreen transfer. And I was like, in English, I just assumed that's the way it was done. It was a German film in English, but I read up on it after, and there actually is a different translation, like the German one. So I was like, fuck. And apparently it's different. Apparently the dialogue is different, and I'm like, fuck.
Anytime you're doing sub and dub, it's a little different dialogue. But when it comes to animation, I almost always prefer a dub. Something about reading subtitles with animation is like weird to me.
It's like documentaries and subtitles. It doesn't work.
It feels weird.
Yeah.
So I always choose dub. When it comes to animation, which is opposite with movies. I always choose the subtitles with movies in the original language.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah, one thing that I'll say about this film and its animation, like I love this era of animation from like the 70s and even before the 70s, but really the 70s till right about here in 94, maybe a little bit beyond it, like 96, 7 is like prime animation. And then they started going away from like the hand-drawn cells and they started going into like more digital, and everything's too crisp. I don't I don't like it. It doesn't feel like
my kid
lived in.
Has been watching this fucking like Garfield shit, and he's like, Dad, did you ever watch fucking Garfield? Or he didn't say fucking, but he's like, you ever watch Garfield? I'm like, yeah, bro.
He's like, hey, Dad, go pick me up.
I literally said this to him. I'm like, I'm making my coffee, and I'm like, yeah, bro.
Give me another beer, Dad.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, bro. Like, I totally watched Garfield growing up, but it was like drawn, and I'm like, I'm looking at this animation, and it's completely computer generated, right? And I'm like, oh my god, like I'm like, I can't even get into this for a second, man. And he's like, I love this. And he's like into I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man? I'm like, this is so weird.
Fuck your fake ass Garfield.
I can't not do it, dude. I'm like, this is crazy. And like, I show him, you know what he says to me? I show him Beetlejuice, and he's like, this looks really old. And I'm like, because it looks amazing because it's hand drawn, and it's like that's the greatest animation ever. And I'm like, so I show him Turtles, and he's like, it looks old. I'm like, fuck.
The reason that hand drawn works is because it looks
Transformers.
like it has texture.
It looks old. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, he's a product of his time. He's a product of his time.
It was made with somebody's fucking hand. It wasn't made on an assembly line. It's unique. It's beautiful.
Right? Yeah, it's art, man, and that's what I love about like
he likes the new Scooby-Doos over the old ones,
darker stuff,
because the animation is different, because it looks better.
No, I mean, I don't mind new animation either. It's just that I mean, it is what it is, you know.
Well, when it comes to Scooby-Doo, though, man, like watching 68 Scooby-Doo all the way even through, like it definitely changed throughout time. I can't stand like that new Scooby-Doo film, like the computer generated one. I'm like, fuck, I can't even fuck with that, man. It's unwatchable to me, man. It's bad.
I don't like animation after the 80s, to be honest with you.
No, there's a lot of good stuff in the 90s. There is good stuff in the 90s.
What does?
90s animation.
I can't stand like here's my issue with like 90s animation, like Rugrats and the other ones, the way they look like they're shaking and shit. Something looks awful, but the characters look like they're shaking all the time.
Yeah, that's the hand-drawn animation.
I think it looks
Well, that was
horrible,
the cheapness of Beavis and Butthead, though. That's actually a product of it being cheap.
Well, Beavis and Butthead was different. I'm talking about like a serious cartoon, like fucking like the Nicktoon ones, like Rugrats and a bunch that came out at the time.
Beavis and Butthead wasn't serious.
It's a real cartoon.
I don't understand.
It's one of the greatest
Beavis and
cartoons
Butthead
of all
at the
time.
beginning, and like fucking South Park when they first came out.
90s animation is the best animation. Like the
terrible.
Nicktoons you're talking about.
I don't know if
that's
true.
the best ever.
I can't stand the look of it.
It's way better than the 80s.
If I were
It's
to
not
start
even
to
get
get
like close.
People just saying whatever they like from the, you know what I mean? Like it's the best
the
for you
test.
because you grew up with it too.
No,
Here's the
it's
test.
literally
Take somebody my daughter's age and take somebody Moods' son age and let them watch something from the 80s and let them watch something from the 90s. Put Rugrats against like fucking Smurfs or something.
Yeah, but you know what, man?
And say which looks better.
My kid is dumb as fuck though. He's a dumb shithead. You know why he's a dumb shithead? Because he fucking loves the Flintstones. Like I have the fucking Flintstones original series, and he loves that series. And I'm like, bro,
it's awesome.
But it's from like the 60s, and like, doesn't that shit look old to you? He's like, yeah, but it's cool. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like, you know, like the Turtles look old to you. It's like 30 fucking years later. I'm like, it makes no sense to me. Like, I get baffled by it. And I'm like, dude, you're dumb as shit. Like, stop it. And
Yabba dabba do.
Yeah.
I can't get over the look of 90s cartoons, or honestly, I don't like the way anime looks either. I know people are going to hate that, but something about it.
I'm not a big anime
I don't like
fan.
that. I can't get into that at all.
Oh, I love
it's over dramatized. Like
it took a while for me to like it, but once I got into it, I enjoy it. Same with you, Moods.
What's that, anime?
It took an adjustment, but once I was into it, I was into it, man. It's so violent and cool and just insane.
I pretty much own every DC animated film out there. And
we're talking about anime, bro.
Fucking
like Vampire.
Oh no, that shit. I mean, it's pretty much just. I mean, I'm talking about the DC film, but yeah, the anime. Oh, it's good, man. It really is good.
No, I like Vampire Hunter D and Wicked City and stuff like that.
Perfect Blue, man. Ugh.
Perfect Blue is great. Yeah, I love.
It's a 10 out of 10, man. It's a perfect film.
I'm more talking about anime series,
right?
That are not horror. Like, I can't get into it, but except for Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is the fucking best.
See, I've never seen it before. I've never seen it, so
it's amazing. It's literally one of the best things ever made in history.
There's like 40 different shows of it. It's too much to get into.
And that's exactly my point, Dave.
All you need to watch is Dragon Ball Z.
But what about Dragon Ball? And what about
my kid reads the books? He's never seen the show.
Very different shows. Dragon Ball is like an adventure show, and Dragon Ball Z is like a fucking amazing show.
Right.
But anyway,
what the hell happened here?
Dragon Ball A through Y yet?
Yeah, I ain't seen the first side though.
So JP, did you like your pick or what? Are we just going to talk about Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, that's right. I loved it, dude. I thought it was so interesting. Like, it reminded me of, like, you know, you don't see a lot of adult animated stuff that is like looks like kids stuff, right? Like, it looks like I mean, if you just saw like any of the scenes without like any of the like violence or anything, you would think, like, if you just walk past the TV, you'd think it was like a kid's show or something, right? And there's something cool about that. So
Disney-ish.
Yeah, it's very Disney-ish.
Yeah, like Don Bluth.
What is? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Yep. And I thought it was great. Cool story. Very surprising. It was super not formulaic, which is awesome, because you kind of expect it to sort of go one way. Like, I thought he was going to team up with the girl cat and form a relationship and stuff, and you know, we all know how that ended.
And that didn't really happen too well.
It's just it was cool, man. And like, just right at the beginning when like he's talking about, like, you know, like the house people pissing in that, the cat's like, I piss over there or something. It's just like fucked up. I'm like, all right, we're doing this. But yeah, I gave it an 8 so that's my first 8 out of 10.
It's a very strong allegory, man. You know, like, you can watch this for face value, take it for what it is, but you know, if you really look into it, man, it's a in-depth film. It's good. Like I said, I'd like to grab a copy of this. Good stuff.
Yeah, Kino, maybe like a Kino release. They released Fritz the Cat.
Yeah.
Or actually, that was Scorpion. But Kino, Scorpion, I mean.
Yeah, same deal.
Yeah.
I just want to see it for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, Carly.
Shame.
All right. My number 6 was mentioned before, and that is A Brain Scan.
Nice.
Thank God.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. Like I said, I always thought that cover was like stupid looking with the dude's, the brain scan, whatever you call it, guy.
The trickster?
Face. Yeah, that guy. I've always seen this movie, and I've always heard of it, but I never knew what it was about or anything, and just, I judged it by the cover. But like I said, JP and I watched this when he was staying at the hotel, and I was really into it. Again, it it reeks of like that 90s feel, like the kid's bedroom and everything. Edward Furlong just being in it, in general. Edward Furlong, he makes me think of like Corey Feldman, where he was just like in a stream of good moves, but like in the 90s era. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this movie, and I would definitely watch it again. I would like to pick it up because I do not own it, but I just thought it was a really cool story and concept, and it wasn't a space move like I thought it was going to be. So that was good stuff.
Space moves.
You thought it was going to be a space movie. Why is that?
I don't know. The cover, that dude just looked like he was like a space alien or like
I agree.
creature thing.
I agree.
It's called Brain Scan. Like, just seems like I don't know, like an alien abducting you and scanning your brain. I guess.
Yeah,
I don't know.
look at that cover. She's right. 100% looks spacey.
Like all those weird movies, like Mine Hunt, a mine killer. And
Yeah, and he's
like Videodrome.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Videodrome.
Yeah, but I gave that an 8 out of 10. I like that movie.
Cool.
Wait a bit.
All right. Back to the top, Mr. Pocket.
Goddamn cops outside killing somebody.
Can you hear that? You live in the ghetto or what?
Some guy had a heart attack at Chili's or some shit. I don't know what's going on.
You always talk about that Chili's.
I live right across the street from Chili's. I don't
know
know
you're always saying stuff is going down over there.
It's my arch nemesis is Chili's. He knows what he did.
Give you soup ass. That's what happened.
This is the first time this has been on the list, and it's going to be on most of the list, I imagine. It is a sprawling epic by an amazing director who's done stuff like Company of the Wolves, which I still need to watch, by Zantium, which is a great movie, underrated movie, I'd say. He also did The Crying Game. This is Interview with a Vampire. Now, when it came back to watch this, I saw it when out, and I remember liking it then, but who the fuck knows when you're 8 years old and you're watching an Interview with a Vampire. So I'm sitting here, I'm going to rewatch it, I'm like, I gotta watch this fucking 2-hour vampire movie with fucking, and I start watching, I'm like, oh, this is objectively great score, great acting, and this is one of the only times, and I don't dislike Tom Cruise, I always am like, that's Tom Cruise, he's doing good, he's doing fine, but in this movie I was watching Tom Cruise and I was like, is he better than Brad Pitt in this movie? And then I was like, oh, he is better than Brad Pitt in this movie. So essentially, it's just the story of a 200-year-old vampire telling Christian Slater his life story, and essentially we go to like this like sprawling epic that has really good like sets and beautiful locations and all. I don't even know if they're sets. It seems like real stuff that they're shooting on. Anyways, it's really good. It's gorier than you would expect. Fairly homoerotic, of course, but I mean, it's Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, so nobody's probably going to complain too much, right?
And it's a fucking vampire movie, which is like...
Yeah, I mean,
which is always... It is, right? Always,
so, like, like, this cast in this movie, they're like, can we make every woman in the audience wet? Like, was like, Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise... Oh, Antonio Banderas in there. Get a little bit of Mexican spice in this movie, or Spanish spice.
What about Slater, man?
And then they fuck up their Christian Slater.
Fucked. You're definitely canceled now. Mixing up Spanish and Mexicans.
Antonio Banderas, love that.
I actually don't know where he's from, but I would guess in Mexico. I'm not 100%. I know he worked in Pedro Almodovar movies, which is Spain, but he's... I don't know. Fucking Robert Rodriguez is Mexican, right? And he's in his movies, so I don't know where he's from. Anyways, he's probably Spanish. Yeah, this movie is really well made. Like it's going to be in a lot of people's top 1 and 2 is my guess. But like I put it back on today to just kind of rewatch a little bit, and I was just watching it. I was like, oh man, this is great. And Kirsten Dunst in this movie, fucking awesome. Yeah, and Steve Ray's a prick in it. It's a great movie, objectively a great film. And I have no complaints, no negatives about the movie. 8.5 on Interview with the Vampire.
Objectively, yes, great movie. Do I like it? No. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. My favorite parts in the film are with Christian Slater, to be honest.
Yeah.
That goes to say. So
Banderas was in fact born in Spain.
Okay, so when Tom Cruise raises from the crypt and he's out there and he's all like decrepit and like a mummy, that whole shit's fucking excellent.
Dude, I am so taken back by this right now. I cannot believe this is on your list.
Really?
Like, if there was any movie from 1994 that I was 100% sure that was not going to be on your list, was going to be Interview with the Vampire. Like
I should have
so
said it
crazy,
higher, but they're the same rating. You know what? Also, I noticed people always complain and they always compare Lost Boys and Interview with the Vampire with Twilight, and they're like, "Well, it's the same fucking thing." It's like, bro, this is a 10 times better made movie than fucking Twilight. It doesn't feel cheap. It doesn't feel rushed.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like corny superhero shit. It's a well-made, well-acted, well-scored professional film with amazing sets and cinematography. Twilight does not have any of this.
No.
And story.
It has fucking gore. It has gore, and so does the Lost Boys. And Lost Boys has a score. I'm sorry, Twilight.
And they
is
also
not
kill
on
the kid.
level
They kill the kid, which is awesome.
These are real. I'm not trying to be a dick here. Not like even Twilight. I have nothing. It's not made for me. But they're not on the same league of filmmaking. Either of those movies. Like fucking Neil Jordan is a fucking amazing director. Okay, who directed fucking Twilight?
Remember when we did that Twilight franchise? Remember when we did that?
No, I don't.
Yeah, there's like actually a good.
It was the worst show I've ever. It actually traumatized me. It traumatized me. It was so fucking bad. I hated those movies so much, man. And like, oh, I'll never ever in my life ever forget the argument that Lacey couldn't understand, and I was like, literally, I was going to quit. I was going to quit at that moment in the show because I couldn't understand how she didn't understand what I was saying. Like, it was fucked to me, man. It was so fucked up. I'm like, oh my god, that was bad.
Honestly, I never understand what you're saying with your thick Canadian accent. I just agree with you. So I can.
With my thick, wow, I've never heard anyone.
I can't understand anybody on this show. I don't even speak English, really.
Yeah. Oh my. Okay, so this is honestly so far in the show. This is the biggest surprise of the show right now. I never thought in a million years this would ever be on your show.
Surprise at all.
No, it's amazing to me to go from Shattered Dead to Interview with the Vampire in a row. It's amazing, but very shocking.
Very eclectic taste,
but very
cool.
but very shocking. Wow.
Maybe I just knew that Dave liked it already, so maybe.
Well, because you guys talk more personally.
I remember watching this movie with my family, man. We watched this when it came out. I was like 8. We all sat down and watched Interview with the Vampire.
I've watched it so many times. I used to have the VHS. I've watched it over the years. I'm not a fan. I don't like the movie that much, man, to be honest. I think when it comes to vampire films, like, I really do, besides Fright Night, which I know that you think is overrated because we just talked about that the other day, but
I like Fright Night a lot. It's a great movie. It's just not as good as the 3 or 4 other movies from that year.
Oh, of course it isn't. And that's why it wasn't even in my top 5, probably. I can't remember where it was, but
it was my number 6.
Yeah, it was probably somewhere around there. I like the sexually charged ones, like the very sleazy vampire films. I like those things.
Not you, Moose. I'm talking to JP. Mm-hmm. He said the remake of Fright Night was better. I couldn't. Who's laughing?
That was
I thought that was a cat.
I thought that was you. I thought J-Pig was squealing over there.
This fucking idiot with his fucking the remake of fucking. Oh my god, dude!
He just laughed at you. He didn't even fucking respond.
There's no way. It's so stupid. Okay, Mr. Z, you're up next.
It's good.
It's not good. Fuck McLovin. He's horrible.
I
didn't even watch it. And hey, I'm such a hypocrite. I didn't even watch the remake, and I'm still arguing.
It's so bad. It's legitimately horrible.
I saw the remake first, and I liked it.
You saw the remake?
Oh yeah, He didn't like the fucking cover art. Dude, or the title or something. He's like, Fright Night. That's stupid.
It's
my god. That's what I thought when I was a kid. Yeah. But the reason I watched the remake first is because we were doing a thing on Banana Laser, and somebody did, believe it or not, listen to this. There was an article on a website, and it said the 15 best horror movies of the last 15 years, and that was one of the fucking movies on there, was the remake of Fright Night, so I had to watch it for that.
I wrote that article.
Yeah.
What's that you can't write?
No, I truly believe that article was written by one of the cast members from Red to Kill. Okay, take that for what it is.
You're canceled, man.
I might have just got canceled.
We'll probably get canceled for making the joke that we're going to get canceled at this point.
Yeah. I don't even know where we are.
Okay, it's me, number 5. Here we go. Okay. Speaking of epics, and I spoke about this the other day because I sat down and watched it in one sitting. The Stand. Yes.
Yo,
Stand.
I didn't think this would make anybody's list. Nice,
dude. This is probably the 4th time I've seen it, and I never enjoyed it as much as I have this time. And maybe it's because I watched it in one sitting. I don't know, but I really enjoyed it. I think it's the best use of the song. Don't Fear the Reaper. I know a lot of people are all
Amen, brother.
Halloween 78 and all that's whatever. As much as I love that movie, every time I think about this movie, I think about that scene in the beginning when all hell breaks loose and you see the people dead at their desks and stuff, and the way the camera pans across them all, and they're playing Don't Fear the Reaper. I think it's fucking a great way to start the film. And the dark man grinning at me. And how about this Halloween 3 comparison I picked up on this time? This reminds me of the beginning of Halloween 3 when the dude comes across the fucking guy at the gas station and he's clutching the mask. And then he passes out and then he calls, right? The same thing happens in this movie. They escape the thing. The guy comes in and basically says, they both say the same thing. Everyone's going to be dead. So obviously there's no real connection because King wrote the book first and everything else or what have you. But just a little comparison I made because I'm obsessed with Halloween 3. Joe Bob you got in there is great. It's great that we go to a quiet Maine town. That's regular old King stuff. The Captain Tripp's name I think is great because that was one of the nicknames of Jerry Garcia. So I think that was thrown in there on purpose by Stephen King. The random Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is fucking...
Dude, that is not the fucking most bizarre thing.
Yeah, and you know what it reminds me of? A few years later, there was a random Patrick Ewing in fucking Exorcist 3 in the dream sequence.
There was.
Shut the fuck up, is there really?
You never saw that part?
No, I don't remember it.
And he has angel wings on, and he's sitting there. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man.
Oh my god! I swear I forgot about that completely. Wow. I've officially drank myself retarded. Yeah. Oh shit! I mean, sorry. That was a bad comment after Red to Kill.
We spent fucking 3 hours, 4 hours not saying that word when we talked about Red to Kill, but yeah, we still fucking slip and say it like
we're devolving.
But I was referring to myself, so
we got the brain damage. We're sorry.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
I think it's cool how Kareem sees the instead of seeing the crow like everybody else is seeing, he's the first one that sees the actual walking dude sitting on the freaking Randall Flagg, sitting on top of the the electric pole, sitting there looking at him.
That's Miguel Ferrer who sees it, isn't it? Lloyd who sees him first.
Is it him? Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe it's not Kareem.
When they're arresting him, I think it is Lloyd.
Okay, all right, you're probably right. Either way, that scene is awesome. And then we get I love the way the music they use. They use that song "Don't Dream It's Over" when they put it on the record. It always flashes me back to childhood, and that in childhood in that era of time reminds me of Molly Ringwald, who is in that scene because that's when she was hot shit in the fucking mid 80s. You know what I mean?
She sucks in this movie.
Do you really?
She's good.
I hate her in this.
I always like her.
She feels like the 80s version. I don't know. I don't think she's very versatile in moves. Like,
you're
she's
probably
very
right.
whiny.
I think I kind of agree with Carly a little bit.
I think that's why she didn't really go too far. Like, I feel like
she may not be versatile, but I think casting her in this role is a smart idea.
I agree with both of you. I understand where you're coming from, Carly. I just have a soft spot for her because she was part of my generation. I grew up with her.
Yeah, I mean, I like her.
It's one of those.
Yeah, I love her in those moves.
The 80s movie, yeah. But
yeah,
it took me like 3 months to watch this entire thing fully.
Yeah, she was calling it the sit.
Oh,
Is this like a pen thing or something, like where you guys don't finish your words? When you say movie, you say move, and
they always do it. Yeah.
We have
it's like I'm being serious though. I'm not even trying to like harass or anything. I'm just actually questioning. Like, is that
their gimmick?
Our gimmick.
You got gimmick. I just always thought it was interesting.
Cold over here.
We got a secret language, bro.
It's like an inside joke. It's an inside thing that we can't help but like say in real life now because we like say it so much to each other. We're always around each other, so it's probably really annoying to other people, but to us it's like hilarious. That's really what it is. It's not.
The less I have to hear JP talk, the better. Shorten all your words to nothing.
Everything has to be like two.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? But I never brought it up till now because I understood what you guys were doing. It's like your guys' thing, kind of thing. And like you always you talk about you guys are around each other. I'm like, you guys are more into each other. If you know what I'm saying.
Indeed.
Yes, intercourse.
Someone's into somebody. There you go.
Boy.
Then you got Lucky Larry finding Nadine, and I love Nadine, and man, what a role she plays, and everything that's going on with her, like inside in the conflict that she has, and just start to finish. I just think that she's a real interesting character, and I think she's a great actress. I love her too, Italian princess there. And who else? As long as we're talking about females, we have Shawnee Smith, who I love her too because she's the badass, and I like her when she's bad because you don't get to see it much, and she is a pretty bad girl in this movie. But I like the people cast in the movie. And here's something I noticed: Vincent Drug. Did anybody catch this? And does anybody know what other movie that was featured in?
What is it? What part is it?
No, Vincent Drug. It was when they go to the town and they meet Shawnee Smith. When we first meet the mute and we first meet the what's his name, the tall guy.
M-O-O-N. That's Bill Moon.
Yeah. Yes.
Patrick Star.
Patrick Star, indeed. Yes. But do you know what I'm talking about? Vincent Drug. That's the place they went to. Do you know what other movie that's from? Okay, well.
It's got to be The Mist.
And I even not even a King connection, but I saw it. I'm like, wait a minute, is that the same? And I looked it up and I looked at the pictures, and it's the exact. So it's obviously a set that happens to be here that it was used again. But it's the place that was used in Halloween 4. It was the place where Brady works, where they go and visit him, and Michael comes in and grabs the mask. So a little.
I would have never got that.
Yeah.
For some reason, I remembered Drug, and I was like, no, and sure enough, it was. So that was kind of cool.
That's why you need your notes, because you fucking fill your head with this nonsense.
I do, and these are my notes. You're right.
Just joking.
It's true though, but you're right.
Was that dude like the Mr. W or MOON? Was that guy not in Red to Kill too?
Oh, come on.
No. Jesus.
I tried to avoid him. I did.
He's actually.
I'm already canceled, so I might as well keep going.
He was in Coach. Remember Coach?
I remember Coach.
He was
Dauber.
Yeah, Dauber.
He's Dauber. He's also in Oz.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's in fucking.
I actually remember him from.
He was
Coach.
the Nazi prison guard.
Yeah, I always remember.
He gets killed by Beecher with a long fingernail.
Oh, dude, Oz was amazing, man. Oz was crazy, man, because it had so many rappers in that show. It was fucking nuts, but.
Sometimes they only lasted half an episode before they got murdered.
Dude, everybody died within 5 minutes of being introduced. It was hilarious. It was ridiculous.
But I'm only being in it for 5 minutes.
But I always know him from Coach, because I actually used to watch Coach all the time. It's fun.
Absolutely.
I don't know. Me too.
From Coach. Yep. But there's lots of good imagery here. The stuff with a lot of stuff with the walking dude. It's freaking great when he comes up and he's in the cornfields and when they meet what's her name, the old lady, and she's playing the guitar. Abigail. Yes, and she's playing the guitar, and her hands start bleeding and shit. That's some cool shit. That's scary. A lot of stuff they do. There's just lots of solid characters and real people that have inner conflicts. Not everybody is good. Not everybody is bad. And a lot of shades of gray and what's going on here, and it's really interesting. And I think about Nadine, and I wonder what would have happened. Would she have straightened out if Larry took her back when she came to the house for that final plea? It's just, stay with me, make love to me, and I'll stay, and this and that. Who knows what she was thinking about? But there's there's a lot of stuff going on. I like Flag overall. I like the guy's performance. It's something to get used to. Maybe the first time I saw it, I didn't like it, but I like him. I like his sense of humor too, and I like when he meets the dude in the jail and he's like, he says, who are you? And he's like, pleased to meet you. Hope you guessed my name.
Yeah.
So he's basically
Stones, baby.
Yeah, he's basically saying he's the devil. You know what I mean? Using the freaking, sympathy for the devil lyrics. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I think
That's
Glenn is
King, right?
Totally, all the time. Yeah, I think Glenn is a great character.
Agreed. Love Sinise in it.
Yeah, man, he's great, and
so many fucking characters.
Yeah, there's so many great. No, Glenn is
Ralph Brunner's great
name?
too. Ray Walston.
I mean,
Glenn,
everybody's great in
Ray
the movie.
Walston,
It's a little hard to keep up though. There's so many people, and that's the trouble I'm having with the book right now. I'm like, wait, who is this again? Because I'm reading the book right now.
Oh, great book.
No, you're probably listening to the book, you fucking lazy motherfucker. Right?
You're correct. I'm reading Gerald's game. I'm listening to this. Dude, it's easier to listen to book. Dude, you could do other things.
I've never done that once. Still to this day, never listened to a book.
Oh,
I've
it's
read
amazing,
every book
dude.
I've
You
ever
don't know
read.
what you're fucking missing.
What? I enjoy reading because reading is relaxing. You just sit back, you have a book, and you tell the world to fuck off, and you read.
Yeah,
what
but
the fuck are you
with
talking?
audio
books. Hey, Moods is now LeVar Burton.
Dude, I'll show you my book
Rainbow over
collection.
here.
It is ridiculous how many books I have. People would not even look at me like that, but I love reading. I fucking love reading.
I like reading too. It's just it takes so much time.
Why do you think I spend so much time camping at my cabin and we're doing whatever? Because I love to read. That's what I do. I just have some beers and I read. I get to forget about my kid, my wife, everything else, and I'm like, fuck, this is amazing.
Yeah, much better life.
Mood is like, forget about my cheating wife and my stupid kid and read some books.
My kid that thinks all these cartoons are all too old. Fuck that kid. You know, it's like,
who hates Michelangelo? Nobody.
The book though, man, I will say, man, when you're listening to the beginning parts with when the pandemic's starting and stuff,
the plague,
man, that shit is eerie, especially after having a minor, well, not minor, but you know what I mean. It's not like the fucking one from the plague of the Stand.
Yeah, we'd all be dead because we don't listen to the
that's what I was
thing.
thinking. I was like, dude, we'd be so fucking fucked, so bad.
It's so funny because when we had COVID, the government was like crashing down, like, "Hey, you guys got to be careful out there." And then in the Stand, they're like, "What plague?"
Right.
Right.
So, Ed Harris is the shit in this movie too, and so is Kathy Bates. Man, the cast is amazing.
that little what we get of her. Absolutely, yeah. It really is a really good cast, and honestly, I mean, I'm saying all kinds of good things, but obviously there's some other stuff. I mean, there's television restraints. You can only do so much. It feels like a TV movie, which it is, but it feels like it's a little cheesy with the effects.
Little ham-fisted religion shit in there too.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, but which is so interesting because King, this is one of the rare instances when King paints the religious people as the good. That is a common theme, and I'm sure I don't got to sell it to you guys. He almost always paints the religious people as being zealots and freaking over.
But he is a Christian, though. He is religious.
I know, but that's what I like about him. That's what's cool. He can sit there and be a Christian and call himself that, yet still look at the faults of this and say, "Hey, these people are wrong."
He's
have
not a
faith
hateful
in that,
person.
fine.
No way. He's a hateful person.
You guys
It's
ever
great.
seen Joe Hill in an interview, man? He's like a fucking
Looks like
carbon
Stephen
copy
King.
of his
Now
dad.
he is.
I'm convinced that
he
is
literally
Stephen King,
looks like his.
and they figured out a way to keep him alive.
Fucking freaks me out. It freaks me right out. It freaks me right out.
Yeah, he looks like fucking Jody when he's got his beard.
So I was watching fucking Eli Ross History of Horror. I was watching Eli Ross History of Horror last night, and Joe Hill was talking. I'm like, man, this is just fucking weird. He is like a
Have we
carbon
ever seen
copy.
him in the same place at the same time?
No,
It's not
no, it is. It's Stephen
I don't
King
think we
figured out a
have.
way to regenerate himself into a younger version. I don't know. There's something going on there. It's fucking
Yeah,
weird.
That'd be
So
cool
he
with
can
me.
live on and
Hence
keep
the name
writing
Joe Hill.
books
It's a
with
different name. He's trying to be two different people. Yep.
it. Yeah, like Richard.
They got the same profession. It's not by chance that they have the same profession as being a writer. Come on, bros.
I don't think your theory's going to work out, Moods.
What do you mean?
I don't think they're two the same person.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
It actually
You know
wasn't.
what?
It wasn't
That was
my
a good
version.
argument.
It
I
wasn't
think
my
you're right,
theory to
JP.
start. It was actually JP's. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that they were carbon copies.
No, you guys
of
are
each
right.
other.
You convinced me. You convinced me.
I hope they're different, and I hope Joe Hill ends up being better and writes better climaxes
I think
and
Dave
finishes.
missed the
because
part of JP there.
I miss JP.
Parker.
I misunderstood
Sorry,
about it.
I can't use first names. Sorry.
Oh. Fuck, I'm getting confused. Anyway, 7.5. I really, really enjoyed The Stand.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought about putting it on my list because I was
did
like,
too.
I was like, man, this movie is like really fucking big. Like, and it is like, yeah, it's a little dated now, but for the time, it was like pretty epic, and it did like massive fucking numbers too. I miss when there was like event movies on TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah, me too.
Me and my mom rented every tape together, so like I have a fondness and a soft spot for this that I genuinely kind of love it, just on nostalgia alone.
Yeah.
But like,
that's cool.
Again, like I have a hard time understanding that concept because like my lists are made off my favorite movies. Like I understand.
Well,
like,
I do love
I remember
this movie.
watching The Stand
like,
back in the day.
It's one of my personal favorites, but it also kind of sucks in some ways, so I left it off. And it's a miniseries, so I was like iffy on it.
Right.
See, so it is a favorite, but I have about 15 to 20 favorites from this year.
I think that like if the movie was done. I don't know, man.
The second half.
The second half is actually the downfall of the movie. It really is.
But that's the book. It's because the book is second half is the downfall.
Yeah. Like a lot of Stephen King novels, right?
Like, to be honest, Mick Garris did the best he could with what he had.
Right.
Well, it's
I
probably the
agree with
best
that.
Mick Garris movie ever done. Really.
Garris.
I mean,
I'm Mick
I don't
Garris,
know,
Master
man.
Horror.
Did you see that scene in Sleepwalkers where he shoved that corn on the cob to that dude's neck?
maybe besides Critters
Pure
2.
cinema right there,
he did
dude.
Critters 2 also. Fuck. Let's face it.
He
That's
did have
just
a
fun.
pretty awesome
Hey.
Freddy scene in Critters too.
Remember when that fucking Easter bunny gets a critter ball in his nuts? When he falls through the fucking window?
Critters 2 is fun.
It's the main course. Hey, it's the main course, JP.
Okay. Dave, what'd you give that one? 4 out of 10?
7.5.
Oh, shit.
7.5. 4.
Oh god, that killed me. I got the fucking COVID over
Gave
here
a
again.
point for each part.
Fuck, that's good. Okay. All right, back to me. So coming in, breaking into the top 5 is actually a first time talk tonight. I'm not 100% sure this is going to break in on any of the other lists. It might. I don't know. This is one of those movies that I feel like it could have, but it should have been talked about already. I might have even have it too high in my list. I don't fucking know. I really don't know. But my attraction to Reggie is ridiculous. I love the dude. I love the franchise so much. And I even fucking like part 5. I don't love it, but I like part 5. We're going with Phantasm 3, Lord of the Dead. This is a fun movie, man. It's grown on me over the years, hardcore. This one is fun because I always kind of like... I always look at this movie and be like, it's the better version of like Halloween 2. Because we got our like one of our main characters who returns in this film. Well, the actor returns in this film from the first one. And like he's in a hospital bed pretty much the entire film, but it's like so much better than Halloween 2, in my opinion.
Wait, Halloween 2, the original?
Yeah. Yeah, fuck that movie.
I thought you loved Halloween 2.
No, I don't. No.
That movie.
No, I said fuck that movie, man.
Wait, what?
I haven't watched it in years. I feel like it does.
Halloween 2.
I love it too. Wow.
Does it hold up? It doesn't
Yeah,
hold
I
up.
just
fucking
watched
great.
it to drive in. It's
No, I mean, if you're going to compare movies of main characters in a hospital bed, Halloween 2
yeah,
versus
I agree
Phantasm
with
3,
you.
this is
Like,
way
that-
better.
Me and
think
Carly
that
watched
fucking-
Halloween 2 at the drive-in. The whole time we're bitching like, man, fucking Jamie Lee sucks in this movie. Like, she doesn't do shit. Like, everything else is awesome, but like, she's just like comatose the whole time.
But they managed to incorporate Michael's character enough in the film where it doesn't seem like it's Jamie Lee Curtis in fucking Halloween 2, like, you know, comatose in a fucking, even though Mike is actually comatose in this. Like, that's kind of the irony in this movie, man. It's fun, man. It's like, you know what I love about this movie? It's like the most unlikely trio of characters. We got fucking the awesome Reggie. We've got, you know, the little kid.
This is where he takes over the series pretty much.
Right. And then, you know, what is the little kid's name? Tim? Is that Tim? Is that what his name is? I can't remember.
Something like that.
And
Sounds
then,
familiar. Yeah.
And so we got
right.
Reggie, the old white male. We've got the young fucking kid who's badass. And then we got the black chick, which is Rocky, I think.
Which is also badass.
Everyone's badass in this film. And it's like, it's super fun because like it kind of breaks out into like more zombie type narrative a little bit. Like there's a lot of, they even call them zombies in this movie too, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with Phantasm 3 is that I would love to have seen more of the tall man. There's a portion of this film where he is not in it for about 45 minutes at least. Like it's just, but it's kind of cool because they're kind of going through the motions, they're battling, doing all this shit. The effects aren't bad. I still think the effects in 1979 Phantasm are better than 1994, which is kind of fucked up. But that boring, right?
No, I'm just tired. I like the movie. I like the movie.
I hear the yawns and I'm just like, I'm not fucking boring. But no, I love like Phantasm 3, man. I think it's a fucking blast, man. I think the kills are cool. Just it's like a continuation in the series, which, you know, I mean, it's a very, very confusing mindfuck series, but I think this one kind of fits in where it is. And I used to not really care for this one that much, but I've totally grown to love it. I think where it is in the franchise is good. Yes, fuck yeah. Sorry, the Leafs just scored, and they needed that big time.
I was like, man, he really likes Phantasm.
Oh no, I held back all night on goals, but they just scored late in the game, and this might fucking win the game. And everyone's texting me. Oh my god, my phone is going fucking crazy. Sorry, guys.
Tall man.
Sorry, guys.
Watch, I'm talking about Phantasm.
I know I shouldn't have had my phone up like that, but god damn it. But Phantasm 3, man, awesome characters, and you know, there's a lot of great visuals, man. I love the fact that like Jodie comes back into this film in a role that's kind of mind fucking a little bit. You know, like I think when people talk, I would love to redo the Phantasm franchise because I've watched it so many times since we reviewed these films and stuff.
Plus 5 wasn't out when we reviewed them.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because like I've watched these movies so many times and like I fucking pick out things that I didn't get before every time I watch. That's what I love about this franchise. I think it is.
I wouldn't be opposed to redoing that.
I think it's the coolest. I think it's one of the coolest franchises ever done because it's not only open to interpretation a little bit, but there's so many little things that you can talk about. I think it's amazing. Reggie is one of the best characters in horror history, in my opinion. I'm gonna go to my grave saying that. Reggie is one of the best. He's so cool. He's so badass. He's so honest.
Most will be on his deathbed and he'll be like, by the way,
I love Reggie.
Bannister, one of the best.
Where'd you hide the money, Dad? Where's the money?
I just love the fact that they have the double barracks.
Who the fuck is Reggie, Dad?
Yeah,
They think it's like your gay lover or something. Lover. Dad was out back boning a guy named Reggie. He couldn't tell me where the fucking money was.
If Reggie was going to be my gay lover, it would be Reggie, man, for sure. Like it would be Reggie. But I love Reggie, man. And Reggie the Reckless, man. He's reckless just like I am
too, man.
So
I'd rather bone him.
What?
Whoa,
Is it a kid?
Dave,
No, he's a grown man now. What do you mean, a kid?
That's different. That guy.
Dave's been keeping tabs on Reggie the Reckless until he turns of age.
What the fuck? I was the same age as him at the fucking when the movie came out. Of course he's grown.
I've been looking him up on fucking Tinder. He looks all right.
Oh, he's a piece of shit, Shabar Ross.
He take care of himself. He's got a nice tight body.
Oh my god, bro.
God damn it.
I don't know. I'm tired.
What are you rating Phantasm 3?
I don't know. Am I done with... Okay, Phantasm 3 is just a goddamn... you know what I love? They're traveling to the biggest mausoleum. And where's it located? It's like in Wisconsin or some crazy shit. We're going back to Wisconsin?
No, it's in Compton, bro.
No, it's not in Compton. They're in the fucking East Coast. Like, they're totally in the Midwest East Coast, man. It's like I think it's like...
In real life.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
No, I can't tell if you're joking or not. Like, the biggest mausoleum in the United States is in Compton.
City of...
I mean, this movie's cool because it's the first time they have, like, him actually... Is this the first time they introduce him traveling across country and just basically... Or is that the second one, turning, like, towns into fucking empty and destroying mid-America? Which is a huge allegory for actually kind of just corporations and shit doing that.
Right. Yeah. No, it's definitely... They definitely do it in the second film. They do in this one. This one just kind of... Yeah, it's definitely a continuation. I mean, he literally has the same weapon, right? He has that fucking double barrel fucking, gatted up fucking shotgun thing. It's awesome. Like, it totally...
It's a quad barrel, bro.
Yeah.
The quad barrel. It is, man. I love this. It's so much fun, man. I was watching it the other night again. I was like, God damn, this shit is so much fucking fun. Like, people always 1 and 2, and then no one ever really talks about the franchise after. But, like, 4 is fun, man. 4 is a trip, though, man. 4 is a trip because they use so much footage that was unused from the original film, which is so trippy. And we've talked about this before. I think it's so trippy that they did that. It always confused me. But 3 is a little bit underrated, man. It's fun. It's more zombie orientated because I'm not really sure why they kind of went this way. Maybe for purely entertainment, it works. But it's great shit, though.
By the way, so the house that's used for Tim, that's the house from House, 1985.
Oh, is it really?
And then the interiors were shot at the real mausoleum called Angels Abbey Mausoleum in Compton, California.
Okay. Okay, so in the narrative, it is. I think it's in Wisconsin. I think that's where they are. I don't know.
I know it wasn't tripping, but I kind of was scared that I was wrong.
Maybe it's Ohio or Toledo. It's somewhere in Toledo. I don't know. It's somewhere around there. But it doesn't really matter. I just love when they first get into that fucking one city there and it's all like desecrated. I love that shit, man. It looks so good. Anyways, 8 out of 10. Fantastic.
I want to mention that I think the trio of zombies is excellent, that they keep popping up. That's a lot of fun. And you got a major character actor in John Chandler Davies, who's in a couple of Peck and Paw movies, is like the little small one. I was really happy to see him in here. I did not remember him being in this movie, but when he popped up, I was like, holy shit! That was a lot of fun seeing him as a zombie, because the reoccurring zombies makes like a lot of fun because you know what I mean? They keep popping up after you kill them and shit.
Well, actually, that's a good point, man. That's actually one of the reasons why I love this movie, because it's so random in the fact that, like, when Reggie goes to that house and then they end up killing all those guys and stuff, and they take off in the pink hearse. Well, that chase scene, that whole scene on the fucking highways is amazing. Because and that kind of changes Phantasm a little bit. It's because you see that control that the tall man has on these zombies and stuff, right? Go after these people, kind of thing. It's really cool, man, how they write that down. And it's just really well done. I love the car crash that happens there. It's really good.
Hey, Moods, hear me out on a remake. John Malkovich as the tall man and Bob Odenkirk as Reggie.
Oh.
That's a good casting.
Ooh, that's really
Bob
good.
Odenkirk as Reggie is perfect.
You know what, man? The Malkovich. Holy shit, dude. You know what?
Tall man.
Wow.
Because he's tall and lanky. And he played who the fuck did he play? It was of Lenny of Mice and Men. So
Malkovich is one of the most unique actors of all time. That guy's presence and his sarcastic ways of acting, like, I think he can pull it off so well. Like, he's such an amazing actor, man.
I'm just thinking of if there was a remake, I'd like to see Bob Odenkirk as Reggie and fucking John Malkovich as the tall man.
Right.
I don't really care about the other characters.
Already this is going to work. It's already going to work.
It's going to work.
Yeah, it's already going to work. But yeah, Phantasm 3, man, a little bit overlooked. A little bit overlooked.
I'd actually go as far to say it's a little underrated, and number 2 is a little overrated.
100%.
I think 2's better. I think 2's better,
dude.
But I think 3's almost just as good.
We share the same sentiments, man. I think Phantasm 2 obviously was the big studio film. Not big studio film, but they had a bigger budget than the first one.
It was pretty big.
People love Phantasm 2 for the fact that it is a bigger film. You know, it really is a bigger film, you know. But Phantasm, the first Phantasm though, man, fuck.
I prefer the first one.
Me too, man. It's actually one of my, well, it's like almost in my top 10 of all time. I love Phantasm. The second one I like a lot, but the third one, man, come on. It's severely underrated because of the second one, I think, in people's minds. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame.
It's my favorite of the original 4. I would say.
Part 3?
Yeah.
Oh, part 2. Well, no, I guess if you're counting
Part 3 is your favorite of the first 4?
No, part 3 is my least favorite of the first 4.
Oh, okay, least favorite. Yeah.
I guess it's my turn. I'm gonna be short on this one because I can't imagine that it won't pop up on other people's lists. My number 5. This only like the third time I've watched this, but the first time I think I fell asleep. We were at Matt's during one of the movie nights, which see, Dave, I could fall asleep anywhere. Yeah, and then I watched it for the summer series, and I liked it a little bit more. But this time watching it, I definitely liked it the most that I've ever liked it, and that is In the Mouth of Madness from one Jonathan Carpenter. This movie, I love the whole. What?
You can't just. His name's not Jonathan.
Yes, it is.
You can't just like lengthen. No, guy.
That.
Go on.
Yeah, I love the Sutter Kane thing, and dude, even like the fucking details of the like novels are so cool, right? Like how he rips the covers off and makes like a map and shit. I'm like, man, that's so neat. And then like just the blurring of reality, and it's actually kind of scary. Like I was watching it late one night when I was prepping for this, and I was like, man, there's actually some scary scenes in this shit. Got Happy Gilmore's grandma up in here too. But yeah, I love Craftian. Just good shit, man. I love, and even like the visuals, like the end with the the crucifixes and shit in the movie theater. Like it's just nuts. So yeah, this one really grew on me. So it came in at my number 5 spot with an 8 out of 10.
Cool.
Can't go wrong with Carpenter, man. Not in this period. Actually, this is probably his last great movie, if you think about it.
94. Yeah, because next was Village of the Damned, right?
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's not great.
That was, yeah. This is his last great
I do
movie,
like Ghost of Mars a lot, though.
I still like Ghost of Mars, but people hate it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I love Mars, dude.
What about that Vampires move? When did that come out?
98.
Most people like that, right?
Yeah, Vampires is good. Vampires is good.
Yeah, I like that.
But not the level of this and before.
No.
Yeah.
This was the end of his run right here.
This is the last great movie.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He did some good Masters of Horror, though.
Yes. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, he did.
All right, Carly.
All right, number 55 is Scanner Cop.
Whoa! Whoa!
What?
What?
Can you repeat that one for me?
Scanner Cop.
Okay.
Wow. I didn't see it. Wow. Shit.
I didn't.
I liked it a lot, dude. The 4K looked fucking phenomenal too.
This is another one that I just had a lot of fun with, and I don't really like scanners. I like that movie. I find kind of boring and like just not a lot happens for me. I only saw it once or maybe twice. I don't know, but anyway, I didn't really like it too much. So I was kind of like, oh, Scanner Cop. And I probably would have skipped this one, but I was scrolling through the list and I was like, oh, that's one of the, Scanner films. I guess that's probably important to see. And I ended up really enjoying it and having a lot of fun with it. And I like the concept, the whole cop thing, and then the whole, he's starting to kind of go crazy, like his dad or whatever did. And it's just, I I had a lot of fun with this one. Like, I feel like this is what Scanners could... Isn't Scanners 2 from 91? Did we watch
Scanners 2 and 3 are. They're both not that great.
They're fucking terrible.
Scanner Cop and Scanner Showdown are vastly superior to 2 and 3.
I think I watched part 2, and I think I had fun with that one too.
I
maybe.
like part 2.
Yeah, so I think I had fun with that one as well. Now that I think back, but yeah, so yeah, I guess I'm a fan of the Scanners movies besides the first one. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I can't really remember a whole lot about the plot, but I just remember being like, wow, this is surprisingly really good, and it had me really drawn in through the whole thing. But I give it an 8 out of 10.
Richie Lynch is the bad guy in this, man. He's awesome.
Oh, dude. Dude.
Great cast in the movie. This movie's got a way better cast than you expect.
Now
like,
JP's all talking like he knows who fucking Richard Lynch is. Remember that time?
Yeah, no shit.
Big Richard Lynch fan.
Who the fuck is Richard Lynch? I'll never forget that moment in the podcast, man, where you and Jeremy were like laughing. Oh, you know who the fuck is Richard Lynch? I'm like, what the? I didn't know what the fuck to say. I didn't know what the fuck to say to these guys. I'm like,
fucking honest. You guys named like 55 actors. I knew like 4 of them tonight.
I would have wanted off the show.
But Richard Lynch has literally been in hundreds of movies, like in tons of movies you have watched for sure.
Now,
yeah, but that's embarrassing. Richard Lynch is a god.
Yeah, dude, that was the fucked up thing.
God damn it!
I didn't even know what to say. I'm like, how do I sell this? And you guys were literally laughing at me on the show. I'm like, and I even said on the show, I'm like, people are going to laugh at you after this, man. You do realize that?
It's a horror podcast. It's a horror podcast, and they're laughing at you for not knowing a famous horror actor.
I know, and I'm like, it's Richard fucking Lynch.
I'm
like,
him for knowing who he was.
Yeah, that's insane.
But that's insane, dude. Thank you for understanding. Like, fuck.
They'd be like, can you imagine being on that? I would have been like, show's over. We're done.
I honestly, Dave, I was like so confused. At first, I thought they were fucking joking. And I was like, they're not joking.
If you just told somebody and they start laughing at you, you're like, what? I don't understand what the comedy element is here. I just said I like yogurt.
Right.
What?
It was like the time I said, big horror fans know who Olaf Innback is. Nobody knows who Olaf Innback is. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, that's way more obscure than Richard Lynch.
Yeah, well, now it is. Man. Now it is to you. It's like, fuck.
Dave Z knows who Richard Lynch is, right?
I know who Olaf Innback is.
You know why, though? I'll tell you this, though. In JP's defense, the only reason I knew who Richard Lynch was is because of that movie Bad Dreams, which I saw when I was a kid. Other than that, I don't even know if I've seen another movie with Richard Lynch.
You've definitely seen another movie.
He's in like 500 movies. You've seen him.
Dude, literally 500 movies, man.
Once I figured out who he was, I was like, yeah, I've seen this guy like 400 times.
Like,
yeah. And I don't know who that Olaf
Invasion USA might be the most insane role he ever had. I swear to God. That shit's ridiculous.
I don't know who that Olaf cat is.
I never saw Invasion USA either.
Did you ever see? You got to watch Scanner Showdown, the sequel to this. It's the same Scanner cop, and he fights Patrick Kilpatrick in it, and it's. I think it's even better.
I can't believe somebody named their kid Patrick Kilpatrick.
I think Scanner Showdown is my favorite Scanners movie.
Ridiculous.
I think I rate it higher than all the other Scanner movies.
It's like these assholes that named their kid fucking Dick or whatever when their last name is Richards.
You leave Patrick Kilpatrick alone.
You're not hiding anything. You just name your kid Dick. Dick.
Dick.
His name is Patrick Kilpatrick.
But is that the last? Is that the final one?
It's the final one. It's in the same set or whatever.
Mm. Yeah, I would definitely want to check out the rest of the moves.
Yeah,
I've seen none of them except the first Scanners. I've never seen a sequel or any of these.
Skip
part 2
I wanted to watch this one.
Scanners 2 and 3 are garbage. Worst double feature that Screen Factory ever released. It's horrible. Scanner Cop 1 and 2 are actually pretty fun.
Yeah, they're a blast.
Yeah,
what do you think? What's his name? What do you think Cronenberg thinks about these movies?
He hates all of them.
Probably thinks they're fucking trash.
I probably shouldn't.
He probably never watched them. He never watched them.
There's no way he watched them.
Well, Cronenberg's Canadian, so he obviously just like fuck that. He's very snooty and shit, right? So
yeah, he has a new film coming out.
Does he?
So does his son.
Is it finally going to be his return to horror? Because that's where he needs to be.
He's remaking his first movie, Moods, Crimes of the Future.
Is he really? Oh, nice.
It's got the same title. I assume it's a remake.
Nice.
Weird.
Cool.
It's fucking bizarre.
Brandon's coming back too. Cronenberg, not Brandon.
Oh, I thought Stuck in Beast coming. I was like, I got my list, guys.
Oh, he hasn't missed for me yet.
What'll happen first, the Brandon Cronenberg movie or Brandon returns to podcasting? That's the question.
Cronenberg movie.
Brandon's not coming back. In fact, you guys are going to have to cancel Exploding Heads and just merge into the 22 shots, and then just.
But Brandon hasn't missed yet, though. He's got to come back
Hey,
soon because he's 2 for 2 right now. So.
Right. The next one's going to be good.
Like
too.
highly 2 for 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's a great filmmaker, man.
Yeah.
He's coming back. And Mia Goth's going to be his next movie, so it'll be good. Because she's never made a bad movie, in my opinion.
Except for Suspiria.
All right.
Off.
I'm just joking.
Jesus. Fuck off.
What? You don't even like it,
Don't
bro.
even get me fucking started with that shit,
See,
man.
this is
I know
where you got to start.
Yeah, and then Dave's going to pipe in because I know Dave loves the fucking movie, and I'm like, it's going to start an argument. Like, ugh. Okay, back to you, Parka. Number 4.
All right. First time it's on the list, probably the last time because it's kind of a cheat. In the 90s, 94, I believe the Film Threat released these on a double feature tape.
Oh,
and it's 2 Jim Van Bebber short films together. And
I knew it.
I think they're 2 of the best shorts ever fucking made of all time. I'm a big Van Bebber fan. You know, he's a little batshit crazy. He did Deadbeat at Dawn, which is a really wild movie, Manson Family. So the first one up I'll talk about is Roadkill, The Last Days of John Martin, which is better than, it's more Texas Chainsaw than any of the other sequels ever made. It's basically just a crazy guy sitting in a house. He picks up a couple people, he slaughters them and eats them, and he's fucking nuts. And you sit with him in his delusions while he goes grave digging, and it's just a fucking wild
This sounds
movie.
fucking awesome.
It is. It's
amazing.
Short, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
Told you to watch it, but you're dumb.
Well,
And
I'm
you
not
would rather
gonna-
watch fucking Leprechaun 2. Roadkill,
Leprechaun 2
excellent.
made the list.
It's gritty, it's nasty, it's shot on film. Van Bebber only shoots on film. The other one I actually like a little bit better. Van Bebber made this because he was trying to get funding for Charlie's Farm, which is a Manson family movie, which eventually did come out. So he made this movie about Ricky Caslin, who was an acid king in the 70s who committed a murder with a friend of his over some stolen drugs. This was updated to the 90s, so he has like this weird, I don't even know how to say it, not like punk rock kind of mentality about it, and it's real crazy. And Van Bebber stars in it. And there's an iconic line from it, a couple iconic lines that I've repeated ever since I saw it. They've been stuck in my head. One is, Satan approves. I always say it. And there's another, say you love Satan, stuff like that. But it's basically just ungodly, brutal murder, but it's done in some sort of like documentary style where you have narration from all the characters. And the violence is so over the top, like to the point where it's actually shocking. It's just a weird, depressing, almost like after school special from absolute fucking hell with a documentary feel. Mm-hmm. My Sweet Satan and Roadkill, The Last Days of John Martin, together, they get a 9.5.
You can't do that.
They were on a tape together. Movies? They put a miniseries up there. They're one movie.
It's an
they were on the same
anthology?
tape. They were on the same tape.
You calling it an anthology?
It's only like 34 minutes. It's a cheat, but I don't give a fuck. It's my list. And if Van Bebber made a movie that year, it's going to be on the list.
All right.
I mean, Moods, these are great movies, aren't they?
They sound good.
Unbelievably fantastic, man. Like, I think I gave both of them like 9.5s and 10s and shit. Like, they're fucking amazing. It was such a great like 34 or 40 minutes I spent my life, and shame on everyone else for not watching them, man. But I just didn't think it. I guess I didn't get the rules.
I cheated.
There are no rules.
Right. I mean, honestly, those would have been on my list, man, because they are 2 of the best things I saw all year. And I'm just like you, Dave. I'm a huge Van Bebber fan. Everything I've ever seen him, man, did by. Everything is so good. I love all the shit that he's done, man. So
yeah, I mean, all his feature lengths are great. Like he only did 2 features, which is fucked. I mean, he's kind of a wild man, and he's said some really fucking crazy things. If you've ever seen that documentary, Diary of a Deadbeat.
Yeah. No, I've got it. Dead by Dawn is like I actually have the fucking Dark
Blu-ray?
Sky, the Dark Sky DVD that came out too. Do you have the snap?
That has all of them on there.
Do you have I have the Blu-ray too. But do you have the fucking snaps that came out that got pulled?
Yeah.
You have
know that story, right?
Oh, I know the story.
Yeah, I have it.
That's why I was like, fuck, man, that's so crazy. I have the Dark Sky and, the Blu-ray and stuff. But I always wanted that Snaps just to have that release because it's kind of infamous for what happened there. It's kind of crazy.
What happened was Van Beber was so unhappy with its release. It was a DVD, and the color correction that he thought was shit. And this is one of the first that Synapse put out.
Yeah.
Some people think that's why they're so meticulous with their color grading and stuff. One of the reasons, because Van Beber,
a better company, I think.
He called and screamed and threatened to beat the fuck out of Don May. And Van Beber, he's like a karate guy. He drinks a lot, and he's either real nice or real violent. So he calls, and he's like, "So, Don?" They played the messages. He's like, "This is Jim Van Beber, and I just got done watching the print of Deadbeat at Dawn, and I just want to tell you, it's the biggest piece of fucking shit I ever seen in my fucking life." And just going off on him. And it's like he kept calling back, and then Don May and Jerry had the balls to fucking put it at their table when Van Beber was fucking there as a guest, and he put it on their to sell the rest of their fucking lot because they're both at Wasteland. Anyways, I never watched that version.
Shut the fuck up! I didn't know that part of the story.
Yeah, it was at the table, I believe. They're selling for like $10. But anyways, man, I love them. I think they're great shorts, man. They're the kind of shorts that they're so like quick that I just show my friends, right?
So you have a copy
of that? Yeah.
Did you buy it at that event at Wasteland?
I think so, actually.
You should have took it over to Beber to get signed.
Fuck no.
Fuck, could you imagine, man? So you've met Beber before?
I did get a picture with Van Beber though, and Bone Crusher from Debbie at Dawn.
Oh my god, dude! I would love to meet him, man, because I've always been infatuated with him, man. Because he is just the type of dude I would like to meet because he's like no fucks given, straight up. Like I don't know, a conversation with that guy would be amazing. Like just to kind of rack his brain a little bit. Cool dude.
And he loves movies, man. But
right.
Like I said, he said some real fucked up shit.
Right.
No longer on Facebook.
Right. Yeah, I mean, every special feature and everything I watch on that guy, and like how he's had so many problems making his movies over the years, which kind of makes sense personality wise. I mean, that's probably part of it, right?
But he shaved his head for My Sweet Satan, man. He looks nothing like he does. He's like got that crazy haircut. He's like in the beginning, he's like, we make this sacrifice and smoke this weed in the name of Satan. It's fucking.
I fucking knew this was gonna happen, man. I fucking knew this. I knew this was going to happen on your list, man, and I was like...
I told you I was put it on there.
Yeah, I figured so. I just can't believe this came after Interview with the Vampire. Like, I'm fucking brain fucked right now.
Shattered that Interview with the Vampire.
I'm totally brain fucked right now. I don't know what to think.
My list is the most weird list of all. It's such a schizophrenic list. We got fucking Asian rape movies, fucking pink films, and animated.
Yeah, man. Oh, my God.
Did you have Feline Day on your list?
We're having a lot of different fucking movies on here. Everybody has different movies. This is crazy.
Your turn.
Is it my turn?
Yeah,
it's turn.
David Z's turn.
Yes. Okay. This is a second time view. I'm very surprised at where it ended up. I didn't know it would end up on the list at all. The first time I watched it, it was quite a while ago, maybe, I don't know, 10 years maybe. And the reason I watched it is because, well, it's a horror movie, because I love the lead actor. So I said, okay, I got to watch it for 94. Let's see what happens here. And I got to tell you, I never expected to love this movie as much as I did, but I do. And that movie is Wolf.
Damn.
Yeah. Jack Nicholson, man. I love a lineup. Nicholson, just a hell of a lineup, and Morricone freaking being involved in the score, and there was a jump in the beginning of the movie that made me fucking jump. A movie makes me jump 5 times a year if I'm lucky, and I got to jump in the beginning with the whole fucking scene when he hit the wolf. I was like, what the fuck? It got me good. I like the character. He's a good guy, and when he meets Michelle Pfeiffer, I like her character. So I dig the two leads. I love that he fights back on the job when people start fucking with him, and how he comes back on them and what he does, and just good old-fashioned werewolf story, simple, effective. I'm on board the whole time. I don't check out. I don't feel a running time. I just enjoy it. I like how badass he is towards Spader, and always having Spader there, especially as a fucking bad guy, is great. And that time when he pees on him,
brilliant scene,
dude. He goes, "I'm like, what are you doing?" He goes, "Oh, I'm just marking my territory, and you got in the way." I think that's fucking great. But a good climax and a great ending. It just flows. I'm into the plot. I'm into the movie. It clocks along just fine. I love Nicholson, and if someone would have told me that there's going to be a great werewolf movie with Jack Nicholson in the lead and Michelle Pfeiffer opposite him, I wouldn't have thought that it would be this good. And this time it really took me in, and I loved it. It's 8 out of 10 for me.
I like it too. I think it's a good movie. I mean, I love Jack Nicholson too, so I'm a big actor person. So just watching actors do stuff, and Jack Nicholson is awesome.
Took me by surprise, really did. I didn't think I would enjoy it this much, and I did.
And who would know being a werewolf improves your hairline that bad?
Yeah, hair club for men. Yeah.
All you gotta do is be a werewolf.
Yeah, probably a top 5. Well, maybe not 5. Definitely top 10 for me for werewolf movies. I bet.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't watch it.
Wow.
Do you like that movie, Moods?
I do. I like Wolf. I don't love it, but I do like it, though. I do like it.
I'm looking at my list where I put Wolf at.
You know, it's one of those movies, like, I can see why people really like it. I'm trying to think of, like, why I don't. Whatever.
I don't hear much about it. It never really comes up.
I haven't seen it in years.
Nobody ever talks about
I mean, it's a Mike Nichols movie who's a really good director. Right. That's why it seems so adult. Like, the themes are adult, because it's really, they're at a fucking, like, journal, like a newspaper, and he's like an editor, and that's a big part of it. But it's like, what if you just had to go through your everyday life, but you became a werewolf, so you get like this reboost in this midlife crisis as a werewolf? I mean, it's a cool, good movie. It's a good idea, and it's Jack fucking Nicholson. I mean, what do you want?
I'm one of those weird people that, like, when you watch these type of movies and you see big actors like Michelle Pfeiffer and Jack Nicholson in a film, and like I just can't separate. You know, I feel like that storyline would have been better with lesser known actors. I know I've talked about this before, but like,
I'm kind of opposite sometimes. I mean, Jack Nicholson sells me, so like just him as a werewolf, I'm in. Like, it was like, I write for a goddamn newspaper and I'm a werewolf. I'm like,
yeah, but he doesn't really become that character until, like, you know, kind of the end of the film. It's like more a third act type thing.
Well, it's a nice turn though, right? Like,
right.
Yeah.
And also Richard Jenkins is in here as the detective, and he's always, that's the great playoff when she's like,
oh no, the movie itself is
a good play, man.
But I don't know. I get honestly, I get a little bit bored in that film, to be honest. But
watched this one with my family, and we all liked it. My dad liked this one too. We watched this all together. I remember that.
All right.
Might have seen it in theaters. I can't remember.
Did somebody have me having this? I thought I heard somebody. No. Okay. All right.
So
I thought I heard somebody say shit or something or fuck when I picked.
Oh.
I thought maybe someone had me.
Jeremy, when we watched this, Jeremy rated it higher than me. I was like, I'd give that about a 7 to 7.5. Jeremy's like, I'd give that an 8. He rated it higher. The person who reviews, he gave it Wolf the same rate as you. He's like, I mean, he doesn't love horror movies. He likes them, but he's not like a horror fanatic like us. But I think that's probably why it has a good appeal to everyday people too.
I don't know how the fuck he can be around that shit every day. I mean, I guess people say the same shit about my wife though, too. But she likes horror films. But I guess I get it.
He does, but he's not like a nutcase. Like me and you are fucking bona fide certified.
Yeah, we're
nutcase.
fucking crazy.
Yeah,
all crazy.
A little bit.
We'll sit here and record an 8-hour podcast on movies that came out 20 fucking years ago, dude.
He's probably following his wife around the house, and he's like, do you think that Shelley in Friday the 13th was that annoying all the time? And she's like, who are you talking about? Who's Shelley?
Right.
She can quote lines from horror movies, I can tell you that. Just the other day she said, have a nice stroll, asshole.
Yeah, probably because you're annoying as fuck. And say that shit.
Dude, you know what happened to me today, man? So
because she loves me as fuck.
I'm fucking downstairs today. I'm fucking downstairs in the house, and all I can hear is his fucking drums and bass from upstairs. And like, I know from my fucking ear that those drums and bass is fucking DJ Premier's fucking New York State of Mind. I can't hear lyrics. I can't hear nothing. I know that I know that pattern. I know everything. And I'm like, so I kind of go up the stairs. I'm like, oh, sure as shit, it is fucking New York State of Mind. And my wife's upstairs watching TV. I'm like, what the fuck is she watching? Now I'm curious, right? I'm like, what the fuck is she watching? Some hip hop shit. Nice. So I come upstairs. She's watching fucking Ozark. Whatever the fuck that shit is.
Oh yeah, everybody was talking about, like, I think there's a Nas song in there.
No, it's not just fucking New York State of Mind. So I'm upstairs making a fucking sandwich before the show today, and in the time it took me to make this sandwich, I heard fucking Life's a Bitch, Represent. Like, I heard like half the fucking album in this fucking show, and I'm like, fuck, what the fuck you watching? And she's like, I'm just watching Ozark, man. I'm like, is that, like, I had no idea what the fuck this shit is. I'm like, is that the show that Method Man's on? She's like, no, I don't think so. I have no idea, but like it played like half the Illmatic record, and so I said, I actually came out of the kitchen and I started talking to her. I'm like, yo, what are you like? What's going on here? And so I walked into a scene where the character is listening to Nas's Illmatic record, which they don't really reference, but they talk about the artist and where he comes from in Queens and stuff. She walks up to a table and says, yo, man, I love your shit. And she's talking to fucking Killer Mike. And I'm like, what the fuck you watching, bro? Like, this is crazy. And Killer Mike puts on the headphones. He's like, yeah, man, I dig it. And they start talking, but they don't never reference Nas or Illmatic or anything. And she's like, who the fuck is Killer Mike? And I'm like, well, you would probably know him from Run the Jewels. He's, a lot older, from Killer Mike days. And the Dungeon Family and stuff like that. And she had no idea. It was just like, it was blowing my fucking mind right now. It was blowing my fucking mind.
I got zero reference there.
No, you wouldn't, man, because, Illmatic is literally one of the best albums I've ever recorded. But to hear like song after song in the time I was upstairs, I'm like, this is fucking blowing my mind right now that she's watching this, didn't really know what the fuck was going on. She knew some of the songs. She knew New York State of Mind for sure, because that's been on mixes I made for her and stuff like that. But it was just kind of a trip. It was a total trip today. But anyways, I don't know where the fuck that came from. But
have you seen Snowfall yet, Moods?
No, I don't watch many shows. Like, I just don't have the time for it. So,
dude, it's fucking great. You'd appreciate it with the music and the scene and fucking, dude. If you ever watch a show, it's on Hulu. Watch fucking Snowfall. I'm telling you. Nice. It's the rise of crack cocaine in the fucking 80s. Oh, it's great.
Oh, man, I would love that shit, man. Does it have a great soundtrack?
Yes. Every fucking show, there's a fucking a track you'll know.
So that's what's going to sell me on that shit, man, for sure.
And the story, it's just good. It's just a good drama. It's just good shit, and you'll appreciate what's going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, are we on me?
Yeah.
All right. So coming in number 4 is the third shot on video film on my list. Go fucking figure. 3 shot on video films on one list. Isn't that insane?
Must be the 90s.
Directed by, the awesome Eric Stolze. And I consider this movie to be one of the all-time best shot on video films. Narrative-wise, gore-wise, it's legitimately a great film. And that's Savage Harvest. I've been harping this film for years, and I'm so fucking happy this shit got like a better release and more people are actually seeing it. Hopefully they're buying the Blu-ray. It's crazy, man. It plays off like, Indian folklore and stuff, and it's kind of like it plays into, I mean, I've heard some people say it's like an Evil Dead ripoff. In a sense, it kind of is.
Definitely has some Evil Dead elements.
Well, I mean, it's not like it definitely has those elements and stuff, but like the core narrative of this is actually quite cool, because this is one of the reasons why I love this movie, because the story is so in depth, and they tell you the story for like 20 minutes. What's going on? It's fucking so cool, and then when it gets into the fucking meat and potatoes of it, it just goes batshit crazy. Stolze is amazing. He's done some crazy fucking movies. This is probably my favorite that he's ever done. I even like the second one. I'm not even. Did he directed the second one too?
Jason Kreese did the second
That's right. That's why I was thinking that he didn't do the sequel. But I even like the second one. But Stanze, man, holy shit, dude. Knocks this one out the fucking park, man. Again, people might overlook this shit because it's shot on video. It's got a lot of shit that people like, man. If you like horror films, man, it's got great gore. It's got a great story. And that's really all you need. That's really all you fucking need, man. It's fantastic, sure. Man. It really is fucking fantastic, man. This shit goes batshit for like, what, 40 minutes? After 20 minutes, first 20, 25, you know, it goes batshit. It goes batshit. I love these possession type films, man. They're fucking awesome. And always been one of my favorites, man. I'm so happy to upgrade this DVD to the Blu-ray because it's nothing better than having Savage Harvest on fucking Blu-ray, right? So, whatever. Third shot on video film on my list. Yeah. 8.5 out of 10. I love it. It's great.
See, I was so worried that this wasn't going to be on anybody's list, and this was the movie I felt worse than any leaving off the list because I've always been a champion for it too, man.
Oh,
Eric
you left this
made my
off?
top 50. Yeah.
Oh my
Eric
god,
Stanze
I was
made my
expecting you to talk about this late. I thought this was like in your top 3 now.
No, top 50 favorite directors. Man, he's just been very cool. I've followed his career for a long time.
Yeah.
He always gets better. And I think Ice from the Sun might be a little bit better than this, but This one is a lot more fun. Oh man, and you think 20 minutes of like a story would be dog shit? You're like, what is this exposition garbage? But it's so interesting, and they have visuals, and they set it up really well because the idea is that if you touch these stones, they all have a different demon, right? And they're different kinds of demons that act differently, but you don't know. And all these people are touching these stones, and they're like, don't worry, somebody with this Native American blood, the shaman's blood, generations has to have it. And it appears somebody fucking does. So everybody touched these stones. They don't know which stones they touched or who touched them. And they all start turning into demons. And they all are like possessed by different demons. And one's like a spider, and one is a fucking vulture. So every time somebody dies, they go to the body and they eat the fucking mutilated corpse. And so like it becomes a funny gag. Like every time on the ground, fucking like comes over and eats the body. It's so fucking nasty. Awesome movie, man. One of the best SOVs for sure. Top 5 SOVs ever made.
Hands down, man. Hands down. Like the narrative is so in depth. Like I agree, man. Like usually people would be lost after the first 20 to 25 minutes of this narrative, you know. But it sets it up so perfectly. And it delivers on the goods, though. That's the thing. It delivers on the goods. You sit there for 25 minutes going, okay, that's quite the story. Like you never get that in shot on video films. And then it delivers on the gore and shit. It's fucking batshit, dude. I prefer this
over high concept SOV on here.
Yeah, really, man. And I prefer this over Scrapbook. Scrapbook is like very, very disturbing to me. It's very disturbing to me.
I'm not going to rewatch Scrapbook too many times.
Yeah, that's
even
the thing,
if it is
dude.
a better movie, I'm not watching Scrapbook every other day.
I've watched it a couple times. Actually, I actually bought Scrapbook, I think, back in the first time I went to Wasteland, actually back in 2015.
It's out of print now.
Yeah, and I watched it there. It might even be signed. I think it might even be signed, but fuck, dude, that movie is hard, man. It is hard fucking core, dude. It's like one of those movies where you feel so bad after. You really do, dude. Stanze's dope, man. He's dope. But if you've never seen Savage Harvest and you're into the shot on video shit, I shouldn't even say shit, man. It's great. It's really, really fucking good, man. It's elevated. It's elevated SOV.
That's our new label. We gotta make
I'm saying that shit SOV. Right now. It's elevated.
Ending right now.
Shut up.
And our first movie will just be a black and white movie. My friend made a joke. He said, "I hate fucking art films. All it is somebody fucking sorting Skittles and M&Ms in black and white."
Yeah, right.
Sorting by color in black and white.
Oh my god. I think it's fucking fantastic, man. It has so much replay ability to it, man. Like I could watch this movie all the time and like I never get sick of there's something so comforting about watching shot on video films that are really good. Like the good ones, like I can just throw them on and be like,
make your own movie.
It does. And it's like I just feel like they're on that level where you're like, fuck, man, you can do it. But I watched Savage Harvest and I'm like, bro, first of all, I could never write this mythology. That's crazy. And secondly, the effects are fucking dope as fuck. Like, it's gory as shit. And I'm like, no.
The thing that I like about shot on video movies, like the ones that are better, is it feels, you can feel the passion in somebody that just wants to make a movie.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I like that. Okay, my turn. Number 4 here, we have a movie. I think it was mentioned twice already. It is Wesley Craven's New Nightmare. So once again, Freddy makes my list. Yeah, like I said earlier, watching it, this time really kind of, I noticed like more like Dave did and stuff like that. And I agree about the third act being a little bit less than. I wish there would be a little bit more kills in it, or even the ones that are there a little bit more extravagant. But I like the look of Freddy too, with the more like the glove is like part of him. It's not like glove, you know what I mean? It's like his hand. That's pretty cool. Like that was like a neat idea there. And I love how they incorporated the earthquakes that were going on in Los Angeles at the time of in the 90s into this film. Like that was really neat. We didn't mention that. And yeah, I give it a 8 out of 10.
Okay. Carly.
All right. My number 4 is Phantasm 3. Yeah, I really like Phantasm 3. I definitely like it more than Part 2. I agree. I think Part 2 is a little overrated, and I think Part 3 is kind of one that's forgotten about, because everyone remembers Part 4 for having like all the flashback scenes, and then Part 1's a classic, and then Part 2's the higher budget one, and then Part 3 is just kind of like that like floater one. But I've always enjoyed it. I like that you do get the original, Mike actor back. It just feels like the camaraderie's kind of back because you have all the actors together again, and I really dig that. That's what I like about all these films, is just like, you got the same cast throughout and stuff, and I like how Reggie takes over. I think he becomes good leading man. I think he carries the film more than Mike really could have, because I think that guy as like an actor probably wasn't that good, honestly, like as he got older, because I don't think he really did much acting, Michael Baldwin or whatever. But yeah, I really like Part 3. I agree. I think there could have been more tall man in it, but whatever. I like how it's kind of still goes with like the road horror stuff, but then also these movies all just feel like an adventure. They all very much flow together for me, and I love them all. If I had to like rank them, Part 3 is I would probably go Part 1, Part 4, then Part 3, and then Part 2, and then Part 5. So Part 3 would probably be my third favorite. But yeah, I enjoy this. It was fun getting to revisit it, because I really don't revisit the sequels a ton. But yeah, I give this an 8 out of 10 as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right, back to the top, Mr. Barker.
All right, this one's been mentioned a couple times and we talked about it, so it's going to be a little quicker. Shit. Be careful, she's armed and dangerous, and she's crazy as shit. Serial Mom coming in at number 3. Yeah, man, this movie cracked me up. I loved it. Like I said, I was in fucking almost actual tears.
Damn it.
Fucking laughing so hard.
I had this as your number 2.
Yeah, me too.
It was at one point. Man, like it speaks to me. It's clever. It's funny. The kills are over the top. I'm gonna give it a 9.5, man. I think it's almost what could be better. Like, how can this be better? Literally, I don't think it can be improved on that much.
Right. I actually agree with that sentiments right there.
Like, I'm trying to think, what would I do to make it better? Like, I'm thinking of almost every movie. Like, Red to Kill, they should have just made the actual mentally handicapped people actually help her kill the rapist at the end. That would have been cool if they all teamed up and fought him.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
There's a million things you can do with almost every movie on this list. Like, Serial Mom, I'm like, well, leave it to be. Leave it alone.
What would you do with Leprechaun 2 is the question.
Everything?
Better actors. I would hire some better actors. That would be number 1. And I would open it up. I would need more locations on Leprechaun 2. Kind of gets a little boring.
And
I don't know why all these actors I've seen 100 times in that movie can't act. I think the dialogue is very poorly written. Who directed it?
In Serial Mom?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about Leprechaun 2. I don't think that the dialogue was very well written in Leprechaun 2, or well directed, to be honest.
Movie sucks.
Fuck you guys.
No, obviously, I'm trying to be honest.
I love that in the background, Carly. It sucks.
I mean, Serial Mom's brilliantly acted and very well written.
Yeah,
and I love the whole how it becomes like a media sensation and everyone loves Serial Mom, and that's how people are, man. People are
oh, it's a great
Dahmer's
commentary.
So
it's a great
I can turn him straight and not a serial killer. And it's like, but then like somebody's dad gets online and says something rude, and they're like, "We hate his dad,
hang him."
Yeah, but then they're like, "But Jeffrey Dahmer's a cutie."
But that's like the commentary on Dahmer at the time, though, right? Is like, the media sensationalized him, man.
No, Ramirez. All
Ramirez looks so gross too.
No. Serial Mom is closer to Dahmer's thing, right? That's what I'm talking about. Because Dahmer had just been busted, a year before?
No, but I mean, like, how she became like this media sensation and everybody loved her. But they also thought she was innocent. So she's kind of like, I guess, a group of people for like Casey Anthony.
Right.
Because there's no way Casey Anthony didn't kill that kid.
Right.
At the very fucking least was responsible for the kid's death.
Right.
But can you prove it in court?
Well, I can prove everyone else that she knew was shitty, so nobody else cared.
I'm just saying
that's all you have to do. Everybody else looked like shit around her, so nobody believes anybody.
Dude, that was one of the fucking craziest fucking things I ever did.
And I only compare it to Serial Mom because Serial Mom was very obviously guilty. But I love how she turned it on everybody in the courtroom. And it's like, well, we found this in your garbage. It's like something.
Yeah. Well, it was like chicks with dicks or something.
Like that, yeah. Came from like the Billy Madison fucking nudie magazine mail day or some shit.
Oh man.
Over 80.
Right.
What'd you rate that, Dave?
9.5. I love it.
Ooh, 9.5. Good shit.
Wow.
I was getting a little worried. I was like, this fucker fucking cock teased me saying Serial Mom was great, and then it wasn't even gonna be on his list.
All right, Mr. Z.
Okay, this is another mini-series. This one was a first-time watch. It comes from one of my favorite directors, Lars von Trier, and this is The Kingdom. And as usual, Mr. von Trier impressed the hell out of me. I didn't know much about it going in. I knew it was about a hospital, and that's all I knew. But man, the way this thing plays out, this hospital is on basically cursed grounds, and there is a woman there who keeps coming in like a hypochondriac, and it happens to be the mother of an orderly that works there. And she fancies herself like, somebody that can communicate with the dead. But she never really has made contact. But she comes in there and she fakes illnesses and she talks to people and tries to hold little seances in their rooms and stuff, and they're getting tired of her. And that's just one of the characters, but it's important because she makes contact with a little girl on an elevator that has passed on and contacts her spirit, and it becomes a ghost story, and we have to find out what's going on with this ghost and why she's haunting the hospital, and it's actually pretty sad and tragic when you get right down to it. But there's so much more going on in this hospital than just that story. That is just like the main story, I would say, but it's almost like watching a regular series. It just happens to be short, which, I mean, yeah, that's a miniseries, so yeah, that does make sense. But there's so many different characters, and there are different things going on, and you get involved in all of these characters' lives and what's happening in them, and it is just really well made, as his stuff usually is. It's not Von Trier level, like, as he became later. He didn't really have I wouldn't say the finances at this time. And I think I heard this was the last time he shot something in his native country that was a foreign movie that's subtitled before he started making, English-speaking movies. But man, it's a really great series. It's a really great stories. It's captivating. There's a lot going on, and it just gives you what you need to know. I don't want to say too much about it, because I think people that haven't seen it should see it, and you're not going to regret it. And there's another part to it, which I haven't seen yet, which came out...
97.
I forgot when the other one... 97?
And I think there's a third part that recently came out.
I heard it didn't come out because he didn't want to film it because a couple of the main actors had passed. But I don't know.
Well, maybe you're right, but I need to get that second part.
Oh, I really want to see the second part. Absolutely. But it's really, really good. I put it off for a long time. I almost wasn't going to watch it, and then Dave reminded me that it was a 94 and everything else, and I had been watching basically every Von Trier thing I could get my hands on, or in most cases that Dave can get his hands on.
I got all the ones I could get that aren't released here.
Thank you. No, I know. You sure as hell did. And
how long
he hasn't
is
missed
that,
yet.
4.5 hours. About 4:21.
Yeah.
It's
Clicks
4
along really
episodes.
well, though. Yeah, dude. It's great. I mean, I don't know.
It's a really good show. Yeah,
Yeah, I should have watched that. I was really interested in that, but I just kept forgetting and just never got to it.
There's just so much going on, and it doesn't get boring. And like I said, I'm the kind of guy that I check out when things get slow for me, and I never checked that out. I was in on it. There's very different characters and different situations, and it all ties together. It's like a main heel, a bad guy that comes in, but he isn't really a bad guy. I mean, he kind of is, but I love his sense of humor. But there's so much going on, and I'm just going to recommend people check it out. I love Von Trier stuff, and this is no exception. So The Kingdom is an 8 out of 10.
I love that, man. I love that, Dave. You're the one that gets you check out after shit gets slow or whatever, but you're willing to watch these like 4.5 to 6 hour fucking things, and I'm like, fuck, man. I mean, you got 2 of them on your fucking list. That's fucking insane. That's insane. And this is the reason why I know that you didn't watch, more than 30 films, is because you spent all your time watching The Stand of the Kingdom.
Together, and at 10 hours and like 20 minutes. I watched both of them too, but no, I'm glad that he had them both on his list, because The Kingdom is objectively a great show, and fucking the character Helmer.
Yes,
Helmer's
he's great.
By far the best character. He's such a fucking asshole, but I loved watching him. He's my favorite character. Like I'm like, I gotta watch Helmer. Like, he's so good.
I love his sense of humor. He's got that sarcastic, dry sense of humor. I think it's fucking great.
He fucking, what country is he originally from? But now he's like, something happened where he can't practice there anymore. So now he's in like Denmark or Germany, and all he does is badmouth how shitty their country is to everybody right to their face. Oh, it's a great show. Like, at first, the first hour, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, it's good, but I'm not into it. But then by the time I was in it, like, all the characters started, and I was like sucked in. By the last hour and a half, I was like, I gotta see how this fucking thing ends.
It's great. And Von Trier makes his own country. He's from Denmark, right? And he has this main guy coming in, talking all kinds of stereotypes and saying all this shit about fucking Danish people, and he don't give a fuck. And
his car.
Von Trier's funny. He has the sarcastic sense is from him.
What happens to his car?
Oh yeah, with the whole parking thing in the beginning.
No, it's great, man.
And the ghost car situation when they've got to chase the one, and it comes every night. They get a call from ghosts, fucking, that are radioing in from the
weird,
past.
Man. Like, it's very funny too. It's very funny.
Yeah, definitely. So I don't know if we're the only two that have seen it, but I hope more people check it out.
Yeah, I had no ambition to watch miniseries.
I did not.
What's the rating on that, Dave?
I just wasn't
8
counting them as movie. I don't know. It was weird. Like, The Stand was never going to make my list anyways, but I wasn't really counting miniseries. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't blame you.
I count them.
Probably the same way.
I was like, I gotta watch him.
Probably the same way most people are like shot on videos. Oh,
yeah.
You're not counting shot on videos on your fucking list.
I mean,
no, we're all happy you had shot on videos.
No, I'm glad you had your 3 shot on videos, because that got the talked about, because I love Savage Harvest, and I didn't have it on my fucking list, and I was fucking kind of embarrassed I didn't put it on.
Dude,
my list.
I am fucking beyond shocked that Savage Harvest was on your list, man. I can't even fucking believe it. I thought for sure that we were going to be the only two. Crazy.
You didn't have Shattered Dead, so I covered you on that.
But I had Wicked Games and Sinister.
I know. I love Wicked Games.
These lists are actually way
Do you
more
like
diverse
Sinister?
than I
Like, do you think
expected.
Sinister is good?
They always are.
It was my first time watch, so
Yeah.
I don't have the affinity I have for the other ones, but I did like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really good, actually, man. Fuck.
No, I think
was
all our
impressed
lists
by it.
together are a very good list for people to get a gauge of what 1994 is like.
Man,
Yes,
this
definitely.
this show has been very versatile. Like, I mean, I'm looking at how many films I have in common with people, and I'm like, it's like 2, 3. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah.
Moods always has the most different list, though.
Yeah.
All right, so coming in number 3, speaking of different and being not different here, this is a repeat of pretty much everybody. We're going to go back to the master. Pretty much one of my favorites. I mean, this guy is like not only a master of scores, he's a great director. And this movie is, in my opinion, I've said this for years and years and years.
I'm out on your second film.
I know for a fucking fact that, like, I've mentioned this so many times on the podcast, and I always said this is an underrated movie from Carpenter, because maybe it's because it's from the 90s. In the Mouth of Madness. I have no idea why this movie doesn't get mentioned more. It's probably because Carpenter has Halloween, he has The Thing, he has The Fog. You know, he has these other movies, Chris, that are just, well, more known. It's a great psychological study, and it's a very ambiguous film, though. This is considered to be the third part of his Apocalypse trilogy. You know, The Thing, Prince of Darkness, which I know JP's not a big fan of, and In the Mouth of Madness. This is definitely the most ambiguous of the three to where it ends. Do people agree with that?
Well, it's the...
I mean, The Thing's pretty damn ambiguous.
No. I meant the ending of In the Mouth of Madness being ambiguous.
Well, I mean, you don't ever really know exactly what happened. The Thing's pretty self-explanatory, and so is Prince of Darkness. They come out and tell
100%.
you exactly
I'm talking
what's
about.
happening.
I was like thinking of like.
No. I'm talking about. The other movies are very self-explanatory. I'm talking about
they're
In the Mouth
very
of Madness. The ending of this movie is kind of ambiguous, which is kind of cool because the other ones are very self-explanatory, and then this is like the capper on the trilogy. But when Sam Neill sits in that theater at the end of this film, what's going on? I mean, there's theories.
I'll tell you, it's probably the best performance of the year right there. What's going on?
Oh man, dude, Sam Neill. Fuck, man! Like from Possession to fucking. I've always stated like Possession is one of my favorite movies. Like I love that fucking. So many people don't like that movie for so many different reasons. I have no idea why the fuck people don't.
The
like
acting
Possession.
alone is it makes it a master.
It is. It's a fucking
really
masterpiece.
Even if you don't like the movie, the acting alone is some of the best, especially from Johnny.
I'm pretty sure we had this conversation on the show before. Like, I don't know if it was JP or Jeremy. Someone said they didn't really care for it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't fucking understand.
If it's Jeremy, it almost goes against everything he ever fucking
right. I'm pretty sure
Seems
it was
like
JP.
a Jeremy movie.
It probably was JP, but I'm like, fuck, man, that
It ain't
shit
for
is
everybody.
It's amazing.
No.
Like that tunnel scene has got to be one of the most.
The fucking milk, yeah.
It's got to be one of the most insane things ever seen on film. But Sam Neill really sells this movie. The narrative is amazing. But Sam Neill is like, you know, he really does the character so well. He's this headstrong character, and then he's not this headstrong character. And I love that. I love that contrast so much because he plays it so fucking well. The whole idea of the psychological aspect of this film plays into the whole narrative of 1994 in general. I don't think Carpenter obviously knew what he was doing here. Nobody could. But this is a masterpiece, man. In narrative wise. Effect wise, a little outdated at times. I will admit that. but it's so fucking cool. I love the fact that they bring up Stephen King in this film. You know, they even name drop him a little bit, but it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. This is what I love about film, is incorporating these narratives that you can watch visually, that you feel like you're reading. Hence the whole aspect of novelization in the film. It's super cool. There's a moment in the film where you see Sam Neill's character figure out a map to where he needs to go. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, that doesn't even make any fucking... Like, who would ever fucking do that? But then it kind of plays into the whole narrative and how it plays out kind of thing, right? Man, there's so many cool things in this movie, man, that I love. And I can rewatch this movie all the time. One of my favorite things is Carpenter's score. It's so fucking good. It really only plays in the beginning and the end kind of thing, but like it's amazing. Like, it's so fucking...
It fits perfectly. Somehow it's like super atmospheric, but also heavy rock. I don't know, like almost like Goblin inspired, right? Like progressive rock or prog rock stuff. But
I feel like it was 100% Goblin.
It's a great score.
Yeah,
like, I just mean in terms of like when they start doing the more rock oriented core scores. I feel like it's perfect. Yeah, I love the score as well.
I'm not really too sure why he decided to do it that way. Considering like when it comes in, you're like, okay, but then the movie kind of like, it almost kind of flattens out to this like DB level, and then it kind of kicks back in, kind of thing. That's the way my brain works, but I don't know. But it works so damn well. Like I actually have the score sitting right beside me, and I could like throw it on right now, which I'm not going to do. But
go right ahead.
No, I'm not going to do that. But I love this movie. I think I've championed this thing for years and years and years, and I think it's a great adaptation of psychological horror to the point where Carpenter kind of like I feel like he knew what he was doing by leaving it a little bit open. I mean, you have your theories on, was it all the way it was, or that, it's like, it's cool, man. I would like to like hear conversations with people and stuff like that, because like the way it ends is like, it's definitely open for interpretation for sure. And I think that's very cool of him to leave that, trilogy and quote unquote the way he did it. So, In the Mouth of Madness, 9 out of 10. I think it's fantastic, man.
Right.
It's Sam Neill is,
it's a great movie.
He really is. He sells that shit like hardcore. And you know what? Like, I really actually like, who's the fucking dude that plays who plays Sutter Kane?
Jürgen Prochnow from Das Boot.
Yeah, dude, that dude, man. Fuck his fucking face, man. He just has that fucking face, man. He's like, he's the perfect villain. He's like perfect villain in his character, man.
He's got a great look. I mean, he's also in The Keep, which is a better cast movie than it deserves.
Right. Yeah, so In the Mouth of Madness, 9 out of 10. Yeah.
All right, so my number 3 is another film that's been mentioned already, I believe twice, and that is Phantasm 3, Lord of the Dead, number 3 for Phantasm 3. Yeah, my least favorite of the original 4 Phantasms, yet is still my number 3 because I fucking love this series so much. Definitely one of my favorite franchises of all time. And even though Phantasm 3 is my least favorite in this series, I still love it. It's awesome. And the thing I like most about Phantasm 3 is it's the Reggie show. And the Reggie character was just a like sidekick friend in the first film, and then he's like more of like a more of a side in the film, but like more featured. And then the third film, it's like his movie all of a sudden, you know what I mean? So it's really cool. And then by the fifth film, once again, he's leading the show. He really kind of took over the franchise, and I'm cool with that because I honestly think Reggie's the funnest character in the entire series. I don't think, I actually prefer LaGrossa as Mike in part 2, and then when the original Baldwin actor comes back, I actually think he's a little bland. And whoever mentioned earlier that he didn't really act too much, like he's not really that great.
He's also in the movie for like 7 minutes, though. Really, like he's not really in the movie that much. Anyways,
I'm talking about this one and the fourth one.
Well, and 3, like he's not in it that much. Like it really is the Reggie show. It's the Reggie and Rocky show and fucking Tim or whoever the fuck it is. The 3 characters, like they fucking the whole movie is them. To be honest, the tall man only has maybe 2-3 minutes of fucking screen time in the whole movie. Like, it's like Hellraiser. Hellraiser 1 has, 7 minutes of fucking Pinhead? Maybe 7 minutes? Something like that. We looked it up once.
Yeah, I think there's 7 minutes of Freddy in part 2 as well.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But you remember,
they come across terrifying in those movies.
That's the thing. You you think about these characters because it is, but you don't really realize how little they're in the fucking movie for. And the tall man's barely in the movie.
You want to see them so much when they are there. But dude, Angus Scrimm, man, I don't know how that dude didn't have way more movies, man.
Me too, man.
He's very talented.
I agree.
He just has mad charisma, and he's so, in these films in particular, he's so imposing and just I just love it, dude. And I love just how dreamlike and just weird these movies are, and how they're really not very straightforward in the narrative, and essentially it's about an interdimensional being who's basically enslaving people in our dimension. You know what I mean? It's fucking nuts.
They're set in this post-apocalyptic. They're almost set in this post-apocalyptic fucking setting that is reality. It's weird.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I love the spheres and all. The cool thing about Coscarelli is he makes characters out of things that aren't characters, like the car and the quad barrel shotgun and the spheres, and it's just they're iconic and they're important to the film, and they're unique to the film and stuff like that. But I mean, Phantasm 3, man, I could watch it right now. I actually did. This is the only film here I think I watched twice. Although I did start Heavenly Creatures about 16 times. Not because I was bored or anything, but I always just kept starting it when I fell asleep. I actually rated it quite high at
Jesus Christ, dude. But it's a fucking 10 out of 10, bro.
I gave it a 9. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. But yeah, this film, Phantasm 3, I gave it a fuck it, let's give it an 8.5.
What? On the fly?
Huh?
Is he ranged it on the floor?
I was like, The Fly? I was like, what does this have to do with The Fly?
Dude, I wasn't expecting to have a higher rating than me, man.
Dude, I fucking love Phantasm. Not only do I have Phantasm higher than you, I have fucking Nightmare higher than you.
Damn. Yeah.
I mean, JP's the franchise boy.
And I'm not. And I'm the high rater. And I'm the high rater.
I'm the high rater. Me and you are fucking just rating shit. We're like, what are ratings anyways? Everything's an 8.
Right.
All right.
Oh,
I kind of liked Leprechaun 2, even though I hated it. 9 out of 10.
Dude, all right, Carly. Set everyone's
straight. Warwick Davis is the shit, though.
Warwick Davis is always awesome. Yeah. Even in Skin Deep.
I actually think I like that movie more now.
I don't hate it. That Blu-ray helped a little bit.
I was going to say, did someone watch the Blu-ray? Because I never actually picked it up, man. So. All right, Carly.
Well, Jeremy told me it was like the worst thing ever.
Number Thrizzle is New Nightmare for me.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's weird. That's one that when I first saw it back in the day, I really liked it. And then as time went on, I kind of liked it less and thought it was a little too long. And kid, I find him really annoying. And it's just, I thought it had flaws. But then rewatching it this time, I was surprised that I got super into it again and kind of fell back in love with it. And I just think it's a pretty unique story, especially for the time period. Kid is really annoying, just that part where he's never sleep again. I don't get how Heather Langenkamp didn't just get up and leave and or that. I would just bust it out laughing. I can't do it with this kid. And I don't even like her that much, but I do like her in this movie. I think she's good. But, now
you're going too fucking far, man. Leave that.
Dude, that was a good thing to say. I said that I like her in this movie.
That's funny.
That was backhanded compliment.
Yeah, I don't really like Heather Langenkamp. She's okay in this movie.
You're usually a piece of shit, but you did all right this time.
Yeah, I like her in part 3 too. It's just part 1.
So you don't actually like her in real life because she's playing herself in the film, right?
She's
still I've met her in real life, and I had about a 45-minute conversation with her. She's a fucking doll, man. God, she's amazing.
Oh, I'm sure.
Did you just keep asking her about John Saxon?
No, we did. You know what the funny thing is, man? We talked about how shitty the artwork and how shitty the release was about, the Nightmare on Elm Street box set that came out from whatever the fuck released it, and that little fucking thin pack with the 7 films. We talked about that, and she's like, "That is garbage." She's like, "That's the worst release." She's like, "Why don't these movies get better releases?" And I'm like, "I know." And so we just went off on it.
It's fucking Elm Street, dude. Halloween got amazing releases. Fucking Chainsaw got amazing releases.
Yeah.
Fucking.
There's no franchise that has worse releases than Nightmare.
It's bullshit.
The house that Freddy built, nobody gives a fuck. Freddy saved their goddamn whole company, and they get poop releases.
Right. You know what though?
Right, man. It's like Warren G saving Def Jam, man. Nobody gives a fuck about Warren G anymore. Fuck, save the whole company.
I like Warren G.
16 in the clip, and 1 in the hole.
But I'm just, look at fucking Dave over here. But I'm just saying, literally, Warren G regulates saved Def Jam. I'm not even joking. They were bankrupt.
Regulators, I know that song.
But they were bankrupt until they signed. It's crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah.
Warren G and Freddy Krueger, same person.
Fucking right,
dude. The one thing about the franchise, though, man, is Freddy's makeup gets worse every fucking movie.
They should have just left Robert Englund permanently in the first movie's makeup, so he never had to change out of it.
Do you think it's worse? You think Nightmare is worse?
New Nightmare? No, New Nightmare is the first one that improves on it a little bit. Still not as good as 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4.
I like the look.
Looks too rubbery.
Yeah, right. It always comes off rubbery. 6 is the worst. But this one's a little bit of an improvement from 6, but it literally got more and more rubbery. And I know the reason why.
Of an improvement.
They what's that?
That's fucking got a little bit, dude. Freddy's fucking dead. Freddy's dead is fucking horrible, dude. It's horrible.
Yeah.
We're not even talking.
Because they wanted to cut down the time in the makeup chair, so they simplified it and made it more of you just throw on pieces instead.
They were just fucking throwing hot and readies in fucking Robert Englund's face before fucking ever taken.
Right.
And everybody's dead. You ready, Robert? He's like, all right, make sure it's not hot this time. Oh fuck! Pepperoni in my eye.
The Little Caesars. We need another hot and ready.
I've had a gluten allergy ever since Freddy's dead.
That's good.
I like how he looks in this move, though. I think he's creepy looking. His eyes have that sunken back look, and he looks like an evil guy. And he doesn't look like just regular Freddy. He looks like evil demon.
He had to look kind of different, right?
It also changed the hat.
The hat, yeah, that's cool. I like when he's
dirty brown.
And I like when he I like that part where he's at the hospital and he shows up behind her. I think it's real spooky, but I think it's just a unique story. It definitely has flaws, but it's enjoyable. I give it an 8 out of 10.
Also, he has a thumb blade in this one. It's the only movie he has a thumb blade.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Carly, did you give Phantasm an 8 out of 10 as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And JPP gave Phantasm an 8.5, right?
8.5. Yeah, it was an 8, but I was like thinking about it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm feeling generous today.
All right.
It was on the fly.
It was on the fly.
Back to the
so we're at number 2 here.
Back to the top, man. Dave.
It's almost time for 80s.
Anybody got any guesses real quick?
Your number 2?
Yeah.
I had Love minus Infinity, but that's not
Hold on.
In the Mouth of
Let's
Madness.
see.
I don't know. I'm embarrassed. Just say it.
Oh,
okay.
I'm definitely out on your number 2. I had Serial Mom as your number 2.
Me too.
So
me too.
So, like a true master of horror, like Romero or Craven, their movies get better with age, and they kind of show meaning later on. So looking at In the Mouth of Madness here, and looking at it, you kind of see this people brought on, and the world ends by mass hysteria, being overtaken by these book and this ideas. And you're like, that's fucking absurd. That's never going to happen. And then you look at these fucking clowns reading QAnon and believing actual bullshit. And we are losing our minds to fucking collective insanity. We literally are.
Right.
We literally are.
The internet's only perpetuated it.
Yes. No, but the internet's fucking perfected it. Is that what you said?
Perpetuated.
It perfected it. I'll tell you that. Now you can brainwash people online with QAnon and conspiracy theories. You don't even have to get them in the fucking mega churches or these weird cults like fucking the Children of God. I'm not, mega churches aren't cults, but the Children of God cults. You know what I mean? So literally, In the Mouth of Madness is a brilliant way to show how fucking mass hysteria works. It's a love letter to King. It's a love letter to fucking Lovecraft, and I love Lovecraft. It's got an amazing group of character actors that only fucking somebody like John Carpenter, who loves the westerns and old movies, would use. Like Peter Jason's in here, Bernie Casey's in here, Charlton fucking Heston, David Warner, who's one of my all-time favorite actors ever, and it's amazing that he gets to interview Sam Neill. I love the setup of the movie, and like Moot said, Sam Neill starts off like as this tough-ass guy until he's not. He literally loses his mind over time, and they do it so well in the beginning of the film. They show you how well he works at his job, how he picks apart Peter Jason, how he stays cool under any kind of pressure, and we also see the outside world that he's not paying attention to, kind of losing their mind. Do you read Sutter Kane? And like it's such a bizarre, weird world. Like in the book from the start, is he a character from the book, or is he just losing his mind, or is he losing his collective mind like everyone else? This story
is he in the Mouth of
Madness?
World. Yeah, is this contaminating the world? It's fucking bonkers. It'll drive you mad, like the movie drives Sam Neill mad. But it's a great film. Great special effects, to me at least. Julie Carmen is fucking amazing. Loved her ever since Fright Night 2. Love her. And it's just got lots of cool moments in here. Lots of good character actors. Lots of good weird Lovecraftian Dunwich horse shit. And the painting in the background changing, like the old gods changing and morphing in ways. This is great. All three of those movies I love. The Thing, Prince of Darkness, genuinely scary updated Quatermass movie. And In the Mouth of Madness is probably the second best of the three after The Thing. I love all three of those movies, though. I love post-apocalyptic movies, man. I'm a huge fan of them. End the fucking world sooner. It's 9.5.
Not before our next top 10, though.
No, you got it.
Well, I wouldn't consider them post-apocalyptic. They're apocalyptic films.
Are the end of the world. You're right. Right. Correct. Wrong term. 100%.
Pre-apocalyptic.
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 Everything
yeah, you're right.
else that isn't post.
Right.
So technically, Serial Mom.
Pre-apocalyptic, yes.
Kind of the pre-apocalyptic movie. It's like, so Dawn of the Dead, is that pre or post or during the apocalypse?
Pre. The only one that's during the apocalypse.
It's pre.
Nope.
Apocalyptic and post.
I think Dawn's all three.
Yeah. Good review, by the way, Dave. I like how you broke that down.
Well, I just saw it, and I was thinking about it, like, because I'm like, it's the end of the world through mass hysteria, through like this weird manipulation, and I'm like, well, like I always watch Romero movies, and I think, man, this dude was so ahead of his time, even in his lesser movies, and Craven too. Like, you start to look back on his movies, like People Under the Stairs, and you're like, holy shit, man, this is actually really more clever than I ever gave credit for. And then, like, Out the Madness has these things, too, that I never picked up on. And like,
they live as well. Like, I mean, they're just, like, awesome that these guys, their work just gets, like you said, better with age, man. I think people like when They Live or The Thing came out, you know, that it's just like, you know, basic shit. But then as time goes on, man, people really start to, you know, look at these films and see the greatness of them and what these guys were saying.
Like, I don't know if it was a true master. I don't know if it was the fact that like people were done with Carpenter at that time, or they just didn't respect what he was doing.
Carpenter's never
the movie's boss, right? It's so hard to grasp. Like I like these ideas of the internet and shit. Even when Romero was talking about Diary of the Dead, the internet,
right?
And he's just like, you're just like, what is this fucking nonsense? And then even though the movie's not great, you look back and you're like, oh shit, no man, he was right. All these loud fucking, everybody's got a fucking voice now, but
right.
Half the voices are so fucking stupid. They drowned out everything, so you just shut it off. You don't want to hear anything because everything's drowned out.
No, I think this movie was way too smart for people in 1994, man. It took fucking
a long time. It was
too
smart for me until fucking 5 minutes ago.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it took a long time for people to understand the commentary and what it was doing.
Never got Carpenter at the time of his movies being released. Like he. Out of all the directors, I feel like he got the shaft the most on his films.
Was The Thing fucking respected like how it is? Like
no,
exactly.
It was and it bombed.
No, it was rhetorical. It was rhetorical, guys. I'm just saying, but like,
no, Moots, we're telling you.
Oh, you don't know anything about horror movies, Moots.
Yeah,
but I'm saying,
here, guy.
But
we're telling you what.
I know I shouldn't fucking do that on the podcast. That's fucking stupid, insane to me. But I'm just saying, like. But, like, it really wasn't, though. That's the fucked up thing. And, like, it took a long time for people to realize, like, the fucking greatness of these films. It's
like one of the best horror films ever made.
No, I'm not. I'm going to go on record saying
like, people were idiots.
I'm going to go on record saying that The Thing might even be the best horror film ever made. And I don't talk in best terms. I always talk in favorites. But if I had to break shit down to the best, there's 5 or 6 movies that I consider to be the best. They may not be favorites of mine.
Yeah, like The Exorcist, fucking.
Okay, well, we'll start. And I know this is going to sound.
Are we doing a top 50 best movies ever made?
No, this is going to sound super cliche.
No, we are.
But if we're talking fucking best.
They are.
I am going to start with Psycho because there's so many elements.
Yeah,
I'm not going to break it down. You guys know. The Exorcist.
I'm not arguing
Rosemary's Baby. Rosemary's Baby. Halloween. The Shining.
Yep.
The Thing. Those I'm not going to continue to list, but I think those movies right there are, in my opinion, the best. I'm not saying those are my all-time favorites. I wouldn't
argue against those.
But those are a collection of
some of those
best.
Alien there too. Yeah.
Alien, The Living Dead, Texas. Got your list completely right there.
Right.
Yep, I agree.
And you know, I'm skipping over things. It is what it is. But yeah, you're right. Chainsaw, in my opinion, is one of the best horror films ever made. That was just off the dome.
I mean, the best top 10 usually are pretty much all the same that we would list. Even if you don't like them, you're not going to argue that they suck. Like, if you argued they sucked, it's just like you can subjectively argue anything. I mean, you're not going to come in and tell me, be like fucking Alien's a bad movie. I'd be like, if somebody told me Alien's a bad movie, it would be for some dumb reason. They'd be like, well, the ship looked fake. When did it look fake? Well, water doesn't fall from like steam on a spaceship like that. You ever been on a spaceship, bro? It'd be dumb. It'd be something dumb. It'd be some nitpicky garbage.
It's so true. Oh, that's great,
dude. Yeah. But In the Mouth of Matt, what'd you give that, Dave?
9.5.
9.5. Coming in hot. Dave C.
Did you say coming in hot?
Yeah. I'm tired, dude. I'm just saying shit now.
Yeah, this is one of those movies that I was talking about before that gets better each time I watch it. This time watching it, I had a greater understanding of everything going on, and as a result, a greater appreciation of everything going on. And yeah, twinsies, 8.5 out of 10 In the Mouth of Madness.
Good shit.
There you go.
See, I had that as your number one.
Oh, dude, really? Last time I reviewed it, I gave it like an 8. This is an 8.5. I'm coming up. everything, I respect it so much. I could picture what's happening now more than ever before. Everything just really hit hard this time. I was like, okay, all right, now I get it. This is actually fucking brilliant. It might just keep going up. It's all this fucking Lovecraftian shit fucking happening, and so many things going on in this world and what's being created. It's actually brilliant, and it really, really hit me hard this time. So we've talked about it enough. It's fucking amazing. So that's it. In the Mouth of Madness is my number 2.
Got your 2. I put it as your number 2.
You got me. Not anybody else?
Nope.
No. Has anybody had anybody's number 2s? Well, we'll see.
I didn't get Mood's number 2.
No, I didn't either. He already said his.
I'm pretty much out on like everybody, like except for Dave and Mood's number 1.
I might have Carly.
All right. Well, I guess it's my turn, right, for number 2.
Yes, Moods.
It is my turn for number 2, and I don't know if I spoke a lot on this one earlier, but I will say, is this the cocksucker residence?
No shit.
Wow.
Oh my god, I fucking love Serial Mom. It is. I've championed this film forever. I'm so glad that people like this, man. Because I remember when I bought this Blu-ray, people were like, "Fucking Serial, what the fuck you buying? What the fuck you buying?" Man, I watched this shit back in the 90s, and I thought it was hysterical. Didn't realize the relevance of what the fuck was going on in this film. Like, it's so relevant to today. It's insane. I don't even think it was relevant back in the day. I think it was just Waters did what he was doing, and it just became historically relevant. But Kathleen Turner is a fucking god. She's a fucking god in this, man. Like, she pulls off every scene so well. So fucking well, dude. Every scene makes me laugh. Every scene makes me laugh. I still think to this day it's the funniest shit ever, because I won't lie, I watched the Ricky Lake show when it was on, right? So seeing her in this film, I was like, what the fuck, man? It's so bizarre. It's so bizarre.
You ever see The Skinner?
Yes.
It's a weird movie.
Skinner's awesome, man. With Ted Raimi?
She's in Crybaby with John Waters' Crybaby as well.
Right.
With Depp.
Right. Oh my god, this movie is so fucking great, man. I mean, we talked about it, but I don't want to give if people haven't seen this shit, man, dude. I love the flea market scene. The flea market scene has got to be one of my favorite things in the movie. Like, it just,
the pepper egg cracks me. He's so good. That lady, she's so weird looking in her performance.
Oh man, dude, it's so good, man. It's so good.
What about the asshole who fucking begs Sam Waterston to give him fucking dental work, and he's like, "Now don't eat," and he goes home and he's like eating a fucking sundae or a piece of cake right after. Fucking asshole.
That's so good.
Fucking dick.
I love Waters' commentary on like how fucking shitty horror is, like horror films are. Like, that is like just screaming to horror films right there, or horror film fans. And then, like, this shit's happening with the most unlikely character. I mean, it's like, it just goes to show, like, just because you watch a lot of horror films doesn't mean you're going to turn into that murder character. The commentary is amazing. I love that shit, man. The mom, picture perfect. She's the killer. Come on, man. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It's very obvious commentary, but it works so well. There's nothing about this movie that I could ever say bad about. Kathleen Turner, to me, she's one of the most beautiful actors that I could ever see. Like, I mean, not like sexually. Like, by this point, I'm not like sexually attracted to her, but she's just like, she's one of the most.
Usually when someone says beautiful, they're being respectful and not meaning sexually.
Right. Right, and that's how I look at her, man. Is like she's just one of those people that I just like, oh, fuck, man. Like she's amazing to me. I love Kathleen Turner and like everything, but like this movie's like a totally different role for me. Like, I mean, obviously she never really did anything up to this point that was like this, but there's nothing wrong with this movie. Performances are great, the narrative is great, the commentary is fucking fantastic. The kills are fucking hilarious. There's so many cool things, anecdotes that are going through the whole film. I feel like this is one of those movies that we could talk about for like hours, but I don't really want to ruin things for people that may have not seen it, because I just recently found out that so many people have not seen Serial Mom. So you need to check it out because it's fucking perfect. It's a fucking perfect satire of the world. It really is. It's a great satire of reality. 10 out of 10. I love Serial Mom.
Love it.
All right. Serial Mom. Is that the same as Serial Mom?
Stop it.
Such a Canadian version.
No, it's a world thing, actually.
My number.
Because
anybody have any guesses for
Mom is a world thing.
What?
But anyways, just like fucking...
I think your number 2 is Cemetery Man, JP.
Anybody else?
What'd you say? Your number 2? Did you say, what's that fucking vampire movie? Oh, no, you said that already, didn't you?
What, Interview with the Vampire?
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that's my guess.
You would be correct.
Nice, I got you.
Interview with the Vampire, Moods.
I got you, homie.
Fuck?
Moods, take it away.
Yeah, I got somebody.
Interview with the Vampire. I fucking love this movie. I remember,
dude. I can't fucking believe what I'm hearing. I just, what the fuck? I'm so shocked by this right now.
It's such a good movie. I honestly think that like this is one of the best made movies of the thing, and I love it. It's a favorite of mine.
I'm not denying it's a great made film, but like, I mean, you like it that much though? Like, yeah, I can't deny it. Like, watching, I'm like, this is great. I wish Slater was in more.
I seen it when I was like literally like 4 years old.
I mean, Mooch is just trying to say he thought he only had one gay co-host.
That one choked me up a bit, guys. But no, I remember watching this with my aunt and uncle when I was like 4 years old. We rented it. And I remember just like my memory of it was the part where they throw him in the fucking alligator swamp in Louisiana. Just scared the shit out of me. And I remember revisiting it again like later in life. I used to get this confused with the Lost Boys, not the movies, the titles. I used to think the Lost Boys was called Interview with the Vampire because I'm a fucking idiot. I belong in Red to Kill. But anyway, when we did it on the summer series in the 90s, that was the first time I revisited it in years and years and years and years. I didn't even own it. And then watching it for this, I was like, damn, man, this movie is fucking phenomenal. Like, just the all the time periods, the settings, the locations, just fan-fucking-tastic, dude. And the set design, just great. I love movies set in like southern territories. They're just so interesting, like the culture and everything, especially when you have something that's like older, you know what I mean, like during the early days of America. And I like the what's the fucking little girl's name, actress Kirsten Dunst. Her as like stuck in this body as like years and years and years go by. Like, I love that concept. We've seen it in Near Dark too, but it's like expanded upon in this. And then also how like everything like ends where like the one Tom Cruise's character is like powerful, and by the end he's like nothing. It's just really, and it's actually kind of disturbing too, where he's like he's so, it's like a shame what happened to him. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, this guy really,
but he
really
had it
fell
coming
on hard times. Yeah, he definitely had it coming. And then I like the scene where he's like, "You gave me dead blood." What? And he fucking's dying and shit, and they try to kill him. Like, it's just cool. I just love it. I love it. I give it a 9 out of 10.
9.
Nice.
All right. Are we on number 2? Yes.
We're number 2.
Number
and
2.
I predicted the same thing for you.
Well, my number 2 may come as a surprise because it is a move that I kind of was a hater of for a little bit, and then it kind of grew on me, and that is actually Cemetery Man.
Ooh.
Yes.
You were a hater of Cemetery Man?
Wow.
Not like
the opposite. Not a hater, but like me, I'm down on it now.
Yeah, but she's getting smarter.
Yeah,
You're getting dumber, Dave Z.
Right.
Yeah. Well, the reason she says hater is anytime Carla feels strongly about a movie as me, I say she hates it and she's stupid.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
And he slaps me in the face.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And I say, know your role.
Yeah. You shut your hole. No, but Cemetery Man, I've seen it a few times. The first time I saw it, I was just like really bored by it and couldn't get into it. Then the second time is like, that's you now, Dave. No,
right.
But,
to a degree.
I don't get it.
Number 10.
I don't get it. I've never ever been bored by that. Like, I don't know.
Well, moods, you know.
I'm not happy about it.
But then I remember the second time coming around on it a little more. For some, like, this movie always makes me sleepy. I don't know if it's a score or what, but like that kind of happened this time too, where I just got like sleepy watching. But that's not. It was a bad thing. I mean, I was still like into the story more so. I feel like I got more into it this time around than I ever have before, and I kind of recognized like why it's so well loved. I really enjoyed the setting and everything, and the storyline. I didn't mind. Like, I like the whole love story stuff. I think it's interesting. I like the little, dark comedy elements. I like the whole what's his name, Nagi falling in love with that like kid, and then her head falling off and him like keeping the head. Like, that stuff was like comical to me. But I don't know, I just like this time around I really kind of came around on it quite a bit, and I do like the score, like I said. But this one kind of sticks out to me for some reason.
How do you feel about Anna Fauci's tits, though? That's the real question.
I don't care. Anyway.
What about Rupert Everett?
Wait, who? Is that the main? The main guy. What, his tits?
Yeah. What about Nagi's tits?
All right. Oh, Nagi's the best. Yeah, I don't know. I guess her. I don't look at titties, buddy.
I didn't ask about the tits. You asked. I mean, what do you think? Rupert Everett, you think attractive?
No. Not really my...
That dude's handsome.
I mean, he's just a typical looking dude. Like, he doesn't really stick out to me.
He's got a long neck.
Name's Rupert, too. Long neck. Like, can you imagine being married, being like, this is my husband, Rupert.
Call him the Roop.
Rupinator.
Isn't that what Bruce Dern calls the one guy? He's like, what's up, Roop? Roop.
Stupid. But no, he doesn't really stick out to me as
Rupert.
I like unique looking people. But yeah, I enjoyed this move. I give it an 8.5 out of 10. I think it is a good move, and I've learned the error of my ways.
Now, when you say you like unique looking people, would that include dudes with mullets?
No, those are hideous and outdated and never were attractive.
What if he wears a Dale Earnhardt shirt? Does that change anything?
What if he wears what?
A Dale Earnhardt shirt.
No. It makes it worse, actually.
Get a cap and put some sunglasses on the cap.
Well, at least I don't have a fucking mullet.
Mullets aren't even unique.
No, you have a skullet.
It's even better, though. It's even better.
It is. I concede.
I have a lot of hair.
That's why he loves
Reggie. I have a wider part than everyone else does.
You and Reggie, dude. You can play Reggie.
Yeah.
No,
That's
see,
Reggie.
No, Reggie has like a true like bald head. Like he's got like
he's the skullet king.
I just have the middle
best.
part. Like I have like I just have a wider part than everyone else does.
He dyes it that way.
Moods' hair is
No,
like nice
really,
and straight
like,
and like healthy, and JP's hair is just stupid looking, and there's no style to it.
JP's hair. I gotta wash it, or it's gonna turn into dreads.
No, when I say I have a wider part, people agree with me. Like, yo, you got hair. You got hair. Like,
what have you been feeding that hair, JP? Fucking Burger King?
Pretty much. I'm Mexican, dude. I have, like, if you would take your hands and rub it in my hair right now, they would come back shining with grease. Because
is that good for your
of my
skin, though?
genetics.
bro, I was wondering the same thing. I'm watching this video going, bro, it might not just be the fucking Burger King. It's got to be the Wendy's breakfast, or what the fuck's going on, man?
No, dude, it's just like I've always had greasy ass hair ever since I was a kid. I think it's my genetics, dude.
You gotta wash it every day, man. Like
dude,
me.
if
Are you just making fun of Mexicans right now with their greasy hair?
If I don't wash my hair every day, it is absolutely disgusting.
Me too, dude. Yeah, dude, you gotta do it every day, at least once.
Yeah, I have to wash my hair because I work and work out. My hair would be so gross if I didn't wash it.
I have to do it every day.
My forehead will break out and shit from the grease
my
that'll
forehead,
come down.
like from when my hair rests on it, it's just straight slick.
Yeah, dude.
I hate hair.
It sucks.
It's annoying.
You gotta wash it every day. My
Tell
poor
me about it.
daughter's
First,
got
tell me
a
about it.
situation on her.
I hate
You know?
my hair. I gotta wash it every
My
day.
whole livelihood is, based on in a salon, and I'm the one with a fucking big part and long hair. So
You start trying
I gotta
to tell
represent, man. I
clients
gotta
not to
look
get a
good all the
haircut.
time, man. I gotta look good all the time. You know what I'm saying? Most people don't even know because I wear.
Why do
hair
I
all the
shave
time,
the
man.
sides, Carly? You're gonna really love it.
Buddy, please listen. Just shave it for the wedding.
No, dude, the wedding's in 2 days. I can't shave it.
It's Friday the 13th. Please, just like shave it off.
Oh, you gotta go to a wedding on Friday. Well, I got married on Friday the 13th. I guess.
Not only do I have to go to a
ruined everyone
wedding, then I gotta go
else's
to
Friday the
fucking
13th
work.
And then the wedding's a dry wedding too.
Okay.
Dry
Speaking
hump
of
wedding.
weddings, speaking of fucking weddings, Dave,
You
Mr.
all know my
Parker,
number one.
You're
right?
number one. I know you're number one.
Hey, did anybody get a number
Wait,
two besides
did
the
Carly
one?
rate Cemetery Man?
She gave it an 8.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did anybody pick a number two besides me?
I didn't get a single number 2.
I think I got
I
it
got
wrong.
one.
I got Carly's number 2 and I got Dave Z's number 2.
Oh, then you're in the lead here, big time.
But it only
doesn't
matters
matter
on ones.
if-
It only matters on 2s if there's a tie.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see what happens.
Okay, so my number 1 is obviously the greatest Italian horror film of the 90s and possibly the greatest horror film of the 90s. That is Cemetery Man.
Holy shit.
10 out of 10. This movie's awesome. Michele Soave was the last great hope for Italian cinema. Unfortunately, this is the last film he directed.
Yeah, he just fucking stopped, man. It's so sad.
It's a brilliant film. It's the thing that I know, like Mood's theory could be very well correct, but that's not what I connect with the movie. I connect with the idea that you're stuck in a set of circumstances. No matter what you do, you can't get out. And it's the hand of life that you're dealt. And no matter what, you must play this tune until you die or don't die. It's just an eternity of it, of insanity and just misery. And no matter what you do, and he tries to break out of it. No matter what he does, he gets sucked back in. And when people look the other way, no matter what he does. And it's just a brilliant movie. It's gory. It's fucking hilarious. It's humorous as hell. And it's got this wicked sense of humor too. Like Mickey Knox at one point in the movie is literally just like when the bus crashes with the bikers and he's like slaughter of the innocents. He's just laughing about it. It's like, why is this funny? This is not funny. Why is this fucking funny to you? Like just the idea when he tries literally to kill everybody in the hospital and Mickey Knox is like, you got a gun now. You can protect yourself. Just like, I don't know. And it also takes the time to make statements on politicians. Like he's sitting there, he's like, and on the eve of the election, when his daughter dies, and I personally love the motorcycle shit that Dave Z doesn't like. It's
too
super
goofy
badass.
for me, that's all.
It comes out with the music like bam, dan, dan, and it just rides out. It's so badass that in life he loved his motorcycles. Now he's mixed in as a fucking zombie with it's just badass, and the headlights are in his fucking eyes. And the dialogue that she has in that moment, it cracks me up every time. I can be eaten by whoever I want to.
Right.
I also love Noggy. And there's just moments of sadness in the movie. It's like a Shakespeare play. It's a Shakespeare zombie play in terms of tone. I don't know how to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
Death is badass. It's a mindfuck of a movie. It's gory. It's sexy, man. Literally, and I love the whole love appearance that she keeps appearing in there. It's just it's one of my favorite movies ever made, actually. Like I said, 10 out of 10. I've watched it all the time. I grew up with it, and I feel like as I got older, I've never disliked it ever. Like, I don't even know if I found any new meaning in it, except just that idea of being trapped instead of the circumstances that you can't change no matter what you do. And he's in the snow globe, man. He's supposed to be there.
Oh, the snow globe. Where do we see that in modern times?
Yeah.
Krampus.
Man.
Exactly. There's so many influences, man. I'm telling you, bro. But okay.
Visually very cool, for sure. Okay. So this movie is the second time watch, and the first time I watched it was 3 years ago for Summer Series.
Oh,
any guesses?
Interview with the Vampire?
It's definitely Interview. That's what I wrote for you.
Correct.
Moods, take it away.
Moods, I never wanted to watch this movie. Like I said, I didn't watch it till 3 years ago because I had to for a podcast.
I thought you said, did you not say, Dave, the same thing where a girl wanted to watch this with you on the couch or some shit?
No, that was for...
I am officially the worst at this game ever. Like, I can never even come close to anyone's 1 and 2s. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Like...
Oh, shit.
I have no friends. I have no close friends, at least, man. It's like...
Two, Dave.
You hit it as my number 2?
Yeah.
I can't even fucking believe this, man.
Dude, I love this.
No disrespect, I just can't believe it.
Stan Winston. I like the motivations. I like that the vampire Lestat is fucking awesome. Dude is badass. You have two characters that are both fucking great, but in different ways. Two completely different characters, and I like learning about both of them. And again, I don't watch any fucking Tom Cruise movies and shit like that. Only Tom Cruise movies I ever saw was fucking The Outsiders, and then I watched Top Gun for the first time a few months ago. I don't watch his fucking shit. It's never really appealed to me. So it's like
I said, you know what I mean? I don't have nothing against him. I like him when I see him, but I don't seek him out.
No, I'm not into his movies
Pitt's
usually.
Great, though.
Brad Pitt
I'll
is
seek
great,
Brad Pitt
100%.
out.
Oh yeah, and I've always liked Christian Slater, so that's all good. But I like the fact that Lestat chooses freaking Louis for a reason. He sees what's going on with his life and how fucked up he is and what his motivations. I think it's cool. I like the statues, how the statues' eyes move when they walk by him and shit. That's a cool effect. The dog thing is kind of funny. The first kill is a real big one when he actually has to go out and when Louis has to go out and kill somebody when he doesn't want to, and the struggle that he has with, thinking he can live off animals and everything else, and then what happens, and then when he comes across Claudia and her family, and man, all that stuff, and then when the three of them become
thing that's in the background, like that's
yeah, totally, and then they become one happy family supposedly, and they're doing that stuff, and I love how it goes down with Lestat later on, and then fucking Louis and Claudia are on the run. Then later on they hook up with Armand and the old vampire massacre situation. We get a sad death later on, and fucking so much going on. It's so well made. I like the look of it. I like the sound of it. The plot, I never check out. My eyes are on the fucking screen. I never check out of the movie, and when that happens, that means something. I completely enjoy it. She's great. Kirsten Dunst is great too, and her character. And I just love the movie. I never thought I would love this movie, but I've seen it twice, and I feel the same way both times. It's still a 9 out of 10. So the only 9 out of 10 I have on this list.
Too bad fucking Queen of the Damned couldn't have been good.
Dude,
I'm still watching.
It sucks that you fucking hate movies so much, man. Really?
Who?
Why?
No, I'm just fucking with Dave. I just want to get him going.
Well, moves. I mean, 3
Queen of the Damned is unwatchable.
Here I am with a couple fucking. Nah. Okay. It is what it is. I'm just fucking. This is fucking killing me right now. This is fucking killing me.
3 people had it on their list, bro. So I mean.
No.
One had it as 2, and one had it as 1. Dave, where'd you have it?
Me, I did it 5.
5? Damn. 5. That's even high.
Oh my god, that movie, dude! I can't do it, man. I just can't. Fuck, I'm trying to hold back, man. I can't do it. I don't get the appeal, man. Like, I really don't. Like, that's the thing. I just don't fucking get it, man. I guess it makes sense because I got 3 shot on video films on my list, and then all of a sudden, this type of fucking high production film is number. It makes sense, but
it's the 90s, man. That's all you had.
But that's what I'm saying, man. Like, some of the better 90s, some of the better shot on video films that ever came out were like in 94. To be honest, like, I mean, sure, Parker can fucking definitely vouch for that. I mean, there's some pretty good ones.
Like I said, there's 3 of the 4 best ever from 94.
Right. It's crazy.
Hey, that's cool. I respect. Hey, it's everybody's opinion. If you like it, like I said, to me, I'm not down with the CFL. What can I say?
Dude, nobody's down with the CFL, bro. No one's down with the CFL. The CFL isn't even down with the CFL.
I can't believe
when you run into that guy at the bar, you're like, bro, you play football? You play football?
Nigel's the second worst movie I saw this year.
Me too. It's not a movie. It's just kids making like a
it's kids
video.
In the backyard.
Yeah.
Nigel the psychopath.
It was actually, I was entertained by it just for like the idea of like kids, like obviously like a bunch of teenagers getting together.
If you were to tell me that you'd cut off one of my fingers if I looked at my phone while watching Nigel the Psychopath, there's a good chance that I still would pick up my phone. Because I couldn't stop myself. Like, you never have like I can't fuck it. And you're like, oh, my finger. Or then I pick up, my finger.
I wish Plex had a 1.5 speed.
Wait, it does have a 1.5 speed.
Really? Not for me, it does.
You have to download something, but yeah,
1.5.
I have it.
1.5 a ton of shit.
Yeah, I'm keen to throw on the 1.5 sometimes.
I never 1.5.
Well, that's why you're always angry.
I go to 2.0 sometimes.
Moods.
All right, guys. All right, so number 1. It's probably not a huge surprise. I am literally rocking the shirt right now. I am wearing
Delamorte Delamore.
Right. Cemetery Man.
Word.
For the layman's, the peasants out there that don't understand the original title. Oh, Rupert Everett's my man in this film, man. He's so good. He's so good. It's a movie on the surface that I think I don't even think is on the surface. I think in general it just confuses people to shit. I think it's confused people on this panel right now. I think the theory that I have is correct because I'm a narcissist apparently, and nothing I say is wrong, and I'm beautiful with a big penis.
Oh.
That makes that literally makes no sense to what I'm saying right now. Actually, no, I do have a pretty big penis. I'm not gonna say, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But that's besides the point. I'm just saying, Cemetery Man. I've talked about this movie in so many fucking times, but it is brilliant. It actually is brilliant. And the biggest shame about Cemetery Man is Mikel Suave's career just kind of ending here in the horror realm. I know he continued off to do TV shit and blah blah blah. I would like to sit down with him and be like, what the fuck happened, bro? Like, you had 4 fucking excuse me
That's it.
Like, what the fuck happened, man? You had like these 4 great films in a row. Even his documentary he did about Argento is decent. It's like,
I mean, Italy switched to television, so that's what happened.
Yeah,
it was the money. It was the money.
Really, I mean, there's the.
I mean, it switched to TV. That's what happened.
People
started staying home. They stopped going to the theaters. People used to see 4 or 5 movies in a theater a week, and now they don't. So they went to TV. That's as simple as that.
That's why I said, like, he switches TV and shit like that, and it's like, fuck. I don't think he realized maybe the complexity of what he was doing in these films. I mean, really, nobody could. It's a shame. It's
Yeah, he's 4 for 4 for me. I love all his movies.
Yeah, it's a bona fide shame. But Cemetery Man, I mean, what can we say? It's amazing. 10 out of 10 for myself.
All right. Well, no surprises here. My number one, I assume, Dave, you got it. Del Norte del Amor. Did you have that?
I guessed it for everybody. I guessed every.
No, I didn't have it for you. You're the only one I didn't have it for. You're the only one I got wrong. I got everybody else
me?
right. Yeah, I switched interview with you with Cemetery Man for some reason.
Oh. Well, did you guys write down Cemetery Man or Del Norte del Amor? Because I picked Del Norte del Amor, so you're wrong if you wrote down Cemetery.
You got Carly's right, Dave?
I believe so. She hasn't done hers yet, but I'm pretty sure.
Right. Shit, totally.
She probably swapped. Right?
JP's trying to do an unfunny
I'm
joke
way
right
ahead of
now,
myself here, man. I'm like, fuck. Oh my god, I'm so used to going last, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to talk too much about it. I mean, it's a great movie.
That was classic. Oh my god, that was classic. Stupid.
One of my favorite Italian flicks for sure. I gave it a 9 when we reviewed it on episode 63 during the first ever Italian Horror Month, and now I'm going to give it a 9.5. So it's already in the Hall of Fame, so it doesn't matter because it's already a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's still a fucking rating. It's terrible.
It's hard for me to give 10.
It's fucking perfect, man. It really is. Score to fucking everything.
Yeah.
It's not even ambiguous, man. The theory is right. Fucking retards. I shouldn't say that. Sorry.
Cancelled.
Who's even?
I'll just edit that out. What was the time? 5 hours and 39 minutes in. I'll just edit that out.
Actually, that's not even that bad.
No, that's the second file.
Oh, never mind.
I just never fucking because we've done this one straight through, so I'm like, fuck it. No, we're 6.5 hours at least right now. So
7:06.
Yeah.
You ready, Carly?
Yeah, I'm ready. Number one is Interview with the Vampire. It's the Vampire Guys.
Yay!
Yeah.
Want to add anything?
It's a good move. I like how it goes through the time periods. I never thought I would really like this movie. I always thought the title made me think like it was like a vampire literally having like a job interview or something stupid like that. Yeah, that's what it's a stupid title to me. And then like the picture, I'm like, it's a period piece and just it's long as hell and all that stuff. So I didn't think I would like it, but I was like, and Tom Cruise, I don't care about him like you guys. I don't really care about Brad Pitt either, to be honest. But
then I forced it upon you.
No, it's all about Slater, man. Christian Slater's the man in the movie.
I mean, they're all good. Like, everyone turned out. Kirsten Dunst is good, too. Like, she gets shit sometimes. People don't think she's that great of an actress, but, like, I think she's actually pretty good, like, especially as a child actress.
I'm
she
so
did really
happy
well.
that she died.
What?
I'm so happy that she died.
In the movie.
Yeah, I was like, when did she die?
No, in the movie.
So
in the movie.
Sad, dude.
Yeah, it was sad.
No, it's great when she dies because it makes the movie better.
I mean, yeah, but it's still sad.
Well, true.
Yeah, I don't feel sad when she dies.
It's a cool move. It's cool to see them go through the...
Kids are pets.
It's cool seeing them go through the time periods, and it's like really kind of shows you like, oh, that'd be weird to be a vampire and live in like the 1700s, and all of a sudden you're in like the 1980 and then 1990 and all that stuff. It's just really eerie, but good move. I gave it an 8.5 out of 10. Glad I finally watched it.
Your number one is an 8.5 out of
first time watch.
Out of 10. That's
awesome.
Crazy.
Mine's only a 9. It's the only 9 I have.
Well, apparently I'm just a retard. Oh, I shouldn't say that again. Oh my god. Why did I do that?
At this point, the Read the Kill talk already fucking ruined
Jeremy's
this.
But anyways, like, why was I kicked off?
I got 2 10 out of 10s.
Dude, Jeremy said an actual, just non-funny, even unrelated racial slur that had nothing to do with what anybody was talking about.
Ours are relevant because they're all about retards.
But I got 2. But
I haven't said the word once.
I got 2
I
10 out of 10s.
I try not to say it. I know we've all slipped and said it, but
I didn't say shit. All I said was JP wouldn't be president.
No, you were talking about being how you were a pedophile and stuff too.
Who would have thought that someone would have two 10 out of 10s?
Talk?
Yeah, but Reggie the Reckless is fucking.
Yeah, but no, he didn't say the R word.
He had to come of age.
Well, Carly said it too, so if they say anything, we'll say that they hate women.
Okay, let's face it. Nobody's listening 6.5 hours into the show anyways. But anyways,
Dude,
I got
these shows
two.
are most popular.
I got two 10 out of 10s. I got two 10 out of 10s in 1994. Fuck y'all. Fuck y'all.
That's pretty impressive, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's
So
two
did
movies
Dave
I
win?
absolutely love. And you know what the fucked up thing is, man? I rewatched In the Mouth of Madness last night, and my rating came down. And it's still set at number 3.
So, okay.
Yeah.
I had Cemetery Man for Moods. I had Interview with the Vampire for JP. I had Interview with the Vampire for Carly and Interview with the Vampire for Dave Z. So I got 3 out of 4. Anyone else do that?
I got 3 out of 4.
And
we all got 3 out of 4.
I got Dave's
Did you
number
get 3 out
1,
of 4?
JP's number 1, nothing on Dave Z, and Carly's number 2.
So, okay, Moods, you're out because you only got 2 of the first ones.
I'm out as well. So.
Okay, so it's me and Dave Z. Dave Z, did you get Moods number 2?
No.
Did you get JP's number 2?
And listen, how about
Yes.
do you guys?
Wait, let me just.
remove
I know what I'm doing. Carly, did you get Carly's number 2?
No.
I got Carly's number 2, and I got your number 2,
So
but
you
I didn't
win.
get Moods or JP's. So I got 2 of the 2s.
So you got 2. You got it.
Anyways, Dave Z, did you want to eliminate the old retro year?
Yeah.
Or did you
Don't
want to eliminate one of the lesser 80s years and then just do the retro year first?
Too?
I didn't win last time.
Dave
Z
won
won last
time.
time.
I won
That's what I'm
last
saying.
time.
Dave Z won last time.
I won
I
this
didn't
time.
win.
Dave Parker
time.
won this time.
Yeah. If
I
you're
mean, what do you
Dave,
guys
win.
want to do? I just want to eliminate the old retro year and do an 80s year, but if it's only going to be 12 movies anyways, like, we can draw for the 80s year now too, and then just do that one after.
What do you think would be better? Would you think you would rather remove a 80s, the worst 80s year, or like what do you think?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't know. Like,
Well, you
'cause-
two got to agree on whatever you want to do.
You
What do
better
you
watch
think?
a
I don't give a
1950.
fuck what happens.
Well,
We need
Dave.
80 or 81.
So, Dave,
Yes.
do you think I mean, like, if we get rid of 83 or 84, because we won't be back to the 80s for like 4 more turns, so I'd like to get one of the good 80s years, but if we draw out that retro year, it's only 12 movies, and we're still going to draw out the 80s year so we can do 80s movies during the whole summer. So I'd like to get rid of 83. I mean, like, or 84. Like,
You're the winner. You're the winner. Go for
Yeah,
it.
but
You
that's
told me
not how
the
it
other
works.
day in chat. You told me in chat the other day that you think 83 is the weakest year, so you should go with your gut.
because I mean, who cares about 12 movies? We
Yeah,
can
but you
blow out
guys
12
won
fucking-
together, so that's why he's asking you, Dave.
Yeah, if we can't come to an agreement, then it goes to the seconds.
Yeah.
No, I'm chill, man. Whatever you want to do. What year is it
Dave,
though?
I told you it would be easy.
It's either the retro year is 42. It's only 12 movies. I'd like to
42?
get 1942.
Fuck, they even made fucking. Wow. Okay.
There's not even that many. Honestly,
That's a good response. I like it.
So which year do you think would be better to eliminate in the 80s? 83 or 84?
83. Because I mean, by
agree
number
with
8, we're at
Coach him.
57 zone.
Let him do what he wants to do.
No, but I'm thinking 83. Don't you
I'm
guys?
not watching the Twilight.
No,
Zone.
I wasn't coaching him. I just said
No.
I agree with him.
I mean, it's either I'm getting rid of the retro year, so we don't even got to fuck with it, or I'm getting rid of 83, so hopefully that we'll get one. I want 80, 81, 87, or 88. I want 4 of the years.
but if you don't get rid of retro
No,
year, we pull 83.
I want
it's
1980 because we're gonna fuck with my birth year. You know what I'm saying?
Aren't you special?
So let's get
Oh,
rid of
fuck
83.
you, JP. Fuck you. Seriously,
And-
I can't wait to
and if
meet
we
you at
draw out
Wasteland.
the
Man. I'm
retro
gonna
year,
fuck your
we
ass
draw out
up.
the retro year, we're still going to draw out an 80s year.
Okay,
Moods
there
is
you
not
go.
hinged
Okay,
at
cool.
this point.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come on.
okay.
He is.
Come on.
You guys ready for this?
Yeah, come the fuck on.
All right.
I
Let's
gotta
do
wake
it.
up in the morning and record another pod.
Oh, no.
What? I have to do Summer
Alright.
Party Master Dick.
I'm completely
3,
coherent.
2,
What is it?
1. 1983 would have been it. 1942 is right after it, and then 1980. So
well, no,
we got
you
42
did fucked
and 80.
up. You already took out 83. Redo it.
No, that's it. 42 and 80.
What?
You drew 83 out though. You're supposed to take that out. That's not even supposed to
No,
pop up.
dude, it's a list. It comes in a list, so it doesn't matter if it pops up. It's out.
Oh, I got you. So we're doing 42. What's after 42?
80. So it worked
Yeah, we're
out.
doing 80 anyways.
Right.
We would have got stuck with 83.
Right.
You did the right call.
You did the right thing, dude. You fucking did the right thing.
Dave needs a nizzle.
Dude, that is. Look, I'll show the camera. My
really?
Thing. Look how it. Look
I believe you.
Literally,
We're
look how it
doing
worked out there, bro. How crazy is that, man?
Hello, buddy.
We called that. That phone read us fucking talking and
No,
just
I
did.
can't. No.
Dude, right?
Yeah.
Dude, your fucking 19 or your fucking 2001 Motorola is not fucking working right now, bro.
It actually is. It actually is a Motorola.
You guys want to hear some of the master list, like the top, like? I'll go real quick on the master 1980.
We always do a little preview.
Oh my god.
Real quick. Altered States, The Shining, Cannibal Holocaust, Friday the 13th, Alligator, The Fog, The Changeling, Prom Night, Maniac, Humanoids from the Deep, Saturn III, Cruisin', Dressed to Kill, Watcher in the Woods, Inferno, Eaten Alive, Death Ship, Dressed to Kill, Watcher in the Woods, I did that, sorry, City of the Living Dead, Terror Train, Night of the Demon, Without Warning, Motel Hell, Ninth Configuration, House on Edge of the Park, The Children, Mother's Day, Fade to Black, He Knows You're Alone, Anthropophagus, Island, Hell of the Living Dead, Night of the Haunted, Contamination, Windows, Schizoid, Nightmare City, Don't Answer the Phone, Zombie Holocaust, Harley Quinn, On Scene, Boogeyman, The Awakening, Virus, The End, Devil Hunter, Blood Beach, Cannibal Apocalypse, The Hearst, Deadline, Christmas Evil, Night Kill, New Year's Evil, Beyond Evil, Alien 2, On Earth, Scared to Death, Patrick Still Lives, Demented, Macabre, Erotic Nights of the Living Dead, Primitive, To All Good Night, Encounter of the Spooky Kind, Stage Fright, the older one obviously, The Attic, Wolf Lake, Funeral Home, Cannibal Terror, Toxic Zombies, Legend of Sleepy Hollow, Blowjob, Witch's Brew, and I think we're about...
What the hell's Blowjob?
Well, I never heard of that movie.
Sounds super weird.
I'm watching Blowjob first.
Okay, Zoom In, Rape Apartments. I'm going down Night of Death, which is a crazy Lost Souls, which is a nutsoid Hong Kong movie. There's a lot, so that's pretty good. And then we got
Dude,
some
80 is one of the best years ever. Like, that shit is just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
We also have the Hammer series. Remember Hammer, House of Horrors, the TV series? That entire series came out in 1980, and they're all about an hour long. So.
Oh my god, I'm so excited for this.
So the 80s ones are different.
80. We should really quickly just explain to the audience.
This is the year I wanted, was 1980.
Right,
this is amazing.
So, dude, you gave me shit for wanting to do it that way. And look what would have happened if I didn't suggest that.
No, well, it would have changed.
It would have changed. 42 first, and then we do
83 came up first.
We'll just do 1980 when we come back, or first, and then we'll do 42 because fuck the rest.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We could do 42 whenever. It just now it's
12
on
movies.
the list of things.
How many movies are in 42?
It's like 12 movies for 42.
So when is the 80s show going to be tentative?
Fucking movies.
I mean, Mood said like September, but I think we need more time for 80. But
I agree.
Yeah,
it's going to be the first show.
Well, we've made this. I said, we
think
historically made this a fucking thing, man. We end the season with this show, and then we start with another one, which is the 4.5 months.
If I'm going to watch 150 1980 movies, I want to make sure I don't want to just watch every movie I've already seen.
That's fine. It doesn't have to be in sequence, man. I'm just saying, but like, you know,
I got what you're saying. Yeah,
right. So
we could always come back with the retro year and then do the 80s later.
We're gonna come back.
Well, the thing is,
mid-September. So why don't we just do the 42 show and then just fucking go from there and do the 80 after that?
We could do that. I mean, it's fine.
So 42, and then October is going to be whatever you guys are going to do for fucking Halloween. November is Italian horror, so it can't be then. December is going to be fucking
That's my
Christmas
point.
shit.
That's why we try to make it when we come back. So because we have these, every show from like October on is dedicated to what we're doing.
Right. Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. Is it going to be a year from now, or is it going to be fucking?
No.
You know.
No.
We'll figure it out. But really quickly, just to explain to the listeners, because they're probably like, what the fuck are you guys talking about 80s? We decided after the last one we were getting a little burnt out on not getting the 80s because it's our favorite, obviously.
Right.
So we decided going forward, we're going to do each decade at a time. So like we went to the 80s, and then next time, just to like finish off, to make them even, we're going to do the 2000s, and then we'll go back to like the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, somewhere along that. But we're going to be doing that it'll still be random in the decade, but the decade won't be random anymore. That way it's like more, we're not getting like 70s, 90s, fucking 2000s, and that's like 2 years and 2 years of time. You know what I mean?
So wait, what's going to be next then? 2000s after 80s, because that's been the longest.
Yeah,
right?
well 2000s will be next,
and then 70s. and then fucking 90s, and then back to
80s. Then 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 70s, 80s, 90s.
After we get past the first cycle, we're just going to go 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Right, we're gonna
because
revert
everything
to
will
the
be
cycle.
even then. Like all the years will be even.
So, if you guys want to hear stats on the list, I only had 2 movies no one else had on the list. Dave
Damn,
had 4.
dude, you already got the stats, bro.
I don't have all the stats.
I love
but I
Dave
got
so
some of
much.
them.
I can't, oh fuck, you're so amazing.
I had 2. Dave Z had 4. Moods had 4. JP had 3. And Carly had, I believe, 3 as well. So my list was the most generic in terms of comparative. Moods and Dave Z's was the most different, and Carly's and stuff were kind of similar. Let me do the stats up here on the list. You guys keep talking while I'm trying to figure out who had the same amount of movies and stuff like that. All right.
I had the most unique one. Did you say?
That's a pretty crazy.
You and Dave Z tied. You both had 4 movies no one else had on their list.
Wow. Yeah, I guess it's all my shot on video films. That's not intended, but I just love my shot on video films. What can I say?
And I had 2 miniseries, and what the fuck else did I had? Nobody else had. Let me think.
Hey, Dave Z. Me and you had 6 of the same movies on our fucking list.
Wow.
Wait, no,
we did?
At least.
That's
let me see.
Crazy.
No, we
Wow.
had 5.
Crazy.
We had 5. We had Feel the Dead, Interview with the Vampire, Serial Mom, In the Mouth of Madness, and Cemetery Man. So we shared 5.
I'm surprised you didn't have The Kingdom. Honestly.
Yeah,
What you
I
were
know,
talking
but
about.
I already had too many fucking miniseries. I already had too many cheats on my list.
Yeah, well, I did it because you said. You were like, hey, miniseries, let's do it.
I thought you'd like it, man.
I did. You were right. You were definitely right.
Me and Moots had 4. I'll go. Then I'll
What
do.
about JP and Carly? How
I'll
many-
do them.
alike?
I'll go in order. The way the list is, I'm going to go first because I went first, so I'm going through. So me and JP had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Me and JP had 6.
Wow.
Damn.
Wow. Crazy.
Me and Carly had 1.
Highly unlikely.
Me and Carly had 3. So me and Carly had the least shared. Now Dave Z and Moods. So wait. Okay, 1.
Maniac Man, Friday 13th.
5. They had 5.
Wow.
Dave
5 with you, 5 with Moods.
Yeah, I mean Cemetery Man, Serial Mom, In the Mouth of Madness, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Wait, is that 4? No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you guys had 4,
Yeah, 4.
I believe.
Yeah, 4.
Which ain't bad. And then 1 5, 6. Dave Z and JP had 6 of the same.
Wow.
Cemetery Man, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, Feel the Dead, Serial Mom. Did you have Serial Mom? Yeah. And
Yeah.
The Mouth of Madness, Interview with the Vampire. And
Psalm
Dave Z
4, 5, and 6.
Dave Z had with Carly
7.
No,
No, I'm just kidding. That
like
would've been
3.
3?
3, 4, 5, 6.
How about that shit? Wow. That's
So
cool.
Moods with JP 1,
I always line up with JP.
3, 4.
Shockingly, me and Dave Parker line up a lot.
Moods and JP had 6 of the same.
Me and Moods?
Wow.
You had Red to Kill, Wes Craven's New Nightmare, Phantasm 3, In the Mouth of Madness, Serial Mom, and Cemetery Man.
Damn, I'm twinsies with everybody.
Damn.
And JP
I'm
had,
like the list slut.
let me see, JP had with Carly,
I bet it's 6.
not very many, actually. 1,
What?
Speedo,
Yeah.
and then 2 with Phantasm, 3 with Wes Craven's Nightmare, 4 Cemetery Man, 5 with Interview. So not bad. 5.
5.
So we shared. Almost all of us had at least 3. So that's not too bad. And I'll give me a minute. I'll do the crunch numbers on to see what the actual top 10 of our cumulative list are. If you guys got something else to talk about.
And there was one film made all 5 lists, which is Cemetery Man.
Cemetery Man's the only one that made all 5. Wes Craven's Nightmare made 4. Serial Mom made 4.
Interview made 4.
Interview made 4.
Hear that, Moods? Interview made 4 lists.
In the Mouth of Madness made 4.
And Cemetery Man made every list?
All 5.
Or am I just
Yeah.
Okay.
Rightly
Well, that's
so.
good.
That makes
That's
sense.
good. That's good.
Cemetery
Yeah,
Man
and
is the most popular movie.
I'm actually really fucking, not entirely shocked, but a little bit shocked that, Interview made that many lists.
Yeah, 4.
I'm doing this thing right now where you guys can't see me, but my head's tilted. My eyes are going, what the fuck?
Like, wait, is it anthropophagus? Is that how you say it?
Anthropophagus. Some people say it different ways. Some people say anthropophagus. I always say anthropophagus.
It just dropped on Shudder, I saw.
Actually, Joe Bob just showed it last week.
Ooh, I have.
Oh, that's why everybody's
just like
watching
Dave,
it.
we
Okay.
probably have multiple copies of media releases.
Is Cruising?
I have 2 or 3.
Some people consider it a
but I've
giallo.
never seen it.
I love Anthropophagus, man. It's great. It's great shit.
I've never seen Fade to Black. I got that Blu-ray sealed, so that
Yeah, I've never seen it either. And we were talking about finally watching it this year.
Fade to Black's
my
cool.
friends and I.
What the fuck is going? Really?
Good on House of the Edge of the Park and Cannibal Apocalypse.
God, dude, you could.
I just
Fade to
watched
Black
it
is like a fucking fan film. It's like a fan film. You need to see it.
I know, right?
From
I know. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I've never seen House on the Edge of the Park either.
What?
Yep.
What
Me
the
and Mooch
fuck?
just do the same thing.
What? No, I said what?
I was thinking, oh my god.
Dude, I'm telling you.
It's literally one of my favorite movies ever. Like, I
dude, it's
love that
literally
movie.
One of my favorites as well.
I never saw the fucking VHS in stores when I was a kid. It was never.
Oh, that's crazy. That's so
Dude,
crazy.
I know the box art. It's fucking one of my favorites, honestly. I know it's great. But for whatever reason, all the places I rented movies at when I was a kid, and there were plenty of them, it was never on the shelves, House on the Edge of the Park. It just wasn't there.
Yeah,
Some movies
it was,
weren't there.
I never got Italian shit out here. Honestly.
So if I didn't fucking see it there, where was I going to see it? You know what I mean? I just didn't.
Right.
So
I really want to revisit Inferno.
Oh yeah, Inferno's good shit. I can seriously though, I bet if I made my top 10 list right now and watched 100 movies, I bet it wouldn't change. But
Yeah, I mean, we might do more than 10. Right?
We might do a big list.
Didn't we
I don't
suggest
know.
maybe doing 25 or something?
Just because it's such a good year, we could do it in 2 sittings. We can do it 2
Yeah,
sittings.
we won't record it all at once.
Right?
No, we'd have to do it.
I'm scared of this list right now.
Way.
I've never been scared of the top 10 list, man, but this one right here, I'm like, oh my
I
god.
just
I
don't
know
wanna
for a
do
fact
that.
that there's like
Like-
30 films that I love in 80. Hands down. I know, because I know. I've done a pre-list, man. Order might
City
change.
of the fucking Living Dead's from here too? Jesus.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous.
I keep like looking through and I'm like, yeah, that movie's not that. And then like I'll be like, holy shit, I didn't even realize that was part of this. I just watched Terror Train 2.
This might be the
I'm already
first
like
year
ahead. I watched 2 in the last week.
the top 10 might be like almost pushing 10 out of 10s. Is that possible? Is that possible? Dave?
No, that's not possible.
All 10s? No way.
I don't know.
It's impossible.
I actually I have a list of all my 10s. And I know
I bet the top 5
I don't give a fuck what you guys
I'll have
think, but
2.
like for me, I might have 10 out of 10s.
I
Could you
definitely
imagine
have
starting at a
multiple
10?
10s.
Because I don't give
That's
a
for
fuck.
sure.
Like that's-
Actually, honestly, dude, I might have like a lot of 10s.
Really? Wow. I looked at my shit because we're doing our top fucking 200. Well, I'm making my top 100 list. I hope everybody is here. But anyway, I'm making that. So I made a list of all the movies that are 10 out of 10. And I only have like 60 total. So
Get
60 total. 10 out of 10.
80 is an incredible movie, though, man. I've
What
done.
is Schizoid? I
yeah.
feel like I've seen that.
Schizoid just
Yeah.
got released by
Got Klaus
Vinegar
Kinski,
Syndrome on
right?
4K, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I did just pick that up. So I'll be able to watch that.
I just
on 4K.
watched it.
I
fucking,
still
like,
haven't seen
3
it.
nights ago. I just watched it 3 nights
Yeah,
ago.
so
Go
you're already
fucking-
ahead, dude. Like I watched 2.
Well,
in the last-
I've seen it a couple times because I have multiple copies of Schizoid, but whatever.
I've never seen.
Yeah, I have
Deaths.
2. I got 2 10 out of 10s. But I have a lot of other ones that are 9s, I would say.
All right, should we just wrap this up here?
I'm almost getting there. I'm almost done.
Dave's still calculating.
Okay, okay.
I mean, you can cut
did
this
you-
out, or you guys can.
No, it's
Yeah,
fine.
did you
Just
ever
keep.
see,
We'll keep talking. We'll keep talking. But I can't believe 80 came up because that's my birth year.
Yeah,
I feel
it
old
was
with
like-
that.
I
And then
suggest
David's
we
like,
did it anyways. Remember
"You're a
that?
young
Let's just do
motherfucker."
80 because it's. I said that. I was like, let's just do 80 because it's Mood's birthday year and fuck it. And it's one of the best years. So
it's awesome, too, because
it's awesome, man.
We're all going to meet here at...
Dude, Joe Bob's showing Death by Temptation right now. How cool is that?
We're all going to meet here at Wasteland. And... What 6 months, 5 months? What is that? I don't know what the fuck.
I hate all you people for putting fucking one fucking movies on this list when I'm making this.
You like to doing the show, now you're like, fuck this.
So Carly, are you coming to Wasteland with JP?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And if JP doesn't go, I'll go by myself.
Sweet man.
Look at you.
So my wife's coming with me too, and she's been there before.
Come.
She's been to Wasteland with me before.
And where?
It's in Ohio, September 30th, October 1st and 2nd.
Wow, man.
Like, so many people are going.
Really?
Yeah.
Like us.
So,
I know
Carly,
I want to go, but I'm kind of bugged out about COVID because of what happened last time. I'm kind of paranoid to go anywhere now. It sucks.
Dave, it's never going to end. You have to leave your house.
No, bro, you gotta leave, man. You gotta fucking leave, bro.
Dude, if you had it like I had it, you'd be fucking afraid.
I already fucking... The problem is I have to work with a bunch of people. I'm absolutely fucked.
Bad.
So I have no choice. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be exposed to it all the time.
I'm just like, fuck. I'm going on with life, bro. I don't give a fuck about it.
Like, I can't do anything
We've
about
been
it.
so...
Who cares?
Everybody I know has
Dave's saying that the symptoms were so bad for him, though, that he doesn't want to risk having.
That's what I'm saying. If I get it that bad
that.
again, I might die. That's how fucking afraid I am because it kicked my ass so bad for fucking 2 months. I'm thinking, what if I got it again and my body just isn't equipped to deal with it for some strange reason?
I got a perfect strategy. Did you try to?
And you die doing something you love. Going to Wasteland.
Listen, if it wasn't for my daughter, I wouldn't give a fuck if I lived or died. Period. But I got to.
You know how I don't be sick. I skip it. I'm like,
no, you don't, dude. You gotta stop.
Dude, no.
That shit cracks me up. I skip it.
Oh my god.
Today, be like, you know what? I'm not feeling it this time. I'm just gonna skip this one.
You know, I'm gonna
skip it forever because that shit will catch up with you. But you can skip it every once in a while.
You would think,
dude,
huh?
You're old now, buddy. That doesn't work for you anymore.
It doesn't work as much as it used to when I was younger. I'd feel
literally sick all the time.
I swear to God, I would be.
See, I'm never sick ever.
I would
That's
be
the
at
crazy
work.
part.
And I would start feeling a cold coming on. I'd start getting like a headache. My nose would start running. I'd start coughing. I'd be like, nope. And I'd be like, I'm skipping it. And sure enough, I'd fucking skip it.
It's the dumbest thing I ever heard.
It works, dude. It's the power of the mind.
No, you used to drink NyQuil at work and then power through the
I know you
joints
used to drink NyQuil. We skipped shit on that because I was like, bro, that shit's going to kill your ass. Yeah, you can't drink NyQuil like that, man. It's going to kill your ass. It's not good.
You can't. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't drink it now like that, but
that was not good.
I exaggerate. I wasn't like really drinking it heavy.
But
I was
you
taking
were,
tiny
though.
little sips that equaled up to a dose over amount of time.
Bullshit, artist.
Satan slaves.
I am
I can
completely
finally
not
see the
going to
original
edit this
one.
at all. So
Pretty cool.
We're just gonna keep this at the end of the show.
Night of the Demon.
Mama Dracula. I don't think I'll watch that. Oh, Louise Fletcher's in it. Interesting.
Makes great for show
Mama,
notes.
I shall watch it.
Cannibal fucking Holocaust.
I like Louise Fletcher.
Is Dress to Kill a horror film?
I'd say so enough.
Absolutely.
I think that and Cruising are both worth watching consideration.
Well, I'm gonna watch.
Dress to Kill is a fucking giallo, man.
Wait, is Lamberto and Bava's Macabre? Is that shitty movie we watched that one time?
No.
Okay.
That was Massacre.
You're thinking of
Massacre.
Andrea Bianchi or something, right?
Yeah, no, I like Macabre. I gave it a 7.
Dude, Bava died in like fucking 77 or 76 or whatever.
He's talking about
Lamberto, dog. He had a
son. Fuck. Oh, I thought you said Bava.
Yeah, he's talking about Macabre.
I thought you said Mauro Bava.
Lamberto Bava.
Right.
Yeah,
Macabre was his son's first film.
Yes, I am learned.
Right.
Wow, so 2 Diodato movies the same year, huh?
Oh my god.
Yep.
Like we need to do it. Like, you know what? Fuck this, man. We're doing a top 25. This is we can't even do a top 10. This is stupid.
5.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
we
but
should
that's
do
the
a top
fun of it.
25,
If you
bro.
do a top 10, that's really cream of the fucking crop. That's really
Yeah, but you're still doing a top 10. The top 10.
I'm telling you, man.
Do 10. It makes it that much fucking.
Dude, there's
warm. It's like
half the movies in my top favorite movies are from 1980. It's like insane.
Okay, we'll
like this
record a
is the
top
most
25,
insane year ever.
and we'll release 11 through 25 Patreon exclusive.
Shit.
Dave Z likes that idea.
Hey, always. Whatever gets Patreons, why not?
Jeez, man.
Contamination. Oh, that's that movie
That's Dave's favorite movie, man. Apparently,
That's
I
Gary
gave it
thinks
6.5,
that.
and everybody was so mad at me for it. I was like, dude,
you hate Dave.
you're
fucking
lucky
hate
to
it so
get a
much.
6.5 contamination.
Apparently,
Hey,
Derek's
Dave,
like,
can
oh,
you
you
upload
fucking
the
hate
fucking...
that fucking movie.
Master list?
No, well, not that. Well, that too, but I mean, can you upload the fucking... Do you have the fucking animal-free Cannibal Holocaust?
No.
It's
I
on-
mean, I have it on a disc. I have that on Blu-ray, though.
Yeah, the
I
Grindhouse
have it on
version has
Blu-ray.
both
I
versions.
swore I'd never watch it again.
It
Yeah,
was
it doesn't
on
bother
Shudder.
me. It doesn't. It,
I don't know if
it
it's
doesn't
still on
bother me
Shudder.
to the point where
I fucking hate it. I'm angry at it.
I told myself next time I was gonna do animal free.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I can't.
I have Blu-ray.
They ate the animals after. So I mean,
Yeah, but
So what do you want them to say? Of course, that's what they're going to say. It doesn't mean they did. I'd say the same thing if I were them.
That is true.
It's also, the way they kill that muskrat is clearly cruel.
Oh, that's the worst part
That's
of it.
not how you kill an animal you're going to eat.
I
That was
agree.
clearly
Horrible.
fucking sadism right there. Like, it's one of my all-time favorite movies, and it's just, you can't defend it, no matter what. The way
well,
they do it.
I in my
probably
mind, I
won't.
defend it every day because I love that movie and I don't want to do that shit to that movie. So fuck whatever.
It doesn't matter to me. It is what it is, and I'll take it for what it is. But I still know it's fucked.
I look away when they chop the snake in front
I
of
live
me.
in Canada. You know what we do? We don't even have grocery stores up here, man. We don't have
avoid
anything,
moose.
man. That's how we live. We just fucking kill shit and we eat it like
Don't
that.
kill sea
and-
turtles. I know people think it's dumb to compare.
You kill
to
sea
animals,
turtles up in
but-
Canada, bro?
No,
Bro,
it's just-
we don't even have grocery
People
stores
like-
in Canada, man. We have to kill all of our food every single day.
Bro, you got Walmart. You told me you were at Walmart the other day.
Yeah, I was at
Comparing
I was at
people
Wally
killing a-
Mart. I was at
to the
Wally
ecosystem.
Mart. It was
That's
a
not-
dude that was selling fucking, cats and dogs and shit. That's what we eat, bro.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was
yeah.
also selling fucking
It's Canada's version of
Candyman
Walmart.
Day of the Dead. He's like, hey, I got a couple.
Let's selling the
Candyman.
animal cruelty-free version of Cannibal Holocaust as well in a bootleg.
What's that, Dave?
So ironically, he was selling the animal cruelty-free version of Holocaust.
You have to phone in
this
these
is the
people
special
I mean,
features
I
on the show right
technically
now.
could probably rip it. It doesn't take that long.
This is definitely the special features right now. But it's not. I'm not going to cut any of this. Fuck it.
No, why?
Nope. I'm not
cares?
cutting any of this. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
we're still showing. We're on the show.
Okay, so there's a major kind of drop-off here. Let me see.
Man, I really don't like prom night that much, though. I'm gonna be
Prom
honest.
Night's a fucking snooze fest for me, but I'll watch
Hey,
it again.
it's
I like it more than Terror Train now.
Jamie
I
or
flip-flop.
Curtis suck.
Nah.
Oh no, Terry Train wins with the dummy death.
Yeah,
Hands down.
we did watch the dummy death on the big screen. It was pretty glorious, right, Carl?
Oh my god, it's so fucking funny.
We thought we almost missed it for a second because we
Yeah, because it seems that the movie
It's the
ends. and
dummy
then it
death.
doesn't.
It's the best dummy death ever. It's one of the best. It's awesome.
Well, I might as well fucking do all the movies now, just because I'm this fucking far as it is. I was just going to do the top 10. I'm like, I'm already here.
Okay, what is okay? Mother's Day. Nice.
I still have not watched Mother's Day start to finish. What are you?
Which one?
I started.
I don't know. if
When
it's
we were
really your
kids,
type
we
of
started
movie.
watching it, and I think we didn't like it. It was too goofy and shit. So we
I'm not a
shut
huge
it off.
fan of it either, but I don't hate it.
Fucking love the
yeah,
original.
I love.
I love the original
but I
Mother's
could
Day,
see
and
why
I
people-
actually love the original or the remake too.
Yeah,
I
the
like them
remake's
both.
great
Remake's
as well.
good.
I like them both.
I don't like the
Renee.
remake at all.
What?
I think it's
Really?
well directed, but I think the script's pure dog shit. It's a movie that suggests humanity is disgusting and then acts like everybody
You know what?
acts like a fucking
I'll get
animal.
back to you guys next show because I'm gonna force my wife to watch both tomorrow on Mother's Day.
Well, Mother's Day. That's a good idea.
Nice,
While
you're
I
right.
not cook her anything. I'm just gonna not
Yeah,
cook her
I
any
should
food.
actually. I'll watch Mother. I'll watch it tomorrow too.
No, I'm definitely.
That's a
gonna
good
cook her
idea. Fuck.
I never seen New Year's Evil as well.
Oh, it's awful.
There's like a movie for every holiday.
So boring.
New Year's Evil is so lucky that it takes place on New Year's
Dude, it's
Eve
awful.
holiday, or no one would fucking watch it.
I'm not watching it for this year. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that movie. It's so boring.
Which one?
In comparison, it's so stupid. I don't know why people love it.
Because it's a gimmick.
Which movie, Dave?
You know? New Year's Evil.
Oh, fuck, man. It's not good at all, man, but it's...
Thank God. I thought you were going to like it. I was worried.
Me too. I know.
No,
All right,
it
here we
really
go.
is not good at all.
Okay, we got it, and then we can bounce.
We got the ranked list here. Coming in at number 1 is Cemetery Man with 40 points. Number 2, In the Mouth of Madness with 32 points.
Okay.
Number 3, tied with number 4, is Serial Mom and Interview with a Vampire, both with 25
Interview
points.
with the Vampires, top 3.
That's so fucked
top,
up.
yeah. And then number 5 is Wes Craven's Nightmare with 22 points.
Wow.
Number 6 is Phantasm 3 with 21 points.
Nice.
And then we have a huge fucking drop off here. Number 7 is Feel It Dead with 12 points.
Wow.
Number 8 is Brain Scan with 9 points.
Damn.
And then we have number 9 is The Kingdom with 8 points. Dave Z is the only one that had it, but it's so high up on his list, it still made the top 10.
Wow.
Number 10 is Mosquito with 8 points.
Wow.
No, that doesn't make sense. Because
Why?
me and Carly both had Mosquito.
But it was low.
But it's tied with The Kingdom.
Oh, I get what you're doing. You're doing. Okay, I got it. My bad. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
It's all about placement.
I did points. I mean, I could go through and say which ones were on the most list, which would be Cemetery.
No,
but
that's the way to do it. I had like a brain aneurysm.
then rundowns, Savage Harvest, My Sweet Satan, and Wolf all tied with 7 points. And then we have The Stand, Scanner Cop tied with 6 points. Red to Kill, Shatter, Dead, and Sinister. No, Red to Kill and Shatter, Dead tied. And Red to Kill made 3 lists, but it's at 16 just because of the low placement.
Yeah, me and you both came in at 10.
Yeah,
so it only got
10 was a good spot for that one. And then 18, A Sinister, 4. 19, The Crow, with 3 points. Tied with Leprechaun 2 and Tammy and the T-Rex, where it belongs. I'm just kidding. Then we have 22, 2 points, Aswang, and Paperboy, and Love -0 equal Infinity, all tied. And the bottom ones are Wicked Games and Relative Fear.
Yep. That figures.
All right,
that
dude.
figures.
That top 10, you could fucking tell the listeners, you could put up a poll right now and say anyone who could pick the top 10 cumulative, I can't even talk, it's too late. You know what I'm saying? Combined.
Cumulative.
Cumulative.
Now
we all goddamn this place.
We suck.
You know, if anybody
We
can do it,
belong in
I'll
Red
give
Kill.
you a fucking a television. Nobody would fucking pick that top 10. Not
I
one
think
person.
that in that order, no. I think they get
In
the
that
top
order.
5.
Probably not.
They get the top 5.
Never.
Oh, and-
no one's
and
gonna
re-
pick that.
Real quickly, just a little preview here for the 12 films we'll be discussing for 1942. But wait, now there's more. There's like
Did we just watch one?
Wait, I'm so confused.
What are you
Did we
talking
just
about?
watch one?
Would
for-
you watch
for
one?
Lucy? I think we did, didn't we? Wasn't one of those a 42 or was
No,
it
it was
41?
40.
Oh my god, that was funny.
1942 and it's a horror film.
In 1942, right? That was the year? Dude, I'm so
Fuck you,
I'm out of
JP.
it. No, I'm actually being fucking serious.
We have to
No,
do
I
this
do too.
42
You
shit,
should
man.
know
That's
this.
ridiculous, man.
You definitely said it was 41 at the
No,
beginning.
there's
of the
21
thing.
now. What is going on?
Oh no!
It just
How
literally
the fuck did
changed.
that actually
Now
come
Cat
up
People's
on the
this
year?
list.
No, that's why I'm confused, Dave.
Now we're fucked.
Maybe I clicked the wrong fucking list.
No,
Listen,
I'm telling you, bro.
Buddy, you said it was 41 at the start of all this. I
Okay.
remembered.
Oh,
That makes more
okay.
sense. Now we're back to the Wolfman.
Okay, the Wolfman.
Clap ball, the wolf
Dr.
man.
Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Was it
Invisible
42 or
Ghost.
41, JP?
When you randomized, it was 42. I'm saying the beginning, though, you definitely said 41, so I don't know what year it was supposed
It
to
was
be.
41.
My head
though.
hurts.
Jesus Christ.
It's gotta be 41.
Yeah. 41.
Oh, Jesus Christ, me. I'm not being smart.
I might have just typed in 42 by mistake.
How are we going to
Okay,
find Song at
cool.
Midnight
Just
Part
read
2?
them.
So what are
The
the movies?
Wolfman, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, Invisible Ghost, Abbott and Costello, Hold That Ghost. The Black Cat, King of the Zombies, Man-Made Monster, The Face Behind the Mask. The Devil Commands with Karloff. Another monkey movie. And Telltale Heart, And that's probably it, honestly. That maybe Ghost Train. So, pretty easy one there.
We're all watching Song at Midnight Part 2.
Is that a real movie?
Jing Dampling arrives in the city at night where often a mysterious man causes panic. Starring Ying Tang. Only one rating of 1 star.
Yeah, because that movie's probably a lost film or something, bro.
That's going to be a shorter show.
It's Japanese cinema from the 40s. Not a lot of that survives.
It's the only movie that
It
survived.
got bombed.
Yeah, no, it actually is true. Like a lot of Japanese
slow.
cinema got destroyed.
Yeah, it got blown up.
Anyway, that's the show.
Yep.
Are we good?
Good times. Yeah.
I feel like this is just going on forever and ever, but okay. That is going to conclude episode 227 here on the 22 Shots of Moods and Horror podcast. Thank you, Carly.
Peace.
You're welcome.
And Dave. And the other Dave.
Bye.
Thank you. Peace.
I like turtles.
What about me?
For coming
Just
by.
don't kill him.
All right, guys. We don't need no outros and shit. Good day. See the fuck later and fuck off. Yeah.
Look at that tree. That tree is the end. That's how clear it is to me. The end. Does that scare you?